secrets, trust, worth. The bond between souls intertwined within otherworldly intrigue. Michaela Jade brings forth the Elite Warrior series, a collection of dark fantasy romance novels set in a twisted world where power lusts in the hearts of men and devotion seduces the souls of women. Warrior's Secret, Warrior's Trust, and Warrior's Worth. Available now at authormichaelajade.com.
The city of prosperity. Riches for some. But for the masses, scraping by is all they can do. Meet Bitna. It's a hard life with an even harder reality. Living in the roughest part of town, it looks impossible to make it big. But maybe she will find it in a simple dress. The Radiant Sight, a new romance story by Martin Fisher.
From author Brian K. Morris comes an epic tale of armor forged by a god, a hero forged by courage, and an ancient menace poised to re-emerge and threaten our world. Volcana, Rebirth of the Champion, is available on Amazon.com. Get your copy today.
Author Cindy Kep is writing on the edge. Books include Remnant in the Stars, The Loudest Actions, Lines of Succession, Mindstorm, Condemned Courier, the Yerushalayim series,
We've crossed paths more than once. I've whispered in your ear, shown you harmless little temptations. I am unknowable, yet you know me intimately. But you can always know me better. Collected here are 20 twisted tales that will thrill, chill, incite, and delight you from some of the most imaginative minds your species has to offer. This exclusive Indiegogo printing of The Devil You Know Better will be limited and numbered, with signatures from Mike Barron and Hart D. Fisher. Stretch goals achieved for this campaign will add interior chapter illustrations by Stefano Cardacelli. The Devil You Know Better. Back it on Indiegogo today, while you still can.
The original intention of the film was just for my personal use, but I thought, with it being such a unique thing, that I'd like to offer it to anybody who wants to see it. On the first visit, Jack took us into his another room, a separate room, and there were these brown parcels full of artwork piled up, and he said to me, "You draw like I do." We were in the studio for 5 hours, you know, it was fantastic. And there's this, he's got this desk, and everything he's ever drawn has come from this desk. And then I would just go with the flow, and that's what this film is about. It's just a unique film of him.
He says, "I beat you." He says, "They say we came in under the dead heat." He says, "That's not true because I beat you." And the American said, "Well," he says, "if you like to think so," he says, "but I know the real story." He says, I know I clearly won that one." See? Well, Joe is 6'3", and I was a run, say, from the Lower East Side. And being Joe's partner was an advantage to me because Joe was believable, you know, they would talk to Joe, and the Goodman brothers would get to know him. Martin Goodman owned Marvel at that time. He went to his mother and he says, "Look, Jackie got a job drawing." He says, "They're paying him part, they're paying him money for drawing." He says, "Suppose I go with Jackie." He says, "And he says, they'll pay me money." He says, "I'll draw and they'll pay me money." He said, "I'll give the money to you," which we did. We gave it all to our mothers. They called me from Nassau. You know, I lived in Long Island. And they say, "Would you like to come down and draw these guys in training?" I swear, this is not a story. And I said, "Yes, of course, I'd love to come down."
Nothing unusual about a 4 a.m. call to a back alley in downtown Kenton. A young woman lying pristine and unmarked on the cold, hard ground. I get to work quickly, but there's not much to go on here. No marks of any kind, no signs of struggle, just a dead Vic in the middle of an alley. And then there's that. Dead body in a dumpster that looks like a grizzly bear has crawled its way out of his stomach.
Following broadcast is brought to you by these great sponsors.
Come get some.
Hey, yo, we are back. CroM Con 26, rowdy kids upstairs. Ain't no telling what kind of screaming, yelling, or fighting or biting you're going to hear from up there. So I'm just giving you a heads up. The kids are on the crazy path right now. You guys know what's up. We have a great slate going on the way out of CroM Con, and we're kicking it off. You guys know about this campaign. It was pretty crazy, man. Almost $7,000, 75 backers. You guys remember Chris and Chassity? You remember them? Yes, you do.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello.
It's Rabbit's badass song, number 1 and number 2.
Right.
Congratulations, man. You guys killed it.
Thanks, man. It was a long journey.
Oh, no, you still got to fulfill. That journey ain't over.
Yeah. Well, luckily we got a lot of it printed already, so it's just a matter of,
We're now just waiting on Kickstarter.
Yeah, we're waiting on Kickstarter to do their thing, which that should be, this is week 2, so it should be by the end of this week.
You should be there right about any time then.
Oh, yeah. So we're pretty much on, I'm pretty sure we'll get everybody fulfilled way before we have, we said we were on the site.
And that's what you're supposed to do. And that's under promise and over perform. That's what you're supposed to do. You see, just like Scotty, you tell Captain, I need 12 hours. Captain, there you got 2. He's like, yeah, well, I already knew it was only going to take me 2 hours.
That's right.
You under promise and over perform, and everybody's always happy. Don't tell them you're going to do something you're going to have a hard time pulling off, and then you have to go, sorry, guys, couldn't get that.
Yeah. That was
The kids are chiming in, bro.
It's all right. We got 3 cats here. That's about the same thing. They're running around.
They'll keep the cats away from our dogs because our dogs are just hungry. They just don't care. You know what I'm saying. Let's go ahead and pull the campaign up anyway, because we can still look at all the graphics and stuff there. Right?
Oh yeah, it's still up there.
Yeah, let me go ahead and show this because I want everybody to know if you missed out, I want everybody to know what you missed out on. And if you got it, lucky you. Good job. That's what I'm talking about. So go ahead and introduce yourselves. Tell everybody a little bit about how you got involved in this crazy world that we call comics. And just tell everybody a little bit about yourselves.
You want to go first?
No.
Okay.
I put you in the same spot last time. She said the exact same thing when you asked her. Want to go first?
Yeah, they should get a little more comfortable at this point. Well, okay. I'll go. Chris Elston, co-writer, co-creator of the publishing company Flash Delirium, and launched our main title, Rabbit's Badass Song. We both got backgrounds in film. Always had a love for comics. And we decided comics was what we wanted to pursue first. So we've been putting this together for quite a few years. We originally released our publishing company last year, with our short pop singer. That was like a little horror one shot about the rise and fall of a pop singer through, the Illuminati, a little supernatural horror tale. And that was the same team, artist Hilimate, and that was kind of our way to test the waters to see how the production would go on Rabbit. So we immediately went into production on Rabbit after Pop Singer. And that was the production was about a year on both. And we released Rabbit the end of last year in October. And we did, prior to that, we did a whole bunch of viral marketing. And, we did the first 2 issues ourselves. Going to issue 3, we decided to try out the Kickstarter route. And here we are.
Is your audio messed up?
I don't know. Is my audio messed up?
I was just saying, it's like for issue 3, I want to see you two do cosplay cover. I want to see him, and I want to see you two do a cover together in character of those 2 characters right there. And why get somebody else to do it when you can have the fun of doing it yourself? Oh, now I lost you. That's weird. Now I.
You hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Right, cool. Yeah, I know something going crazy. But no, just give a little heads up. There's some stuff coming. We got some stuff planned out with and start looking for things in the next couple weeks. Well, before I go any further, introduce yourself real quick.
Oh. Well, I'm Chassity Lassiter. I'm the other part of the co-writing team. And yeah, pretty much I got into comics because of him. And background is in film, but kind of like comics, making comics a little more. Yeah. So
here we are.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's all I got. I'm sorry.
But couple updates. We actually got our website's up and running now. We have a website people can go to check out. It's not a lot on it right now, but that's a good way to find all social media. If they didn't buy the books on the Kickstarter, there are issues available on that as well.
Oh,
just the first print.
Can we get that link? Can we get that link?
Sure. I can type. It's rabbitsbadasssong.com.
Oh, so you got the one you wanted. That's nice.
Yeah. Because originally we had back when we launched in last year, we had Flash Delirium LLC, but we had got somebody who we thought knew what they were doing to do the website, and it got botched. So after a while, when you try to click on the link, it redirected you to some Chinese third-party app that nobody knew what the hell it was, and it was to try to get it back was just too expensive and too insane. So we just closed it and we redid it as Rabbit's Badass Song. So
yeah, cool. Because I've seen all kinds of things happen to people's .coms if they had somebody else in charge of maintaining it.
Yeah, right? Well, lesson learned. So we went through GoDaddy. We paid extra money to get protection and all that. So it's worth.
Yeah, friends. I've had friends' stuff turn into porn sites in other countries.
It wasn't that bad. It was just like it redirected like some little stupid like bingo game or something. So it wasn't horrible.
No, it was really bad. I don't want to say the guy's name because I don't want everybody to like associate him to that, because that was what ruined it for him. He was like, man, I don't want my name associated with that. But they stole his actual name.com.
Oh yeah.
Redirected it to some Japanese porn site or something.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, as I said, like that's a heads up to anybody. Just do. It's not much. I mean, it's less than $100 just to do it the right, safe way. I say do it. It'll save you a lot of headaches.
Because it was like right when our SEO started to like.
Yeah, the SEO was getting pretty good on it. So
that's when they like stole it, and there were a lot of steps that I probably could have taken. But it was going to be a headache.
It was like right before we launched the Kickstarter too. It's like, the timing couldn't have been any better. So
yeah. Dang. That's 2 boys. That's 2 young boys up there kicking each other's butts. I'm just saying.
That's what they do.
They love it when I'm on the show because they can get away with pretty much anything.
Hey, that's right. I mean, that's what I would have done.
So if you guys don't know, you can also find Christopher obviously in the Madness. If you ever need to get a hold of him, you can find he's a member there. I'm pretty sure Chassity joined the group too, right?
I don't know.
But well, she has a Facebook. She hasn't been on Facebook in years. She's all about Instagram now. She's an Instagram.
Oh, okay. Well, I got an Insta over there too. So
yeah.
Okay.
You know, I don't. They don't let me share links. And what I do is share everybody's links.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's kind of, you know.
There is one way to share links to Instagram. In the story. If we do a story, it does allow you to do one hyperlink in the story.
I did not know that.
Yeah, check it out. So I mean, and literally, it's you know how to do the story. That can just be like a post or something. And then when you go, you'll see it. It's like stickers or something. I think you go to stickers, and it'll say like a link, and you click it, then you just paste your link in that, and just put it on the actual story.
Very nice. I did not know that. Now I can use Instagram a little more effectively.
Yeah.
I never see anybody else putting links there. It's just a picture. It's, you know, a picture.
I don't think a lot of people know. It took me a while to figure. I mean, you know, it's just one thing. I don't think a lot of people use it for that, or they knew. But yeah, it's there.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know till you just said something. So, you know, and it just seems to me, obviously, if I'd have seen people posting links there, I'd have asked somebody, hey, how do you do that? I can't remember seeing anybody else do it. So that's completely new to me.
Yeah, it's only a story. But, you know, because Instagram is one of those platforms, they really want to keep you on Instagram. They don't want you to go anywhere else. But, you know, they know, you know, they got to kind of like bend the rules a little bit. So,
well, I mean, look, if we can't use your platform for promotion, we're not going to use it much. I mean,
exactly.
Like me, you know, because I promote all you guys. I want to make sure I'm spending my time in a place where they're going to let me do that.
Right.
You know, and I'm not going to waste time in a place that won't. So, you know, right on. Thank you for that information. That
no problem.
Puts me in another place, man. Just gets more eyes on the prize. That's what I'm trying to do. So almost $7,000, bro.
Yeah, and a lot of that, there's, you know, we brought in people we knew, you know, friends and family, obviously, and we already had like a following already prior to this, you know.
With some of the stores we had been.
Yeah, and then some of the stores we had. But what was funny was I've been telling Chassity for a while, I said, hey, you know, you can like get on your platform and probably bring in a lot more than I can. So she finally started doing that on Instagram towards the end, and that's kind of what got us over that last bump. Was her followers.
I'm not gonna lie. Pretty Face sells comic books.
Always,
Chassity. It really does. It really, really does. You see people at cons that have a booth girl or whatever, and it draws people to their table, and they sell books. People that have cosplay covers and stuff like that. Those covers sell because people like that. Pretty Face sells comics. Pretty Face sells everything. You know how this works.
All day, every day. I told her, I mean, she can reach an audience I can never reach. And that's fine. I'm not mad at all. I mean, well, hey, as long as it works, I don't care.
Hey, if they want to empty their wallet and throw it your way,
that's right.
You know, I wish I could just sell stuff that way. I just smiling. Everybody buy everybody's book. It don't work for me.
I know, right? Oh, me either.
I try though. I try to be pretty, you know. But seriously, all the women I know that do comics pretty much sell comics.
Oh
You know, they're doing good. So by all means, get out there and be active in it. And you know how many different marketing models there are out there. You don't have to go overboard. There's plenty of great marketing models that just focus on a pretty face.
Yeah. I mean, that's all it takes. You don't got to do all the extra stuff, you know. I mean,
it's just hard for me, just because I'm not a very social person to begin with, I guess. So the whole social media thing, it's pretty hard for me.
Well, you're getting better at it. No, you're getting better at it. And
you go back and watch some of my early streams. Just go back and watch some of my early streams when I first started doing this and had no idea what I was doing. You become comfortable, you become comfortable talking to people. You become comfortable talking to people that are only responding in the chat, if at all. But mainly, like I say, you're selling a product. You don't have to be the sham wow guy. You don't have to be, but wait, there's more. But that shit works.
Oh, yeah.
That shit works, So you find the way that's comfortable for you to promote and to sell and market that, brand that, make it happen.
Right. And I'm glad you brought that up because, again, we got a plan for like the rest of this year and, going forward after, the fulfillment on Kickstarter.
Right.
We're gonna be doing a lot more like YouTube stuff. So we're gonna do more like her and I actually doing videos together, just talking about different things. We're gonna double down on Rabbit. A lot more Rabbit stuff. Because Rabbit is the brand. We're gonna really focus on him a lot more. That's one reason we're calling the website Rabbit's Badass Songs. We want people to know who he is. So we're going to keep on expanding, and we got a lot of good stuff coming. And not just the comic book, comic book is the part of it. We want people to know who he is as well, because that's what makes it survive.
As of October, he has been out 1 year.
Yeah.
So it'll be a 1 year mark in October.
And it does well. We've learned. We learned a lot just from putting the book out ourselves and the Kickstarter, what people like and what they're not really interested in. Fortunate enough, they like him. People seem to like the character and the mask and all that stuff, which what we want. That's great. So we're just going to focus more on that, which we already were, but even more now. We can like push the marketing and just merchandise more in that direction.
Oh yeah, you got to sell the masks, man. That's a Halloween mask for sure, right there.
Oh, like I said, we got some stuff coming. Like I said, I wish I can't tell everything right now, but we got some stuff planned out for the next couple months. You're gonna see a lot of shit.
Cool. Looking forward to it, man. You guys are killing it. I'm glad I met you guys. It hadn't even been that long,
Oh heck yeah, man! We're happy to be here, man. We're all in wanting to do the same thing. We all like the same stuff too. So,
well, it's like even if we don't, we all understand that, or at least most of us understand that. Even if it's something I don't like, I know somebody that does.
Right.
And I'm not doing them or you a service by not telling them about it.
Exactly. I agree. Speaking of that, I did want to let you know, we've been talking to Adam a lot, and that's a go. We've already worked some stuff out, so pretty soon, hopefully, he'll be putting some of the books out in the spinner racks and stuff over in the West Coast. So,
nice.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that was a very beneficial connection right there.
That's what this whole thing is about. Networking, helping you guys get your books out in places where people go buy them. I need to get my book on Adam's spinner racks.
I know. He's a good guy too. Real we talk on the phone and everything. Real nice guy. He's real upfront with everything. I really like, what I'm saying? It's good doing business with him.
And we're talking about comics mainstream distributing. Those guys, Adam is sweet. You guys, he's in the madness. You can check him out.
He's gonna be up there with Boom, but not Boom, but Diamond and Luna pretty soon. The way he's going,
he's actually, because of his model, he might do better. I
think so too.
In the end, because he's not just limiting himself to comic book stores.
Yeah, the whole dispensary thing is ingenious. You know what I'm saying? That's a really good idea.
Well, see, for me, it's like I'm looking at it like this guy can really niche. Okay, he can go all the head comics, all the weed and that kind of comics. He market those to the dispensaries and the kids comics and stuff like that. Maybe you get a cheaper print run of those and you market them to like a Dollar Trees or places where kids can afford stuff. Right.
Exactly.
And you make some mini books or whatever and you put them there. It's like he has an opportunity to really put books in places most people don't. And he started with dispensaries, and that's awesome.
Yeah, all right. And that's kind of going back to the old school way. Remember back in the day, you could go like your grocery store or 7-Eleven and get books and stuff. I think that's where it should be. I mean, I love the LCS, but I miss the days we used to go anywhere and get books, man. I think that's what helps keep people interested as well.
The drugstores, the supermarkets, every place had comic books when I was a kid. every place. And that's kind of what he is envisioning again, I hope, is to put them all back where they belong, man, everywhere.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I mean, I'm God bless for doing it. I really think it's gonna take off. I'm glad we were kind of on the, we're there with him from the beginning. So
yes, I got a few friends that are over there that I'm proud of the way that thing's taken off, and sometimes you take a chance on something. Like, Sam's, I think you sent him quite a few books since 47 Furious Tales has been working with Comics Mainstream. I think Sam's sent 3 different orders to him now.
Yeah, he actually did a video this morning about that. He was showing the books off, I think it's 3 issues, right? And he was showing he showed a quick little flip through
1, 2, and 3.
I
just got the issue number 3 and Necroholic from Sam the other day.
Oh, cool.
Sam's awesome. If I freeze every so often, it's because they still ain't fixed our Comcast lines out here after that storm last week. So it's like about every 20 minutes I go.
It's all good. It's wonky over here too.
Yeah, it's been crazy, man. All weekend we've been dealing with it. It's like, come on, man, you guys come out here and fix the line. It took them 3 days to get the power up, so
Jesus.
Oh man,
that's 3 days too long.
Yep. What's up, Pete? I'm live, bro. You're gonna have to watch the show. That might be a golf invitation for tomorrow morning. I hope it is. After all day, after 2-3 days in the chair, I need to go stretch the legs.
Yeah.
I heard you had my guy from the WWE on here the other day.
Oh man, we had a cameo by Jerry Lawler yesterday.
Yeah, Jerry Lawler.
Oh, really?
The King, Jerry the King, and it got better after that because Jason Conlon from the Dolls Kickstarter, Daughters of, he.
Oh, went out a little bit.
Did it go out?
Yeah, they give him a second. Marie said pause.
Stupid internet. See what I'm saying?
It's all good.
So Jason was there and he was walking around with his camera just showing who all was there. And Jerry was like, "Hi, how you doing?" And then later on, they talked, him and Jason, and he told Jason he'd love to come out, be on the show, talk to us. I guess they started talking and networked and they're going to do something together. And I'm like, man, I love this. I love this freaking business, dude. So we might get Jerry Lawler out here for a show here real soon. And talk, he's an artist as well.
Oh, he is? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, he does art. So I'm really kind of looking forward to that, man. So, Jason, if you're watching, I appreciate you, brother. Jason didn't even talk about his book during his time. He just walked around the floor of the con showing off, talking to people. And we got to interview, he interviewed Jeremy Mace, the guy who put together the G.I. Joe con. That's the one he was at Augusta, Georgia.
Oh, nice.
So, Daughters of Lord Satan. I got to give him a plug since he hardly talked about his book during his segment yesterday. Good stuff. And, man, I'd love to talk to Jerry for a little while.
Yeah, man. He was a wrestler in the prime, man. Back in the 90s. That was my era. The late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, and that's a boost we couldn't hurt. We couldn't be hurt from, because he'd be showing it to his fans too, right? So
that's right.
That's a boost that couldn't hurt us. I love networking, man. Especially between other podcasts and stuff like that, and you guys meeting other creators so that you can do crossover projects, whatever. I'll promote you if you promote me. That kind of stuff is huge in this, small market indies. There's a whole lot of cross promotion. That's kind of why I do what I do. Holy crap, we got the Walrus King backstage. Hold up. We got Rabbit's badass song and the Walrus. Cuckoo.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, how you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
James Rock. This is Chris Elston and Chassity Lassiter, and they are the creators of Rabbit's badass song. And
Yeah, I've seen some stuff on this. Looks great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I like to introduce everybody, because like just I was just talking about, you never know when somebody will click and there'll be a little networking gets accomplished because of CroM Con. I love being the instigator of extra creation or more creation. I love that. So
That's what it's all about at the end of the
so
day.
Chris, this is James. Chastity, this is James. James, this is Chris Chastity.
James.
Nice to meet you
And
guys.
this is their badass song. So what's it like knowing now that you're going forward that you have locked in a little distributorship type of a deal? And I mean, you're a little bit excited about where this is going to go now?
Just making moves. For me, I want to think about what's to do next. Like awesome, we hit the goal. We got to go. Okay, what I got to do next? To keep the momentum going and just to keep people.
A little bit of anxiety.
Well, keep people interested. I'm just thinking about if tomorrow you told me, all right, Image Comics gave us like a 6-figure, that'll never happen. But he would give me like a 6-figure deal to do the book. All right, great. I still got to put the book out. I'm never at a point where I can sit back and chill. It's always about keeping it going and what to do next.
Cool. Do you have any other plans, like outside of comics but related to the character?
Right now, there's always been talks. We ever got to the point where we could do like an animation or like, we would consider. Live action, I don't see that happening anytime soon. We actually, with the film crew we have now, we could do like a independent, like short for it, but I just don't think it's worth it to do right now. I'd rather just focus on the book and just like, getting people familiarized with the character. So 10 years from now, that, it'll be, people will be familiarized enough with it to do those things.
Right. Video game or tabletop game? What do anything like that?
There's no shame. I have no shame in marketing this thing. I'll put the money on underoos if I have to. Whatever. Say, hey.
And Chassity right there going, I ain't modeling them. I ain't doing it.
But this is a universe, though. There are other characters and stuff that we have to expand upon. So when it's all said and done, this book itself has a beginning, middle, and end. In between that are other books. So it'll probably be, when it's all said and done, about 6 titles? About 6 or 7 titles, and they all kind of tie together, wrap the whole story up. So yeah.
Cool. I like that. Looking forward to where this goes, my friend.
Oh yeah, it goes places. I can tell you that.
Now you got the open line to us here. Anytime you got something you want to come out, announce, talk about, whatever, hit me up. I got you. It's that simple, bro. And
appreciate it.
And then we just pass you guys around like a fatty. You've seen it. You know how it is. You did get out on RJ's show, right?
Yeah, the RJ. Yeah, we got on there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because that's another part of what we're trying to do is make sure we get you in front of as many different audiences as possible.
This month we were pretty much every week. I think we were on like somebody's show, right? I can't remember all of them. I got them mostly saved on my queue and YouTube. But yeah, we were pretty active.
Good. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Let us know when you're ready to do whatever comes next.
Oh yeah.
Pops, I got to put on my headdress. Hold on, sorry. There we go.
Oh, nice.
So the walrus.
See, I just told you guys you didn't need to do a cosplay cover for Badass or for Rabbit. So you can see this guy gets all the way into it.
I am the Walrus King.
Oh, it's great. I love it. Christopher, Chassity, always great talking to you. Look forward to the next time I get to talk to you.
Oh, absolutely. Good talking to you too. So
Great meeting you guys.
Nice
great
meeting
meeting you too.
Go check it out. rabbitsbadasssong.com. Get you a book or two and get caught up. You know what I'm saying. Good seeing you. Peace.
All right, guys.
Pops, how you been?
Mr. Rock, what's happening, man? God, it's a great fucking name. I'm just saying. And I don't mean because of The Rock. I mean because of Rock. You know what I'm saying.
Well, you know, rock hard 95% of the time. It's the way you got to rock.
Solid. You know what's up. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good, man. I'm good. We're $30 away from hitting 2K on the campaign. 15 days left? 14 days left before we go on in demand, and at that point we'll be going to the printers and getting the book out. So exciting days.
Gotta love the words "going to the printers," don't you?
Yeah, there's only a few pages left now to produce. So the second the campaign's done, we're just going to be finalizing all the art, and yeah, probably within a week or two of that happening, of the campaign closing, off to the printers it goes.
Now, my co-host, he's dealing with a little issue right now, but he loves the name of your book because he uses the term all the time. How are you, magnificent bastards? You know. So, tell us a little bit about Magnificent Bastard while I find it.
Yeah, so Magnificent Bastards is the story of Montgomery Chester Williams, who is a bit of a bastard himself, and it's the first issue is the story of how he comes into meeting an interdimensional walrus named Lucy, and begins skipping across the multiverse in the discovery that he may just be the most important man in existence.
The most important man. That would be a heavy burden to bear, don't you think?
Yeah, well, it's really the question, you know, when you're supposed to be the hero and you don't want to be. What's the outcome?
Yeah. Montgomery Chester Williams is a bastard, you. And here's a 42-page story all about him. So, last time you were on, I gave up the walrus line, and you were like, "No, Pops, not yet."
Yeah, there's been many a discussion. You know, there's still a bit of mystique and mystery behind the book because we don't want to spoil the surprise of you know what a wild ride this is. There is quite a lot of interesting aspects to the book, but you know it is everything a young boy needs. You know, drugs, sex, rock and roll, blood, gore, profanity. So it is an adult-oriented book, mature reader, but you know, if that's up your alley, you'll thoroughly enjoy it.
Cool. Well, you know, I love the way it sounds. Now, hold on. I got to go back up here real quick. This has funded. It's got 50 backers. It needs 50 more. All right.
That would be nice.
50 more. All right. What? Halfway through, you're at 50, so you got halfway to go. You need 50 more. Real simple math, everybody. Let's get this one to 100 backers just so that we can go, yeah, Pops was right. 100 backers.
So you can all be magnificent bastards together.
Yes. And you can all be magnificent bastards #1. You can all be the best magnificent bastard you possibly can.
And keep in mind, when it comes to the price tag, it is in Canadian pesos. So, you know, it is much cheaper for my American brothers to grab a copy.
Yeah. You see down here, $8, not 10. Okay. 23, not 30. Yes, indeed. We got a lot of friends up there in Canada. We deal with the different shipping and all that, you know, so many different weird things going on right now. But you notice all these tiers have a different name, obviously. You have the Magnificent Bastard, which gives you a whole bunch of stuff, right? That's like your deal.
Yeah, so that's 2 copies of the book for both covers. Everything that I'm putting out, like all physicals, are going to be signed, by the way, no matter the tier. You also get a I Heart Walrus pin, the Broken Compass Comics pin, a bookmark, an exclusive Lucy the Walrus art print, and a digital copy.
Cool.
For
So
$47 USD.
47.
What a deal.
Shipping worldwide out of Canada. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that's so we have been talking about doing a second chance campaign like a little bit later, at which point it will only be available to North America, probably outside of dependent on the number of backers, because there are ways now within the community to kind of get books overseas a little bit easier, but we do have something set up for the backers that are outside of North America, so don't worry, you will be fulfilled.
I was just like talking about like just getting them from there to here to the U.S. is kind of.
It's not as bad as you'd think from Canada. It's not that crazy.
I mean, the one like the ones I think that I got from Sam was like $25 for shipping or something. And that was the cost. That was, I mean, it was right there on the package. It wasn't like he was getting anybody or anything. It's like. And he's like, man, I want to move right down near the border so I can just walk them across and give them to my friend to ship out everywhere, because, man, it's killing him shipping down here.
Yeah, well, I have certain things set up to make it cheaper, so for myself. So
you have a hub down here or somebody handling it for you down here.
Yeah, and I might be able to walk across the border.
There you go. See? And that's, look, however you got to beat these guys. You beat them, you don't let them just keep making everything worse on us little guys.
That's the way.
So you work together and you work your way around it. That's one of the reasons I back RJ and what he's doing at Critical Blast, because it's all about trying to make shipping cheaper for the fans.
Yep.
A lot of people don't look at it that way. They're like, oh, he's like trying to make money off all these campaigns. It's like, no, he's trying to make shipping cheaper for the fans. So that that creator can say right there in the campaign, look, it's only going to cost you this much to ship because we're going through Critical Blast. You see, it's for the fans, It's a service I'm going to take advantage of. I'm going to have RJ fulfilling my campaign just because that's one headache I don't have to worry about. And he'd probably get it to you cheaper than I could because he knows all the logistics involved. I'd be like,
oh no, Pops froze. So here we're looking while Pops is frozen at the beautiful interiors by Samir Sameo.
I'm like,
you're back there, Pops?
I'll freeze up about every 20 minutes, man. I freeze up for about 10 seconds. It's crazy. They still ain't fixed the cable lines out here after the storm last week.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I've been dealing with that ever since the power came back on. Sketchy internet connection, Comcast, sketchy.
Sketchy times.
So tell everybody a little bit about where the story goes. I love this kind of art. This it's like kind of like caricature art, but it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's very it's like animated series style art is what I say. Yeah. It's meant to be a little bit more on the animated series side, just for the feel of it, because it is a very cinematic book. So that feeling is a little bit important to me. But yeah, so that's page 1 right there that you're looking at, and that's the opening of the story is Monty falling to his death.
Nice. That's one way to start a magnificent bastard book. Let's just off the first guy we meet. Now this is obviously the neighborhood arms dealer.
Yeah, so that's Shady. He's the shadiest man in town.
Oh, he's even got the right name. Shady.
Shady. Yeah. So, due to circumstances that unfold in the book, Monty ends up robbing a bank, which kind of sets off a series of events that lead him to the Walrus.
I love these characters right here. Double Dutch. I like Double Dutch. That's my girl right there.
Yeah.
So, what are these all like recurring members in the story? Are they going to, are they going to be around for a little while? We're going to get to know them.
They do show up now and again, so they are recurring.
Cool. So give us the reason. This is why you need to buy this book. Give us that the pitch we can't deny. The offer, that's too good to be true. The one that you have to grab. Right. Tell us why. This is it.
Well, I mean, I feel that this is a book that is going to reach a wide variety of audiences. It is very much in the vein of, classic 80s and 90s movies. I do describe it as kind of like Goodfellas meets Back to the Future meets Doctor Who. So, it does have a lot of dark humor in there. And of course the interiors look absolutely beautiful, but this is the start of a series that is going to be very mind altering in its nature, and a super wild ride that you're not going to want to miss. And it has walruses in it.
Walruses. And is the gorilla on the cover actually in the book? Who's he? Who's the gorilla?
I'm not going to say who it is, but I can confirm that there is a monkey in this book.
There's a monkey. Obviously, it looks like there's a pig.
Well, yeah, there is.
What's really going on here, man? I need to know. I mean, it's like we got zoo animals and farm animals, and what's up? What's really going on here, Jay?
Well, a lot of the story and a lot of the captioning is Monty's inner thought pattern, because he's a very scarred individual with certain level of mental issue, and he does equate society to the animal kingdom. He looks at the predator and prey mentality of the human race, literally. So yeah, he does. It kind of goes off in his imagination sometimes, and there's other stuff going on there as well. That there might be some talking monkey that show up.
That leads to the planet of the apes. You can't do that. That's a direct line to simian control of Earth. You can't use that one. Talking pig, that's cool. Talking monkey, you already know the path that leads down.
Pigman leads to Seinfeld. Talking monkeys leads to Planet of the
Apes. Talking walrus leads to 51st dates.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I like
you
it.
Sure didn't think your book was going there, did you?
That's the least offensive conversation that's been had about the book.
Scheduling.
Yeah, of course.
So, first 100 backers will receive an exclusive art print with their order. We need 100 backers, yo. But if there's only 99, you still get one.
Yeah, we'll probably still do it if it's just 99. That's no matter what, everybody's the art prints are coming. So, but yeah, it would be nice if we ran out.
And there's add-ons. Buy a beer for a bastard. What kind of shit is that? You're gonna be standing out on the corner going, buy my book so I can drink beer.
Well, that's just a fun way if you want to tip us.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Or if you just want to buy a beer for when I'm on stream, so I could be extra surly.
Or look, I like the warm bastard hoodie, but if you give them something to keep them warm, that makes them nice, right?
We only have, I think, 4 left of that, of the warm bastard. So, and just so everybody knows, once we go on to in demand, the sweaters will not be available anymore.
All right.
So that's the one thing that's going to be unavailable. Once that goes, it's just going to be the books from that point on.
All right, we're a people of credit, so the logo was done by Jesse Haddam.
Fantastic artist. I highly recommend anybody needs logo work, look him up.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I like that. And of course, James, the writer creator, riding the walrus. What's up with riding the walrus, bro?
Well, it is an interdimensional walrus. The walrus is kind of like the DeLorean, Back to the Future. You know, it is a mode of transport. Character. She's a character and a mode of transport, all in one.
Oh, it's Lockjaw. I like it. Okay. And your illustrator and inks, Samir Samoa?
Simeo. Fantastic guy and awesome work being done by him. Rob Cronenborgs is doing colors. He also did the alternative cover B, which is an homage to the poster to Back to the Future. And cover A is done by Todd Kale, who is just absolutely blew that one away. It's a very fun cover.
Cool. Rob Cronenborgs?
Yeah, you got it.
All right. Yeah, sometimes I get them right. Your colorist, Todd Kale, did that one. Which cover? The gorilla cover?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So we all know what the risks and challenges are. Getting them out there to the people and making sure they're happy.
Yeah.
And getting the word out, of course, which is why you're here and what I do. I like when people include that in their campaign because it's a huge part of it, man. It's like if nobody sees it, how are they going to buy it?
Yeah, that's it.
You know, we got to have that kind of networking where everybody's talking about what each other's doing. So 50 backers, yo, we need more. I'm just saying, everybody go check this one out. The link is right there. I'm wondering, we must be going against a whole, we're all lit up again on the internet tonight. Luke and good stuff, and everybody's out here tonight again. So we'll get trickles of people running in and out because there's so many other streams going on right now. That's what usually happens on the weekends, though. You know, the first segment's pretty clean. We get a lot of traffic. The second segment, we get a lot of replay views. Yeah. Because there's so much other stuff going on.
There's so much going on in the community right now. So lots going on.
You know, we still get our close to 100 views for every show within a day or two. So we're doing all right. When it comes to CroM Con, that's what we're trying to do is build that viewer base, get more people watching and sharing and retweeting and all that. Just found out how to do links on Instagram.
Oh, wicked.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know you could do that.
I still don't know how to do anything like that at all.
I didn't know you could on Instagram. That's why I don't use it much. But I do have a pretty decent following over there now that I know how to drop links. Oh, game changer. You see what I'm saying? You know, so one more platform we get to promote on. Can't beat it. What is it that you want people to get out of this the most? I mean, is it funny? Is it what is it that you're really trying? What emotion are you trying to evoke from your fan base?
It is a mixture because it is kind of like a sci-fi fantasy comedy, but you know, I think every good comedy does have its dark moments and its sad moments, and you know, it could still be funny but have a message. And you know, this one does have message of kind of the existential crisis of what makes a person who they are, and kind of what is the meaning of life when you become that person. Like what's your destiny. So that's kind of the message behind the book. And can you change your destiny? Can you become a better person? So lots of messages in there, but housed in a funny wild ride involving walruses, monkeys, and bastards.
Can't complain about that. I might be doing my Sunday shows from a different location next weekend, but I just want everybody to know the shows will go on. They don't, unless we don't got power, our shows go on. Having some things planned out I'm trying to accomplish and whatnot. Sometimes it means I have to change up my scheduling, but we still make sure the show goes on. Where do you have like any live appearances, con appearances, anything like that coming up?
Nothing live. I'm constantly on shows now, so
Right.
I'm sure people will see me around. No live appearances set for this year. Maybe in the back end of the year, but I didn't really plan anything for this year. Next year, definitely there'll be some live appearances.
Nice.
We're kind of working it out because we have another book that is going to be coming out from a different creator this year as well. So kind of the focus has been on getting Bastards out, and then this next property, getting that out, and then from there we'll start planning for 23 and getting the booths going and all that jazz.
Nice. It's always the next obvious progression. You got a stack of books that you got to sell now. So,
Yeah.
Do you already have in mind what kind of print run you're going to do, or are you waiting to see what final numbers are before you decide how many to print?
Kind of in both camps. We do have a general idea of what we're going to do for the first edition version of the book. Because as I said, we will probably down the line be doing a second chance campaign, and that's probably going to be a different cover altogether. Because we want to make sure that this first edition means first edition. Like whoever got it, and that's it.
That's the way you got to do it. For us collectors, we want to know: can we get that first print, that first edition, first print? That's the one I want. Yeah,
Well, that's why I know which one you're grabbing there, Pops. I know you're going for the Magnificent Bastard when you're back.
Yes, as long as I just make a little money before it closes.
I know you want both those covers, though. I know how you are with your collecting your books.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's so many people that send me way more than I would ever expect. Okay, like Brian Kriskow. I backed 6-Gun Gorilla #8, and that's all I backed. I didn't no add-ons, no extra nothing, and he sent me 1 through 8. All the floppies, not the trade, sent me all the floppies because he knows I'm a collector. I didn't ask for all that. I can't.
Oh, Pops, we lost you. I think Pops is articulating that 6-Gun Gorilla is a fantastic book.
Yes, and I'll be promoting what Brian does forever. That was what I said next. You can't express, your thanks for that kind of stuff. I backed a book. I didn't ask him for anything, and he sent me all the books so that I could totally be caught up on the story going forward. And so you can't beat that, So, man, are you ready for this, James?
I'm always ready for everything and anything.
I mean, seriously, you have to be ready for this because this is one of the highlights of my CroM Con weekend every month. All right. Every month, almost every month since we started doing this, I've got to hang out with Mike freaking Barron for a half hour. And you get to meet him right now.
Hey, Mike.
Hi, James.
Nice to finally meet. How's it going, buddy?
Likewise, it's going good.
Glad to hear.
So what do you think of this, Mike?
Beautiful background of yours.
Yeah, I know. Badger, Florida man, look at all that awesome stuff back there. That green screen's cool. What do you think of this, Mike?
I'm just seeing it for the first time.
It's pretty cool, huh? Magnificent bastards. And there is a walrus.
What's it about, James?
So it's about an interdimensional walrus and a bastard, and their adventures together, discovering the secrets of the universe. I guess that's the easiest way of putting it.
That's good.
It's an interdimensional walrus, kind of like a lockjaw or something like that.
That's a good title too. Interdimensional walrus.
Yeah, Mike. It's pretty much as I described it to most people. It's Goodfellas meets Back to the Future meets Doctor Who. It's about the main character, Montgomery Chester Williams, whose life is kind of going in the toilet in certain respects, and he ends up meeting this interdimensional walrus and discovers he's probably the most important being in the entire universe, whether he likes it or not.
Is the walrus a font of wisdom?
The walrus, Lucy's kind of a mode of transportation, but also a main character.
Are you in Canada?
I am.
I love it. He said, yes, he is. That's good. Mike, I've been having connection issues, so about every 20 minutes I freeze for about 10 seconds. So if I just freeze up on you, don't freak out.
I'll try to fill the space.
Yeah, I know you can. Basically, when you come out, I just shut the hell up.
I might recite an epic poem.
You have what?
I might recite an epic poem.
Oh, dude. Look, Mike Barron Poetry Hour.
I do have an epic poem.
You do?
Yeah, I do. You want to hear it?
Well, of course I do. This your premiere. This is the thing.
It's called The Ballad of Garrison Gland. Walk around me where I stand. My name is Garrison Gland. Come see me in my studio. Please, no drink or foodio. The muse doth I pursudio. Convention I repudio. Like that song by you-know-who-dio. The one called Su-Su-Sudio. My manner may seem crudio. My intentions are not ludio. You'll find no vulgar nudio in my studio on the sand. There simply is no comparison to any other Garrison.
I love it.
Bravo. Bravo.
Now, how long did you work on this, Mike?
Years and years.
Years? Okay. You've been slowly adding?
Probably 15 minutes.
The song reference?
By that guy from the Phil something.
Bill Collins? That guy?
Yeah, thank you.
I love it. Good stuff. Mike, you got so much stuff going on all the time that it's like there's no point in me asking questions. I just have to turn you loose. What do you got going on this week?
I'm finishing up my coming-of-age novel called Sea Wolves, and it's a private commission for a fellow who has an organization called Sea Wolves, which takes in boys from broken families and tries to teach them how to be men by teaching them sailing. And it's a novel about the three boys who show up in northern Wisconsin and meet each other for the first time, and their adventure in learning how to sail, and the things they learn about sailing and about themselves. But I'm very proud of it, and I think that once my patron has published it, he's given me permission to seek a regular publisher, and I might do that. But that's not comics. Right now we're gearing up for Private American.
Hold up, because you inspired a question. Have you ever been sailing, Mike?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to know, is it a life experience or a research project?
Well, when I've been sailing, it was mostly for fun.
Well, yeah, but
and
it's
I
still
learned
life
how
experience.
to sail
You
on
know
a lake with a tiny boat. And anybody can sail on a lake with a tiny boat. You just figure it out. You just keep playing with the wind and the rudder and the sail until you get the angle you want, and you can pretty much return to where you started, unless there's a gale force wind blowing. A couple of years ago, a friend of mine enticed me onto a 32-foot boat to go sailing in the Atlantic. And that wasn't so much fun.
A little different.
And I'm no great sailor. I have been sailing, and I have piloted a sailboat successfully, and I've piloted a sailboat unsuccessfully. But the guy who hired me to write this novel, he is an expert sailor, and later this year I'll be joining him in Wisconsin to go sailing in Lake Superior.
Dude, that lake's right over here.
I know. We might sail over and say hello.
Dude, I would.
Are you on the lake?
We're on the east side of Lake Michigan, actually.
Oh, all right.
You know, but that lake's still right over there. We just go to UP, and that lake's right there, right?
Sure. I've been to the UP, been camping there, love it.
Gentlemen, I have a young lady to put to bed. My daughter needs to be put to sleep, so I need to bow out. But Mike, absolute honor to meet you finally.
Thank
Pops,
you, sir.
always a pleasure. Ladies and gents, please go back, Magnificent Bastards. As I said, 14 days left till we go on demand. Every little bit helps, and I appreciate it. And thanks for having me, Pops.
Anytime, man. Anytime you got something new to talk about or updates or anything, let me know. We'll get you out here, bro.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right, peace. Mr. Mike, what are we going to talk about? Which one? I mean, I know you sent me a little
Private American.
Private American. All right.
Yeah,
so
that's going to be our next crowdfunding campaign. We're going to start at the end of July. The artist by Richard Bonk.
All right. Let me pull this up and show everybody
Bonk
what you sent me here.
Also illustrated the next graphic novel, which they will be publishing next year. Let me send you a larger version of the cover.
Okay. You all know our friend Mike Barron. He needs no introduction. We're talking about Florida Man, Badger, Nexus, Thin Blue Line, the original writer of Punisher, for Christ's sake. This is the guy. That's all I need to say. This is the guy. If you ain't watching what Mike's doing, you just ain't paying attention.
Okay, there it is. Here's a bigger version of the cover. What is Private American? It's everything Captain America should be, but isn't. It's everything the Punisher should be, but isn't. When we first meet Private American, he's on the southern border. Now, if writers who are dealing with the characters I mentioned were thinking about it, that's where they would put the Punisher. It's there. You can't ignore it. I've always snatched stories from the headlines. I don't preach. My number one goal is to entertain, and I never lose sight of that fact. There are no lectures. There are no screeds. I will entertain you. You will gasp at the action. It's magnificent. And you'll gasp at the story because we're just going to knock the socks off this thing. It's already written, and Richard is blazing through it. Nice. And I'm sure the book is going to be finished by the time we solicit, just as Thin Blue Line was. By the way, Florida Man, the comic, which is taken from the graphic novel, appears in comic book stores next month on July 27th, if you're interested. And we're gearing up for the second Florida Man graphic novel, which is even funnier than the first. I'm really excited about this one. And it's called Hogzilla. And it's Gary versus 1,000-pound feral hog. You may have seen the cover, but if you haven't, let me show it to you again. Pat Broderick did it. And Pat, of course, is working on Bronze Star. That's Pat and my creation. And Pat has already fully finished, penciled and inked over 30 pages. But Pat's very busy during the convention season. He goes to every con. So he's only able to get to around 2 pages a day, 2 pages a week. at this stage. But the con season is going to be over soon. He's going to be hitting it hard, and that'll be the third thing we offer this year. I also wrote the Cyber Hornets comic, and I don't know where you can get that because Cyber Hornets is an NFT. And they're offering the comic as an NFT, and all you have to do is Google Cyber Hornets. It'll take you to that. And the comic is a screen. Ben Herrera is the artist. He's done an incredible job. Let me show you the cover of that too. I think I got that.
Now is that like taking a shot at Ethan's villains over there?
No.
You know, he's got the cyber frog that fights the race of evil hornets.
Well, no, I didn't create Cyber Hornets.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is not the good cover. This is a cover. Let me find the good cover. Yeah.
Well, there's one. There's one cover.
Yeah, that's not the cover we want. Let me see. The Ben Herrera cover is amazing. Ben has been around. He's worked for Marvel and DC. He's a superb artist. I'm digging. It'll be here in a minute. Oh, also, my book Domain is about to be published by Wordfire Press. It's my fourth horror novel. People don't know I write horror novels. And Domain is the ultimate haunted house story. It's about a house in Los Angeles that was designed by an insane architect. And those who have read my graphic novel, The Architect, know the guy. It's the same character, except this book is a much deeper and more frightening experience because you can do things in a novel that you just can't do in a comic. I love comics, but they're the worst medium for horror. The best medium for horror is the novel and the movie. And the novel, because you can completely control a person's emotions with words if you're good at it and suck them into that world completely to the exclusion of all else. And that's one problem a comic has is when you're reading that comic, you're acutely aware that it's just pictures on paper and you can set it down at any moment. And when you come to the big reveal of the monster, and we've all done that. And I always think of Bernie Wrightson's werewolf in the original Swamp Thing. And you look at it and you think, wow, that's a nice werewolf. But does it scare you? No, it doesn't, because it's a drawing on paper and you're admiring the craft of the art, but you're not really scared. Whereas in a book, a good wordsmith can create an atmosphere that'll make you jump. And anybody who's read a really scary novel knows what I'm talking about. And a movie, it has added advantages because a movie controls the pacing, the lighting, and most importantly, the sound. And you don't realize how important sound is in horror.
Oh, yeah, it's a mood.
Yeah, until you watch something like The Exorcist, and the first time you hear the voice of the monster, I mean, it just creeps you out. And also those sounds that you hear, thump, the bump, things that go bump in the night. For those of you who've seen Silence of the Lambs, one of my favorite movies, you know that Clarice goes into this old locker, this storage locker, looking for a clue. And the door to the locker is stuck. It won't open up. So she gets the jack from her car and she pumps it up. And that's how, and she only gets it up about 2 feet off the ground. And then she slides under and starts looking for stuff. And while she's looking for stuff, you hear this whack. And it's the door slamming shut. And if you're aware of that, you know what's going on, then you appreciate what they can do.
I got bumped again. Stupid internet. I hate the internet right now, Mike. I hate
the internet. There's Cyber Hornets. I just sent you the regular cover.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah,
I see that. Okay.
Cyber Hornets will make you laugh. Thank you, Christopher.
I was just going to say, do you know about Brian Kriskow's horror show that he does?
No, but I have all copies of Six Gun Gorilla.
Yeah, me too. He does. He has a channel, right? That they do a show every week. They highlight a horror film. Okay, they decide earlier in the week this is the one we're going to talk about this week on the show. It's Tuesday nights. The Horror Club is what it's called on YouTube, and it's him and Matt Burke and myself and sometimes Sim, and we talk about the movie of the week.
Great.
And it's, horror movie. I think we did Exorcist 3 last week.
That's a masterpiece.
Yeah. Brian knows his horror movies, man. He's always picking beauties for it.
Yeah, most people don't know about Exorcist 3, but it's just a brilliant movie. Just brilliant. One of my favorites.
I'll send you the link to the show so you can watch it on Tuesday if you like it.
Okay.
Then, we'll send you the link. You can join us. Chime in when you want on the ones you like,
And for those who are interested in my horror novels, I'd like to recommend Banshees, which is about a satanic rock band that comes back from the dead, and Scorpio, which is about a ghost who only appears under a blazing sun. And both of those will scare the crap out of you. I guarantee it.
Where do we find these books, Mike?
On Amazon. Here, let me send you the covers.
Yeah. Or the link, just so that we can let people know this is where you go get these Mike Barron horror books. It's all about everything you're doing, not just your comics. That's, me, Mike. I want to promote it all.
You know me. One of these days we've got to be free. Hang on a second. I'll send you that.
There's a good possibility we could be doing this show from the floor of a Comic-Con next month, Mike.
What con?
Savannah, Georgia.
Great.
If this happens and it's successful and stuff, then maybe we'll look at doing something a little bit out there, maybe where you're at, and get a chance to meet you. I really would love that.
That'd be great, Pops. Okay, sent you the link to Banshees, sending you the link to Scorpio.
All right, cool.
And both of these are published by Wordfire Press, and that's Kevin J. Anderson's outfit. And if you don't know who Kevin J. Anderson is,
I do.
You're probably not a big sci-fi fan, but Kevin J. Anderson writes the Dune novels, among many books.
He did more than that. He wrote Clockwork Angels with Rush.
Right. That's right.
He's done some Star Wars. Kevin's been all over the place, man. I'm a longtime fan of his work.
Yeah, and one of the best Batman novels, which was Enemies and Friends. It was about Batman and Superman's first meeting.
Yep. All good stuff, man. Let me see now. Let me grab this link. American Banshees. All right. 4.8 out of 5. Hey, you other two, you other 0.2, you suck. No. Y'all ain't allowed to say stuff like point. Oh yeah. Really good looking. Yeah, nice reviews. Looks good. Let me pull this up real quick. People need to see this too. You guys, if you're not familiar, I said something earlier. I was talking about how Mike Barron's all over my collection. And when I first met you, I had no idea you were in so many different filing cabinet drawers and boxes, and you know what I mean? You were all over the place.
I am. I'm all over the place.
You're just one of the workingest guys in comics. So what we got right here, Mike Barron's Banshees. Yeah. Mike Barron is like Quentin Tarantino on paper. Kevin said that. Nice. Yep. Very nice. Now, did you model these guys after anybody in particular, or was it just...
No. I was inspired by heavy metal and satanic rock bands, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica. But the story was original out of my own head with all the influences I've absorbed over the years. I'm like a sponge. Mm-hmm. And then, you start writing something and you make your characters real, and they become more and more real. And when they become fully fleshed, at some point they turn around and tell you what they're going to do next, which is how a lot of my stories happen. Is once I create the character dictates what he's going to do next. so they have a say in the plot. I always say that a writer has to surprise himself before he can surprise anyone else. And I'm always surprising myself.
Dude. And I've told people this many times. It's like Mike Barron is a thinking man's writer. If you read something that Mike wrote and you don't go back and read it 2 or 3 times, you're not a thinking man. I'm just saying, because
my first goal is to entertain, and I never lose sight of that fact. But I'm glad you feel that way, Pops. I've reread books by some of my favorite novelists over the years.
I mean, the paragraph. I mean, I just got done reading that paragraph, and I'm like, wait a minute, I know I missed something, and I go back and I have to read it again, right? And sometimes with your writing, and I like to say it's layered. Sometimes there's more than 1 or 2 layers to a single sentence.
That's true.
You make me think. Hi, Ann. What's up?
This is a piece of cheese.
Yeah, I need to come up.
Hi, Ann.
Come on, Fred. Come on.
Can you see him?
No, I can't see him.
Ow, ow. There you go. It's the whole family.
All right.
Sorry, interrupting your commercial. Did you give him the food?
Yeah, you got the food.
That's all right.
A lot of work for a tiny piece of cheese.
He's like, did you have to put me up here to give me that?
No.
Hell, I got one that won't get in my lap, and one that's all he does. You've seen Zeus come up here and just crawl right up in my lap or on my line. It's like, geez, big ass dog, get off me.
Have you seen the lip? I'll show you the lip.
The lip?
Yeah, I'm sending you the lip right now. Hang on 1 second. Where's the lip?
Was that Mac?
Yeah. Where is it? The lip. Wait.
Oh, you mean when laying up down? Yeah, I remember.
There's the lip. Now talk about horror. Show that to your guests.
This is everybody get ready now. Prepare yourself. Okay. It's to educate as well as entertain.
That's right.
All right. Mike gets it. Here we go.
The lip.
That's a smile, bro. That's a grin. I am so comfortable. Somebody's probably rubbing my belly right now.
Yeah, she came with the house.
Oh man, that's great. Good stuff. Something else that's good stuff that everybody should be plenty aware of by now, because man, I swear to God, we went out of our way to make sure the world heard about this one, didn't we, Mike? We went out of our way to make sure the whole freaking world heard about Thin Blue Line. No matter who was trying to shut us up, we didn't let it happen, bro.
Right. We submitted Thin Blue Line to every regular publisher, and some of the responses were, fuck you, fuck the police, eat shit and die. These are from
yeah, good real publishers, like people that are supposed to be like representing us in the comic industry, right? Horrible people. But look, like I said, there's nothing anybody's ever going to do or tell me to convince me not to promote anything that you do.
Well, thanks, Pops. I hope that everything I do is worthy of your promotion.
Dude, I mean, everything that I've seen so far, what can I tell you? I got Little McGirt. I got some Nexus. I got some Badger. I got some Punisher. I got some Florida Man. I ain't been disappointed whether it was a novel or a graphic novel or a comic book. If it's got Mike's name on it, I'm probably going to promote the hell out of it, whether I've read it or not, just because I know that you're not going to sell people something that's not worthy of the time you put in.
That's right. This is one of the bright spots in my life is I think my writing is getting better.
Dude, I'm not going to say your writing back in the day wasn't good. it was
Well,
great.
there were a number of titles that I would like to recall if I had the ability. That we're
Well,
talking like 35 years ago, and
yeah.
But overall, I'm pleased with my body of work.
Dude, you have an amazing body of work. And the thing is that since I met you, we've known each other 2.5, 3 years, right? Now since I've met you, I've seen you just getting, like I say, you got your fingers in everybody's pie. You know, you're working on this, you're working on that, you're working on that, you're working on that. You got the Western coming out. You got the real Captain America coming out now. You have the thing with RJ that you're doing, The Devil You Know Better.
Oh,
It's
that was
like,
just a short story, but I'm happy with it.
so it does that matter. The point is, Mike Barron's doing everything all the time. That's what I'm talking about. You never stop, bro.
Well, thank you.
Well, there's one right there that's not a superhero book that did almost 100,000 on Indiegogo, and I think over 100,000 on Kickstarter, right, Mike?
Well, the combined amount was over 100,000.
Okay, so what did you do on Kickstarter?
Oh, I don't know. I think 40,000.
Okay, so 135,000. That's pretty good for a not superhero book that everybody was trying to be mad about.
But the funny thing is that 20 years ago, a story like this wouldn't cause anybody to raise an eyebrow. But in today's atmosphere, there's so many irresponsible, childish voices calling for defunding the police. It was toxic to a good portion of the entertainment consuming community.
Yes.
The entertainment creating community. I think most people will agree that you're either for the rule of law or you're not. And without the rule of law, there can be no civilization.
That's what I'm saying. The people who aren't for the rule of law aren't really. They don't care about you. They don't care about you if they don't care about laws that protect people.
Nope.
So now look, I've been on both sides of the police issue. I was a young rowdy, got arrested a bunch of times, got beat up by cops. That doesn't mean I haven't met cops that I completely respect and know that they're doing the job that they actually signed up for.
Right.
There's
about the good cops. It's not about the bad cops, and I know there are bad cops out there.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, I don't come out there and we need to defund the police because there's some bad cops out there. It is a thin blue line because it's hard to cross. Okay, it's hard to. You guys know you've all had a best friend that's done something that you were like, man, that's kind of questionable, but it's hard to cross the line on your friend. Okay, and there are police out there that. Do you remember the book Serpico, Mike?
You bet.
Okay, an investigative reporter who was doing more cop work than the cops were. But it was to expose bad cops, right?
Well, Serpico was a detective.
Yeah, but he was an investigative reporter in the end.
Yeah, I mean, after he quit the police force and then he wrote about it.
And he blew the whistle. He made a lot of stuff public that a lot of people didn't know about corruption in a certain city. He was a hero.
He was. And the movie's very good, too.
Yeah, movie's great.
El Pacino.
But how many people know him, or know of him nowadays? It's like that kind of stuff gets buried.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that's fairly recent history that nobody knows about. Because I'm not sure that people read that many books these days, especially young people, and they don't teach history in school anymore. They should. I mean, you can seek history classes out, especially at colleges. They still teach history, but those classes are probably not the hottest classes on campus.
No. The history that you get out
He's gone, folks. Pops has disappeared into. Hey, he's back.
Yeah, it's gonna keep happening, man, until they come out and fix our lines. They suck. I have somebody in my backstage I want you to meet. He's our next guest.
All right, bring him on. I'll say hello and then clear out.
I think you might know of him. He's our newest sponsor, Chris Brown from Laughing Road. You were just talking to him in the chat. This guy, right here.
How's it going?
Chris does comics and games, card games, and all kinds of stuff. Man, he's amazing. Came on board to help us out, keep the show going. So I wanted him to get a chance to meet you because you've also been a huge supporter of what I've been doing from the beginning, Mike. So
thanks, Pops. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
That's Laughing Road Games on Facebook. You can go check them out. They also got comic books, all kinds of stuff. We're going to cover all this. But there's so much stuff that Mike's look. Buddy McGirt, Nexus, Badger, just the Thin Blue Line, and Florida Man 2, and Florida Man Floppies hitting the stores through American Mythology. And just type in Mike Barron, you get his stuff on Amazon. He's got horror books. He's got a short story in RJ's book, and we'll be talking about that a lot later on tonight, 9 o'clock. Come hang out with RJ during his panel. We'll be talking about The Devil You Know Better, and Mike's in that too.
Well, say hello to RJ for me.
You know I will, my friend.
I think his real name is Howard.
I don't dox him.
And I'm going to turn the stage over to Chris.
All right. Always good talking to you, my friend.
Thanks for having me.
Good evening, and thank her for letting us have you for a little while.
I will.
All right, brother. Wonderful guy. I love that dude.
Yeah.
Freaking love that dude. I just got a message that dinner's ready. Like,
okay.
Doesn't matter, man. It's not like I could run upstairs during the show.
I've done solos too.
How you doing, my friend?
All right. I was just looking at his stuff when he was mentioning Banshee earlier, and I'm like, if I'd have known about Banshee, a horror heavy metal kind of thing, I'd have asked him to be in Gods of Metal.
You see what I'm saying? There's so much. Look, it's hard for everybody to see everything that's going on all the time. Mm-hmm. We need more things like this show, this channel, where everybody's being exposed for everything they do. It's hard to keep up with Mike.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's in every freaking thing, man.
Yeah, I know I grabbed Thin Blue Line already, but I didn't know he did Florida Man.
Florida Man's great. I have the first one. It's hilarious, dude.
Is it?
Oh yeah, real good stuff. I'm looking forward to 2. I would have actually been drawn. My son and I both would have been drawn into the first one if they didn't have the artist snafu in the middle.
Yeah.
We were both slated to be drawn in outside the wrestling ring in the front row of the wrestling ring.
Nice.
But they had an artist change and it didn't have time to try to make that happen once the second artist took over. Mm. But Mike's a good dude. And I love that dude. Him and Ann, they kill it. Always having fun. Chris, his campaign manager, good dude. Over there at Bleeding Fool. It's all about promotion. It's all about getting eyes on, man.
Yep. Yeah, that's the important thing is, again, unless people know about it, they can't go help out,
And we just learned about you recently. And I want you to tell everybody what you do.
I'm not really that important.
Yeah.
I just do, I make board games. I like making horror board games that tell stories,
Right.
And of course, I started getting into the comics. I finish out the Slaughterville series, which I have on the wall behind me. I'm going to do a Gods of Metal series. Nice.
See, I built a little thing where you got the cards up, the billing cards are up here, got the box, got Gods of Metal on top of that. It's all right here. But you kind of got to zoom in. See, there it is. There it is.
There we go.
It's a sponsor display. Look at that. That's freaking awesome. I love it. So that's what our friend Chris is into.
Yeah, board games, comic books, RPGs, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, and then of course we do the show. We do the stuff with Big Sexy Outdoors.
Yes.
We just built a quail pen yesterday and an incubator. So we did that. Yeah, we're gonna raise quail. Let's see.
You're gonna raise quail. Aren't those targets?
Well, I mean, you can shoot them and eat them, you know. But they're McNuggets, but you know.
Arizona, quail hunting is a thing.
Yeah.
You go out to the desert, you chase them out the bush, with the little bird shot. You know, it's actually a thing. Quail hunting. It's a little rest, but it's a rest.
Yep, that's. Yeah, we're gonna raise them, take them out, let them go, and then we'll find them later and do what we got to do.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Fattening them up for winter.
Got to stay busy. You got to stay busy.
Aren't you supposed to do that with turkeys, though?
Well, we're going to put a pheasant pen up as well, and maybe something with rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah. The little girl has a pet rabbit, so we always tell her we're going to raise rabbits and for food, but she gets
Slaughterville.
Yeah. Did you know there's a town in Oklahoma called Slaughterville?
No, I did not. I have relatives there. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I never knew the town existed either, but now I want to try to get a hold of the mayor and play Slaughterville in Slaughterville.
Oh, dude, look. Now we were talking about this earlier. Dan's game, World War Hell, Dan, his game. We want to set it up in a bomb shelter.
Nice.
We want to find somebody as a bomb shelter that'll let us play the game in their bomb shelter, and obviously film it and whatnot. Because it's World War Hell, right? It's demons versus people, you know, and it's like, I don't know if you watched that segment with him earlier, but they're talking about all the evolutions of the different tanks and all kinds of stuff. Man, it's crazy, and it's a game. Just you know, it's like what you guys do, man. Games are big. You said something like you had 700 backers.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that. I was editing videos, and that's why I got a little behind on the stream.
Right.
So that's why I was.
But you said you had 700 backers on the game and only 150 for the comic.
Yeah, just about 150 or so for the comic. Again, just because sometimes things don't translate over.
Now, did you have the comic as an add-on when you were selling the game?
No, I did. Well, for Slaughterville 3, I did.
Okay.
But it wasn't out yet for the director's cut one.
Right. So did you get some play off the comic putting it as an add-on?
A few did, yes, but not as many as I would have thought. It's strange how there isn't as much crossover as I would have hoped there would be. But
it really seems like that is a growing thing, though.
It should
where
be.
People who have games are developing them alongside or before or after a comic book.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it seems like a big thing that a lot of people are getting into now. So maybe it's just clicking on the right. I like the Gods of Metal more than the hunting thing.
Yep.
But that's because you sit down with the kids to play a game. It's going to be hard to convince them to kill bunnies and shit, right?
Yeah. And I had somebody tell me, they said that I won't ever play. They won't ever play Gods of Metal because it has demons in it, and I'm like, that's cool. You know, I understand that completely. So yeah, it's
just because of Gene Simmons, huh? Just because of Gene Simmons, he won't play the game. Oh shit! No, see, that's the one I really wish I had some people around that would play with me, because Gods of Metal, that sounds like my kind of game.
Yeah.
You know, that's going to be the one I want. If I can find some people to play a card game around here, it's going to be that one first for sure. But you have other stuff, Slaughterville, wherein you can be any of the major monsters, bad guys, whatever, right? In horror movies.
In Slaughterville, you're playing as the characters in the horror, like the hot chick, the bad boy, the nerd. You're going up against the all the different types. I think we have like 21 different horror movie guys in there. Yeah.
And which one is this? Let's see. This is Demon Razor.
Yep, that's my homage to Hellraiser. And in that one, you and the other characters are trapped in hell, and you're fighting against each other to try to get out.
All of the stats, I guess a little synopsis of the story here is special actions.
That tells you how to set it up and how to play, because each one is going to offer you something a little bit different, a little unique on how to play it.
So how many of these cards are in this box?
There's 21. Oh, in that box, I believe there's 6 different villains in that box.
Okay.
Besides the 2 you have 8. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So that's 8 different games inside of that one box.
And then, of course, he sent me a bunch of extra cards. You know, card decks, and just look. I need people to play this stuff with. What do we got here? Survival paperback. What is this?
This is one I wrote back in like 2005. It's still selling at random places. Like I found it at Walmart. I never sold it to Walmart. They found it and apparently they're selling it. I wrote that in 2005 after a motorcycle accident. I broke my leg and I broke my arm. And one night, speaking of The Exorcist, because you were talking about Exorcist earlier, I was sitting there watching The Exorcist. And all I saw were glowing eyes coming from the kitchen. And I got a broken leg and a broken arm. What am I going to do? Right? Here it turns out a cat got in from the basement and came up. So that was, I'm like, well, I'm going to be up anyway. So let's start writing. So I ended up writing a novel. And that's, one of my first forays into real writing, which led me to want to tell stories. And then I wanted to tell more interactive stories. So I've done choose your own adventure books and of course the board games. And now we're doing the comics.
Nice.
And then we do the podcast stuff or the stream stuff on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Mondays. So we stay busy.
Look, and a lot of people you hear me say it all the time. It's cross promotion. My audience needs to know you so that and it's like and down the line. Have you been out on RJ's show yet?
No.
Okay. Well, RJ's gonna be out here tonight, 9:00. Critical Blast. I want you guys to meet. He's also one of he was the first person to throw money at me way back when to keep this thing going. In the beginning, he's like, "Yeah, you need to keep doing this," and he threw some money at me to keep doing it, right?
Yeah.
So he was like one of the very first sponsors of this show and what we do. So I want you to meet him. And dude, he's into everything. Fulfillment, logistics, he's a writer in his own right, publisher, you guys all need to network together.
I even when I had time, I would watch the EVS streams, and he was talking about wanting a board game, right, for the Cyberfrog thing. So I sent him a whole detailed what I call a design document. Here's how it's going to play. Here's how it's going to interact. How you can add other people's properties, comics into it if you wished. And I sent that off to him, and I said, and I did the super chat thing, and I said, hey, I sent you the document. If you're serious about a board game, let me know. And I never heard back, but so I'm.
Yeah, well, he misses a lot. I mean, look, that dude gets messaged a million times a day.
Yeah.
Okay. The best thing you can do is
but just let people know I'm out. I'm ready to help design your board game if you want it.
Well, just like that, like you could just go out on Twitter and tag him and go, "Hey, Ethan, did you ever look at that board game design I sent you?" He's more apt to see it on Twitter as a tweet than he would see it. His message list has to.
I'd imagine.
But when somebody actually tags you and you get that notification, you're more apt to go look at it. You know what I mean? Especially if you got that kind of traffic in your inbox. My God, that's got to be horrible.
Yeah. That'd drive me insane.
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of messages like on CroM Con weekend, but I'm here for that once a month. I know I'm going to be doing a lot of interacting with people, but every day, 10 times that, I'd go crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I'm good where I'm at, you know. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we've got going on. We got the next comic coming out in August. We have Gone Hunting, the hunting game we were talking about. We have that hopefully in September. We're ready to do a bunch of tests and stuff, and we want to do the RPG stuff that we were talking about before. You know, hosting one, playing one, and
I'm back.
There we go. Hey, Lee, you looked interested when it froze, so I'm like, I'm gonna go with it.
Well, yeah, I never know what my facial expression is when it freezes, so I always just do something goofy for when I come back, right? Because I have no idea I could look that goofy in the first place. But yeah, I wanted to show everybody, not just like by hand, but show everybody your page, your Facebook page, and make sure everybody knows where they can find you at and all the stuff that you do. Because that's what this is really about,
So, yep, that's honestly that's what we're doing. That's again what we've been working on next. We have I can officially announce it, I guess. First time saying it here. I haven't told anybody yet. Just you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever watch Buffy back in the day?
Yeah.
Nicholas Brendan. Xander.
Okay, yeah.
He's going to be on the stream at the end of July.
Very nice.
Yeah. So he's going to be with us then, and
the end of July, like the final weekend in July.
We are going to be on with him. He's going to be on my show July 29th. Yep, at 9:00.
July 29th. That's a Friday, right?
Yep. Drunken Rogues, Friday, 9 p.m.
Man, see, now you should just do we should do a simulcast and make that the opening show for CroM Con 27.
Nice. Is that when you have it?
That's Friday night. It's always the last weekend of the month.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a given. I'm going to do CroM Con the last weekend of every month. But next month we may be down in Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, okay.
At the Savannah Comic-Con, doing this show live from the floor of Savannah Comic-Con. But, the con building closes at 6 o'clock or whatever. The second segment we'll probably be doing from the hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd probably be down there Friday night, the night before, getting ready to set up and everything, and we could just do the opening show from the hotel room. And just simulcast, do you have the paid-for version of StreamYard or the?
I have, not the higher one, but the middle one, whatever the middle one.
So you got 3 places you can broadcast to?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can broadcast to your channel and mine.
Okay.
We could have your show as the opening for CroM Con 27.
That'd be freaky.
I like that. I mean, that's the thing. Interacting with other audiences,
bring as many in as we can.
Yeah, hey, I'm working that Jerry Lawler angle, boy. Yeah. I want to get Jerry out for an interview. You watch, make it happen. He is the king. Happy to talk to Jason about coming out on the show. So looking forward to getting something in stone on that one.
Yeah.
Man, I just wanted to grow,
Mm-hmm.
I just want what I'm doing to grow so that what you're doing sells more and grows more, and everybody.
And I know on every stream I have and all the descriptions I make, I have remember your set of links, the CroM Con links.
Mm-hmm.
I make sure I have them all in every description we have. So.
Awesome. Basically, I got you guys down there in the description of all mine from now on too. Yes, in the description down there, you can find the link to Laughing Rogue Games on Facebook. And you don't have a .com yet, right?
I do, but GoDaddy is being a not nice word, and yeah, we're trying to fix that. I've had that for years, and just in the last year or so, they've been traffic has been just shut off. It's weird.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of weird things about .coms lately, but if you do get it up and running where it's working again, you make sure you let me know so I can add that one down there too.
Yeah, I like the Facebook one better because you can send me a message right away and I can get right back to you.
Right.
I like that one better anyway.
Are you on Twitter too?
I could have signed up for that a long time ago. I don't even know anymore.
We have an audience. I also broadcast there because I have an audience of like 1,200 people over there.
Oh, yeah?
Or 1,200 followers there. So I do broadcast. If you go look at the Madness comic on Twitter, you'll see this is playing right now, right at the top of my account. Everything I do goes either to Twitter or Twitch. Usually, if it's a draw stream where people are actually doing art, then I'll do it on Twitch because that's where they don't care about comics. They don't. But if you're drawing comic art, oh, they love that. You know what I mean? Come on.
Yeah, I wish I could draw. I have to pay people to do it. I can't draw for anything.
I'm a what do you call it? What's right below journeyman? Apprentice?
Yeah.
I'd be considered an apprentice artist. I can draw, but I'm not an artist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. I've drawn a lot of cool stuff. Not a lot, but I mean, a few cool things over the last few years that I drew, but I'm not an artist. Okay. I never will be. I don't have the patience for what these guys do. And I see every flaw. I'm a Virgo. I had to put my Electra way the hell up there in a frame so that I would quit trying to fix it. You know what I mean? It's like I look at it, I'm like, yeah, it's good. Now I look at it 2 hours later and go, oh man, I need to fix that. It's like, no, put it in a frame and leave it alone. Leave it alone before you screw it up.
Yeah.
That's the kind of artist I am. I'd never be satisfied with anything I ever drew, So
that's how I am with the game too. It's like I've just finished a new villain thing, and I said to myself 5 times now, it's good enough. I'm done testing it. I like the way it plays. It's perfectly fine. And then I'll come back to it like 6 more times. But no, I just gotta put it away, or else that's going to be the consuming thing.
Yeah. I got caught up in Elder Scrolls Online again.
Oh no.
I mean, when you got like 8 characters and they're all developed, and you got a character with 1 million champion points, and it's like you get caught up in it again, and then you're like, oh, but this character needs this build, and before you know it, you're sucked right back in. It's crazy. What do we got here?
This is a set of the new pages from the new book. This is the slasher. She's returning to the cabins at this point because the slasher, like Jason, always comes back to the cabins, and she breaks her way through a barrier that was keeping her out, and there she is in front of in the door, waiting to look at the campers. Yep, and then somebody tries to interrupt her, and they end up getting kind of crushed a little bit.
I'm going to ask you to slow down and go through them pages a little slower, and I'm going to be right back. All right?
Okay. Take your time, boss. Take your time. So we wanted to make sure that you got the understanding that the slasher is your silent killer, your Jason stand-in. So yeah, somebody interrupts her as she's ready to do what she does, and she doesn't take too kindly to it. And of course, an axe to the head is always pleasant for somebody. Somebody tries to look out a door. She slams the door in, crushes them behind it. Blood splatters. And again, we don't have the dialogue in here, but I just wanted to show you what the art looks like. We had to give the classic punch through the chest. That's always a favorite kill. People try to run. you'll just die tired. That's all there really is to it. She thinks she got away. She escaped. She's looking at the boats, trying to get away, and the classic neck snap. And then, of course, there's the campers. One of them says, "I'm never going camping again." So yeah, and then of course, then that's our good guys. That's the mayor of the town, and he's talking with the chief of police. And if you remember, if you had a chance to check out the first book, you know all about him. He is, would you say he's not what he seems to be? And somebody new comes into town. As soon as she crosses the border, the slasher knows she's there and makes a beeline right for her. And we're going to explain all of that. This is only page 25 out of 56 for this book. And this one does pick up, spoiler alert, exactly where the last book left off. So if you've never had a chance to read it, well, we're going to show you anyway. So yeah, this book doesn't hold it back. People are going to die. And then there's going to be a lot of action. There's going to be some, there's going to be story, mystery, and everything along with it. But we wanted to show you that we do have the blood and the gore along to go along with it. And there's some hunters that thought they were going to have a nice day out in the woods until the slasher found them, and they ended up getting killed. And that's introducing the mayor. The mayor really comes into it this book here when he gives a dedication to the camp, an opening to the camp. She's about to kill somebody, but then the fact that people are actually coming back to the cabins, to the camp, draws her away. And she does have the power of what I like to call off-screen teleport. If she's in the shadows, she is able to teleport into another location, into another area. So as long as she's in the light, you're okay. But the instant she steps into shadows, off-screen, she's right there with you. And I like their dynamic. You should see the difference, and there's nothing wrong with the storyboards, because storyboards are your basic layouts. But you wouldn't believe the difference between the storyboards and the art. They did a really good job on these, and the secret cult behind everything. Always a good time to have them. So yeah, and these
so
are
who did this art? Who did this?
His name's Amir. There with Metacomic over in. That's my brain freeze. I want to say Indonesia, but I'm probably wrong. And these guys back here are actually characters in the game. Some of them, like RD here and him, they're actually backers. So we drew them in.
Right.
Just for the, just to do that. Yeah, he was a backer too. Of course, he does not. It doesn't go so well for him, as you can see. He gets kind of kidnapped there. Yeah, and then it comes back to here, where we were back when we started with the slasher getting ready. Like I said, we're at 25 colored pages out of 56, and they have, I think, up to 32 in line art form, line arts and inks. So yeah, we're moving along. We'll be ready for August. Again, like Mike and them said, you want to have it done before you go to the Kickstarter or to the Indiegogo, because you don't want people waiting for it. As soon as you get the funding, you want to be able to say, I'm going to go to print right now. And that's what I try to do with the games, and that's what I try to do with the comics.
And will they survive the beast within?
Yep.
Good looking stuff. No, I haven't had a chance to open this up yet.
And they do come with promo cards for the game, of course. Yep. You can put them right in the game, and they're playable.
And I got to figure out a way to put that up here. I'm going to figure out a way to have my sponsors represented behind me where everybody can see them. It's all new to me. You know what's up.
Yeah.
And I think
you don't have to wolf down supper for me. I can just hang. I'm good with it.
Nobody wants to watch me eat, bro. Okay.
Hey, there are some, you don't know what kind of channels there are out there, right? There could be channels that are just dedicated to that.
Yeah, well, they don't want to watch me. It's like my mom come to town once, and she looks at me and she's like, "You don't got teeth no more." She's like, "Do you eat corn on the cob?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but it ain't pretty." You might want to get on the other side of the room because it's gonna be flying everywhere. Now, I think you met Jay. I think you met Jay last month.
There is a good possibility.
Or sometime this month, I think you met Jay.
Hey, guys.
Jay's the other guy with the game.
What?
How
There's
are you?
another one? There can be only one. Where's my
They're
sword?
everywhere.
All right, I quit. See ya.
Is it because
They
of
are
me or because
everywhere.
Pops is eating?
No, I'm actually subscribing to his Pops Eats channel right now. And,
Oh,
and
good.
that's
Get the
gonna be-
premium membership. He sends corn in the
He
mail to you.
sends the flying 12,000 subs. Hold on. I'm making
I
all
hate
just to sub.
Comcast. I hate Comcast. I hate Comcast. Oh.
I am waiting for Fios to get to my area, but it is so I'm Redneckville, so I mean I'll never see Fios, but if you couldn't tell, I mean with the crossbow and the hundy stuff.
Yeah, no, nothing. I ain't saying nothing. Don't know nothing. Ain't saying nothing. I'm a firm believer in it's none of their business what I have and what I do.
So I was looking at, sorry.
I was just gonna say I'm an old school American. You know?
Yeah. My guns fell off a boat, all of them. I don't know where they went.
I sunk the boat.
Your guns are drinking? Oh, not off the wagon, off the boat. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sunk the whole boat, guns and all. Don't know nothing.
Exactly.
You know?
They all just went. I was actually looking at Faye the other day.
Where is he now?
Yes, because he mentioned it. That is, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. You're the monster in that,
Yes.
and yes, that's one of the reasons why I like it.
Yes. So, in Faye, you play the monster. You are, it's basically the modern human world, and you play fairies, you play goblins, you play mogwai if you want. You can play all kinds of different creatures. You know, you can bite toes, you can tie shoelaces together, you can be as nasty or as helpful as you want to be. But yeah, the whole idea is that you're actually playing the monsters instead of the heroes.
Do we call them heroes in your game, Chris, or are they victims?
Victims. Yeah.
Well, in general, my players are usually victims. Yes, that's kind of how it goes universally. I delight at the roll of a 1 more than the roll of a 20. What can I say?
Right.
I have to show you guys a piece of art that was drawn during the open stream today. Allison sent me the finished piece. It's X23, yo.
Huh.
I gotta show it off. There she is. With the X23 with the little Hello Kitty dress. Oh, I love it, dude. That's great.
Perfect. Yep.
Very nice, Allison. You know what's up.
Yeah.
Very nice. I just love this work. I love this job. It's fun. But you guys have a lot in common with what you do.
Well, I want to do this.
I really wanted to get you guys in the same place and get you to know each other, and hopefully, you know, a little bit of network action here, because gaming is gaming and gaming is big.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, Chris, what's your game about?
Hi.
I probably just missed the spin, 15 minutes ago, but.
Oh, I've been on here so many times, and all the other places I'm on, we talk about it all the time. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love doing it, but I love hearing about.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I just backed Faye.
There you go.
You are number 101. Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Yeah, I knew I wanted it, and before it slipped my mind, I wanted to get it done.
Appreciate it.
Because that's what I do. I make horror stuff, and of course, Gods of Metal. If you're into heavy metal stuff, but I've done a horror choose your own adventure. Of course, my entire Slaughterville is just a horse.
I'm actually
movies.
semi-familiar. Pops actually was talking a lot about your Slaughterville last time I was on.
That's
He
nice.
showed me lots of things he had. He just like reaches off to the sides. I think he must have like assistants, like that
I
stack
know.
things on the sides.
It's all right here, bro. It's all right here.
Everything's right there. Yeah, he was talking a lot about your games. It sounded great. Do you have one on Kickstarter right now?
We don't have it on the Kickstarter. We just ended it. We are in pre-orders.
Okay.
Yep. And what I was just asked to write an RPG module for a game that's coming out VHS.
Okay.
I was asked to do
Sounds
that.
80s-tastic.
Huh?
Is it 80s-tastic?
It will be.
All right.
Yeah. It's because it comes in VHS cases. It's kind of neat. But yeah, I mean that's I love writing. This kind of thing always catches my eye when I see it.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Let me pull that one up so everybody know what we're talking about. You think we should do that?
Let's do that. Mysterious voice from beyond.
Let's see if we can show off Faye the game.
I still haven't done my punchy video. I'm sorry, Pops.
Oh,
he yelled at me for like 3 weeks. I got him one finally.
Well, I'm putting one together. I've been collecting snippets from everybody, and it's just having the time to finish putting it together. Hopefully, I'll have it together before the Kickstarter's over, but I can still use it to promote after the fact.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is my brand new opening image. This is artwork done by me and Jim Lawson. You might know him from, a little thing called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Uh-huh.
I think I heard of them.
Yeah. But most of the artwork is done by me. At the very least, I color everyone else's pieces. So.
Okay, so where Chris's game is a card-based game, yours is a dice-based game, right?
Yes. Yep. It's dice-based. It's I guess the closest thing to it would be Dungeons and Dragons. You create your character, and somebody runs the campaign, and it uses a D10 system. It's a whole new system I came up with. It's actually even this weekend. Yesterday was at a book fair, and we had sessions of the game there. And every single person who played the game backed the campaign, and they couldn't believe how easy it was to learn the rules and play it. And that's like one of the things I strive towards because I have no time anymore. So when I got back into RPGs, I was looking at 5th edition D&D, and the last time I played it was 2nd edition D&D.
Right.
And I'm like, so many rules I have to learn. And you have to literally memorize tons of rules. In this game, I wanted to make it so all the rules use the same basic rule. So when you use an ability or you're attempting to accomplish something that requires decent stats, you're basically rolling the same way. So once you learn the basic way you roll and how to check the way you roll, which takes about 5-10 minutes of play, you can basically do everything in the game.
Nice.
And then it just gets crazy when you're a power gamer and you want to really pick out the right abilities and mix and match them and try to create obscene, weird things with them. So one thing I actually did, I don't know if I mentioned this last time, Pops, but I took every superhero that I could possibly think of when I was creating my abilities. Every X-Man I could possibly think of, and I made sure there was a way to build every single one of them.
Nice.
So one of my far out stretch goals is I'm going to make the Uncanny Feymen, and they will basically be fairy versions of all the X-Men. Wolverine will have
what a fairy version of Wolverine looks like. I'm just saying.
He's kind of like a fuzzy little moth guy, and he straps forks to his knuckles.
Yeah, I was just looking through, and like I said, and again, I know you know this too. When you're designing games, it's hard to find time to play them, or ones that are not your own.
Yes, and I'm actually looking so much forward to having other people be the GM. because I've been the GM for 2 years now, and it's like, oh man, I want to just sit back and play. I actually made a character, and he's waiting. He's patiently waiting for someone else to take over and run a campaign, and I can just sit back and play my character.
I like how it has the affinity cards. I like that,
Yeah.
and you have 2 additional adventures. How many are there in the whole thing?
Well, it's coming with let's see, how many have we unlocked? I think it's coming with 2 adventures in the book. One is like an intro tour,
of course,
where you travel around a place that doesn't have a lot of people, which makes it a little easier when you're trying to learn how to play. But you experience, there's basically 7 mini adventures all in this one adventure. And the 7 mini adventures cover a lot of things like dungeon crawls, sneaking missions, chases, like different things, but it also, each one covers a different affinity. So one of them is mostly dealing with fire creatures, one of them is mostly dealing with ice. So it's like the sampler platter, you know? It's like, it's just like, it's partially for the game master and it's partially for the players. It's kind of like, here's a variety of different things to get the juices flowing, get you thinking about what you can and can't do, you know? And then the other one is we just unlocked, is an underwater adventure, because you can play water creatures, you can play land creatures that can also deal with water. And I thought it'd be fun to like be heading down to a shipwreck to retrieve something that should never have been sunk, and running into things that go on under the water that, you know, Fae down there think they can get away with far more because people aren't around to bother them. So it's a whole nother fun circle of things.
Now, I know it mentions Fae, right? And of course, reading Dresden Files and other similar stories, you get familiar with the Fae and all of this. Let's say I wanted to take this system and I wanted it to be Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger style.
Okay.
Can you do a slasher flick with it?
Sure. Again, the abilities are all designed to emulate every kind of ability. So, like, say you were going to make a Jason Voorhees character. If you were some sort of Fae, there are Fae that look human.
Okay.
There are different races that can pass as human. You could be one of them, and then you could pick abilities that give you ridiculous regeneration and choose high strength, and maybe even ability that teleports. So when someone is running and you're walking, you can be ahead of them when they get there. You can definitely
teleport.
Yeah. So you can definitely create any kind of a scenario. Right now with my campaign, I have a couple of mini adventures that we're doing at conventions, and I have 3 right now. I have one where you play a bunch of 4-inch tall characters, and you're infiltrating a farm, because there was a brownie group at the farm that used to send food out for the other brownies, and they mysteriously vanished. So you're dealing with basically a demonic house cat. You're dealing with like the weird farmer and his wife, and you're dealing with birds and pigs and things that have just gone insane. So it's like you're like hiding in the walls and creeping under the porches. And if you roll really well, maybe you can get the tractor fired up and crash it into the house. You can, you know.
Can I name one of your passive abilities in your game?
I can name a whole bunch of.
Can I put a name to one? That's what I'm saying. You know that Michael Myers, that Jason in that crackhead invulnerability?
Yes.
I want to name a power crackhead invulnerability.
So, all right. So in this game, when you buy different abilities, you can mix them.
Okay.
So I'd say you mix something that gives the illusion of not being harmed with insane healing. So it looks like you didn't even get hurt to begin with. And you could call that crackhead invulnerability right there.
There you go.
See? And if you want me to stop asking questions, please.
No, I'm thrilled you're actually asking.
This is perfect.
It's better that way.
This is perfect. I got 2 game guys bouncing theory and ideas off each other, and I couldn't ask for anything better for that. So you know.
So the Brownie Farm idea was my first campaign. Second one I made is a group of Fae hitmen. You play a bunch of nasty creatures, and you're dropped off at a mall after hours to assassinate a Fae that is impersonating as a night security.
Nice.
But every one of the players, you get a bio, and I did this for the other game too, where you read your bio, and that's I don't give a spiel at the beginning. I just open the door to the loading dock and we go, and everything you know is on your card. There's so much backstabbing. All these characters, like there's one poor sap that is the leader, and the leader is fully aware that they just sent him to fail, and he has a party of people that just want to all stab him in the back. His only safety is that the biggest, strongest troll in the group, whose name is Puddin', is loyal to him, because he would just be killed by the rest of the party if he didn't have the safety net of the muscle.
That's great.
So this game, like, it's very basic, the actual adventure, but it's kind of one of those things where as a DM, I can relax. I let the players basically, like, they are their own problem, you know?
Yeah. Now, when I do games, okay, when I make them, my thing comes from experience first. Like, I want the people to feel like with Gods of Metal, I wanted them to feel like they were a heavy metal band.
And that is one I have to play right there. Yes.
You send me it. I'll make sure you get it. Get it.
We'll do some trading.
Okay. And then, or like with the Slaughterville, with the horror stuff, you had to feel like you were immersed in that story. And that's one of the reasons why I love RPGs so much. And my family, they don't play as much with me, but I collect them like crazy. Yeah. And the fact that you're giving me the option to tell, like you were just saying, a hit. I could tell a gangster story with your system, or I could tell a suspenseful or my brain froze, psychological thriller, like the movie Psycho. You could go so many ways with it, at least from what I'm reading.
Yes,
and that's the sign of a versatile and good system.
So basically, it's the modern human world is where it's set right now, and I give you kind of some more specific details for the area from my comic series, which it was originally based on, which is in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. So that's kind of what's focused on, but essentially you can go anywhere in the world, and there will be books that expand to other times in history when there were different rules for Fae and stuff like that. But you can go to any time period you want. You know, you could do a gumshoe, you could do like a noir style mystery with tentacled monsters and whatever. I mean, you can go Lovecraft with this. You can basically go anywhere you want. Sorry, I got a cough again.
And again, please tell me to shut up if you want me to stop asking questions. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
I love questions. I'm much better talking about a game or something when someone's actually asking questions, even if I'm choking.
I mean, you know, Chris, you know, it's easier to tell about your stuff when people are interested in asking you questions about it than it is to just try to
I don't want him to think. I just don't want him to think I'm taking over his time. I'm interested in what he was doing.
Oh, you're talking about his stuff. He's loving it. Yes, keep going.
I'm all choked up.
Well, it says we need a set of 10-sided die. Now, don't get me wrong. I collect dice like they're crack rocks. And I'm Hunter Biden. How many D10s do I need
for this game? Ultimately, you want 10 because
10. Beautiful.
Every ability has levels 1 through 10, and you can choose as you basically shop for skills in this game. It's kind of like the video game idea of the skill tree, and you start at the bottom and you buy your way up and then choose what path you want to take up the tree. But you can hop off and you can actually jump on other elemental trees and shop, but your main tree, whatever your main affinity for your character is the cheapest one to shop on, so it's also the fastest one to get the high levels.
Right.
But you can buy any level, any skill from level 1 to 10, and that will determine how many dice you throw when you cast it.
Nice.
So there's like a power thing that you feel when you cast a level 10 ability. When you grab a big fistful of 10-sided die, you're like, here we go. All failed. All right.
I don't know if you want to hear something funny.
I'm ready.
The wife, whenever she tests the Slaughterville in all my games with me, right? And she always rolls terribly. So I made a character for her, the Unlucky Gamer. And it's normally you win with a 5 or 6. But hers, she wins with a 1, 2, or 3.
So
but
it's a reverse.
Yeah, just to be funny with her, and so,
That's awesome. Yep.
Yeah.
So
We gave it
in
out
my
as a
game, anytime you're casting, so the basic rule of the game is if it's something that you're casting on yourself, you want to roll a stat or under.
Okay.
And if you're targeting somebody else, you want to roll their stat or over. So, but you get criticals by rolling the exact stat, whether it's your own or your opponent's.
I was going to ask
That's
that.
basically the rule of all abilities in this game, because every ability is tied to either your own stat or your target's stat. And then it's just how many dice you throw, and then each success affects, how well the spell works, whether it's how long it lasts, how much damage it does, how far it goes. It varies depending on the ability.
Okay. Now I understand lore about Fae and all, and it mentions if you know you can know their nickname, and that's fine. But if you know their true name, you control them. How important is that true name in you? Because I see it on the character sheet.
Never tell anybody your true name, man. Don't you know?
Never. So
you give them power over you when you give up your name.
So that's where something like your charm stat comes in very handy, because you get somebody liquored up, and then you start talking like, "Oh, we trust each other. Let's show how much we trust each other. Give me your true name, I'll give you mine." That kind of thing. And then you roll a charm thing, and somebody makes a bad decision and gives you their true name. Then you walk away with it, and now you have power over them. Basically, in this game, if you speak a Fae's true name, if anybody speaks the Fae's true name, they lose their ability to use any of their abilities. It's basically like a shut-off switch. Like, boom, You're done. You're just yourself now. You better start running.
Nice. Yeah, I grabbed.
So this isn't what he has on the screen is one of the affinity trees.
Yep.
This one's for flora.
The flora, yes.
Yep.
Now this piece of art right here,
that's one of Bobby's favorite right there.
Who did it? Kind of blew me away when I found out who drew this.
Yeah, I drew this. I actually drew this in the waiting room at a hospital.
Oh,
yeah. I'm impressed. I really like this piece. I told you that the other night. Really like this piece.
Yeah, there's tons of artwork. I think there's even more artwork than text in the actual book. It's just I couldn't help it. I'm an artist, so visual.
Yeah.
The most important rule for all Fae players and monsters in general is never get caught.
Yep. So this photo is actually pretty funny, because this is after a convention was over. The people did not want to stop playing.
Nice.
That's perfect.
So I stayed for a while, but eventually I'm like, I have like a 4-hour drive, and I have to go. I'm sorry, guys. wait. Can we? So I tried to like rush, because they were, taking the real sweet time and doing a lot of different stuff. We had the whole convention around the table at one point because they were so loud. Like that, we were using sound effects on the phones for things.
Oh,
and people were like, "What's going on over there?"
Hey, that's the good thing to have, is when they're doing that.
Yeah. That was
That's
before
what I like. That's one of the reasons I like. Like Max DeVille runs a D&D game for us, and Max will actually get in character as a game. Oh
yeah,
runner.
you gotta play the characters. So right now I have an ongoing weekly game. I call them my guinea pigs. Basically, at this point, the game system has been figured out, but as I come up with new ideas and things to add to expansions, it's going to be, I'm going to be experimenting on them with it. But let's see, we got one of them's a pot smoking leprechaun that wears a purple.
Oh, see, that's supposed to be me.
That wears he wears a he wears a purple crushed velvet Elvis suit he stole off a doll.
Yeah.
And he has a magical hat. Once a day he can pull something random out of it. And last week he rolled so I created a chart of 100 different things, most of which are completely useless. But he actually pulled out an evil copy of himself. He reached in his hat and pulled himself out. So I was like, good leprechaun, bad leprechaun. And his name was Finkel, so I named the evil one Einhorn.
Finkel and Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel.
Yeah. So we got him. There's an elfling, which are essentially the short, pointy-eared people that you from like classic like Santa's elves, and this one actually wants to be one of Santa's elves. He has a broken compass that always points north and he keeps the naughty and nice list on everybody. And he's illiterate, so he actually can't write in the naughty and nice list. He'll try to draw like symbols and arrows and stuff, and the player actually has it, and he'll be sitting there like, "That's it. What did you do? Oh, that's it. You're going on the naughty list." And he'll actually sit down and start punching out.
I'm catching a parallel between the pot-smoking leprechaun and CroM. I'm just catching a parallel here.
Yep. I actually have a.
I was gonna say I would have liked to have seen him draw CroM.
You want to see the leprechaun? I actually drew him last week for the guy.
Yes, I want to see the leprechaun.
All right, let me get him up here. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen.
I do like StreamYard. I got a lot to learn.
I mean, for somebody who had no idea anything about video, anything when I started doing this, StreamYard is very user friendly. It really is.
If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't be able to meet everybody here, and that's.
Right. That guy and that guy, that guy. They're
gonna hang out together.
Yeah,
they're gonna hang out together.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
So his weapon, he carries a bat, a Celtic sock full of coins.
I love the belt buckle. It's freaking great.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
So now there's two of them, and he keeps messaging me during the week in between games, like, is he evil? I'm like, I'm not going to say anything yet. Nope. I think he's going to be evil. I'm like, I don't.
Now, you guys know that we have a guy in our inner circle that also does custom shoes, right?
Mm-hmm. Custom shoes.
Custom shoes, yes. Like he did these for Mike Barron.
Nice.
And those are shoes meant to be worn. They're not.
Just art.
They're not like display shoes. You can actually wear them. I've watched him just take a pair after that pair actually and bend the crap out of them and twist them and everything. Not a crack in the paint, man.
That'd hurt my soul.
Yeah. Are those badass or what? That's two different eras of Punisher. You see the two different logos in the background.
Excellent. Yeah, very cool.
And he did both shoes different, and then he also did a pair of CroM shoes for me that he's not quite done with, but they have different art from the book. Like this piece is on there, and this piece is on there, and there's some pot leaves and all.
So Pop, I'll have to make a CroM for you. I'll make a character sheet. I'll do a little illustration of CroM in the corner, and we'll make an actual character for you.
Do you know his
I'm gonna need you to tell me what his abilities are, what his tendencies are, and I'll flavor it up and send it to you.
Perfect. It's perfect because he's real simple. He was born on the internet. Okay, he was born on Edwin's tablet the day Edwin drew him.
Nice.
Right?
So he's gonna have some tech skills. Good.
But he didn't have any powers until Edwin sent him through the net to me.
Okay.
And he picked up all the knowledge. And just went connected, boof out to everything, Matrix. As soon as Edwin hit send, right? Yeah. So Edwin hit send, and it came to my computer, right? And I pull it up, and there's the logo, the Comic Related Madness logo, and it's the first time I'm ever looking at this guy, right? There's CroM.
Yep.
At the same time that I open this file, CroM appears behind me in the room and says, wait till they get a load of me. And that's the first page that's his origin, and that's the first page of the CroMniverse anthology. Everybody wrote stories after that, but the first page layout and whatnot was me. That was okay. This is where he came from. He's CroMnipotent, bro. Okay, if he can access it through the net, he can appear there. If there's a reference to it on the net, he knows about it. Okay, if you put the files from your comic book out there on the net, he can change them before they get to their destination. Like you sent your files to your publisher, right? Or your printer, and you're like, okay, here it is. And CroM gets a hold of that before it gets to the printer and makes a few, mischievous adjustments and ruins your career.
or helps it take flight.
Yeah. That's his thing, though. He's omnipotent and he's mischievous.
Okay.
He steals weed, and his eyes glow red when he's having those kind of bad ideas or when he's doing something, that he shouldn't be doing. His eyes glow red. So when he's about to cross the line or when he's in the middle of crossing the
So
line.
if he's trying to be sneaky, he'd put on sunglasses just so you couldn't tell.
There you go. But I mean, I don't know. There's so much concept art of him. Edwin did this. This is the tapestry, the blacklight tapestry that we did for the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so much concept art. So many people. That's Jim O'Reilly did that Steranko homage with CroM instead of Hulk. I mean, so many people have done CroM stuff that I just love it. I love where it's going.
I'm definitely going to make you a CroM character sheet for Faye.
That'd be sweet.
So after the festival through the weekend here, when you get a chance, just send me a text with any abilities he's managed to pick up. I understand the internet one, but
that's pretty much all. That and stealing weed's all he's good at.
Okay.
But like I said, when it comes to the internet, that opens so many possibilities,
right,
of mischief that he can get into, right?
Yeah.
He's
like the lawnmower man.
He invaded Bushy Boo Circus. Ask Paul.
Yes, he did. How y'all doing?
Hey, Paul.
Paul is the creator of 3 different titles over the last 6 or 7 months.
3 different
one
titles,
of them being called Bushy Boo Circus, and Paul wrote a story for CroM. Crossover story with his characters in his book, and I mean, it's pretty simple. I don't put a whole lot of demands on you, do I, Paul?
No, you don't, and it's real fun to do.
Have fun, Yeah. So it'd be the same with you, Jay. It'd be like, this is who he is. Have fun. Do whatever, do whatever you want that fits your game, bro. Because you know what I mean. For me, it's been fun having everybody else's input, their version. Art wise, I've had a few people go, "Hey,
we lose
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Oh, this is
whenever you
about how much he loves the internet.
Whenever you approach me about it,
CroM did
we
it.
just put it together. CroM did it.
Yeah.
CroM's
probably the one that messed up our internet up over in here."
So you got to set it up so when your screen freezes, we get like a no whammy kind of. Like a little animation of CroM across the bottom.
Yeah.
I wish I knew when it was about to happen so I could give you a cool pose or something, but I never know how I look when it freezes up. It's kind of sucks.
At least you weren't mid-corn.
Dude, you guys are more than welcome to hang out, throughout however long you want. You guys know.
I was saying, because I got to get going. I got the old
Chris,
lady in
thanks
the
for
chair.
handling the interview while I was
thank you,
eating
Chris.
dinner. That was
awesome.
great.
I actually love those questions.
Believe me, I enjoy it myself. It's what I do, every Friday.
He's not just a sponsor. Look, he came in and he handled the interview so I could eat too. That's a good dude right there, man.
Yeah,
So Chris,
definitely.
make sure you connect with me afterwards. Let's
I'll
chew
send
the
you a
game
message through the Kickstarter campaign, so you know it's me, and then we'll go from there. Mr. Paul, I'm
Both
sorry to
in the
get
madness. They're not hard to find.
May God bless, and I hope that I see you on here again soon.
Thank you.
You know
Definitely.
you will, brother.
Have fun.
Love that dude. Came out as a
great.
sponsor.
I'm glad you paired us up together, Pops. You were talking about him last time. It was great to talk to him. And Paul, hey again. I think
nice
we
to
hung
meet
out
you.
together last time.
Yeah, I think we did. Yeah.
That's how we do it. It's all about networking and having a good time, man.
Yeah.
Speaking of having a good time, Paul. Speaking of having a good time, I like it, brother. I freaking like it. Yeah.
I'm glad you did. I mean, especially since, I put that dedication in there. I feel it's kind of hard to put a dedication to someone that they hadn't read the books yet. And it's like, man, I hope they like it a little bit more than,
This is a killer
story.
book, guys.
Yeah.
This is a killer freaking book. I love this.
So let me ask you, because I've had a lot of
too, but dude, the book, the story.
I've had a lot of comparisons. This one to PTSD. Which one did you like better? Because I know you love PTSD.
I do like this better.
Yeah. Yeah, it had a lot of twists and turns in it compared to. Yeah, man.
Cryptic Haze. If you guys didn't check this out, make sure you get. You're one of them guys that's making all your books available on every campaign, right?
Every campaign, yes. So far, that's what we've
done. Y'all get on this one, man.
And like I said, inside that cover right there on that first credits page, you got a special name right there. There it is. You see it? Special thanks.
There he is.
And you don't know what that means to me, my friend. Because look,
I'm glad it does. Because I appreciate so much the fact that you were pushing me as much as you. Me being brand new, I didn't really have that many people behind me, and you definitely were there for me. So I definitely wanted to put a special thanks out to you.
Pops is that guy that when you're going on your first journey in your first gear, he hops in and goes, "Let's turn this up."
Yeah,
that's the whole thing. I see campaigns out there. I think when I met Paul, he was just short of funding.
Yeah.
Okay, on PTSD, right? Or was it Bushibu? One of them.
It was Bushibu, I think, because I really didn't meet anyone on PTSD, and I was kind of like barely wading in the water. Now I did get funded on that one, but barely. And then whenever Bushibu came on, that's when I met you, and it kind of boosted me up. So I appreciate that.
I look at them books that are below funded, and those are the ones I really push on.
Right.
I want to get you guys. Look, if 40 or 50 people backed your book, and you need 10 more to get funded, so those 40 or 50 people that already backed you get your book, I'm gonna try to get you them 10 more fucking backers, so that all them guys get your book.
And one of the things, like I said, I was brand new, so I didn't exactly know how to network. You took the time to kind of explain a lot of things to me. And then whenever I had problems with this new one, there was all those major problems, not wanting to mind bend anyone on this stuff, but you helped me out with so much there as well. And like I said, I appreciate every bit of it.
There is nothing I get. Look, there's no reward. You guys can give me money, you can throw books at me, but there's no reward I get out of this more than being able to type funded above your project. Okay, that was the high I got right at the beginning when I first started doing this, man. And it was like, I'm helping these guys get funded. That was my high. Okay, when I could go out there and say, yes, this one's funded. But then I didn't. One thing I don't do is I don't. I will push that to that point, and then I will push the next guy to that point. You know what I mean? It's like there's not enough time in the day for me to continue to push everybody through every campaign to the end. And once they're funded, I figure, okay, they get it now. They know they got to come out here and self-promote. They know I'm going to share it if you put it where I can see it.
Yeah, and like I said,
I'm moving on to the next guy, right? In the next book, and I want it to get funded now. He makes it easy because he gave me 3 books in 7 months, so I just get to keep bang, bang, bang.
It's like a bulk rate, right?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
it's like a group rate,
Yeah, and then I did, a group rate on my Kickstarter for all 3 of my books because it was like I was trying to get out there. Like I said, you had helped me so much learning the system because I don't think I promoted PTSD that much. I think I went on two interviews, and then whenever I had Bushibu, you talked me through a lot of it and helped me connect with some of these people, and I was just off to the races. And then with Cryptic Haze, it was like I knew what I was doing, came on your show, had an unboxing.
That one you had to rework it. You had to rework the whole campaign, change a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
You had to work twice as hard on Cryptic Haze. And let me tell you something. This dude he didn't get down. He was like, Pops, this is happening. What should I do? And we tossed options. We talked to a couple other people. We're like, okay, this. And in the end, he's like, you know what? I'm going to go for the path of least resistance. I'm going to fix what I need to fix, and we're going to get this book out. And that's exactly what he freaking did.
It took like so much air out of the system because I basically had to kind of close everything down on that Kickstarter for a couple of days and then rework everything. And then, having you there kind of advise me and help me talk to other people that knew what was going on and led me in the right direction. And it just made the transition so fast. So it was like we had to stop the campaign and then rework everything and then continue on. And like I always tell people, whenever it comes to comic books, basically you got to be a problem solver, because there's always going to be a problem. And as long as you don't look at it as, oh no, what,
It's not
I'm
the end of
going to
the world.
drown. Yeah.
It's not the end of the world problem.
Instead,
right?
you find yourself another boat, kayak, ski, and just keep going.
He had, I mean, not just like rework it. I mean, rebrand it, change the title, the name, so much that he had to go in the middle of the campaign and totally change. And we still came out pushing it as the same book as this. You know, we acted like it was a hiccup, a speed bump. Boom, just kept right on rolling. Got it funded, got it in everybody's hand.
Like, did he get it funded?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was my most funded book, as a matter of fact, and it really was because, you know, I had so much help and so much knowledge from the previous campaign that I knew once I got everything transitioned, this is where I need to go next.
Yep.
And you know, that, like I said,
awesome.
And
Pops,
look,
you helped me so much.
But you came up with some great ideas too. Okay, he had Jeff with Muth. He did the cover on PTSD and the cover on Cryptic Haze, and the style is the same, the color palette totally different, right? But this guy is like, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna put both these Jeff covers for $10. So you can get both these books, 2 different books, same guy's art, different art, but same guy, right? Same type of art on the 2 different titles. So it was like, you get his 2 awesome covers, you get 2 of the books for 10 freaking bucks. You know, it was like you couldn't beat the deals. He was coming out with ideas. Paul wasn't slow about this at all. He went, oh, that's a great idea. How can I make that better? You see what I'm saying? It was like he was always moving, always in movement. There was no
and that's what
slowing
we
down.
did. When we came back and rebranded, we did those 24, 48-hour sales, and I think that kind of boosted me up. We also reworked our stretch goals, and that was one of the things that I didn't have with like Bushibu, and I was barely figuring out with, you know. And so whenever Cryptic Haze that had that hiccup, I had done so much research and studying, and everybody on the shows basically showed me what their stretch goals were. I kind of took them and spun them around in my style, and it really helped. I mean, really just catapulted me over to where it ended up at.
I look at people like Paul who come into the scene, and like you said, he was fresh. He had no idea, you know. I mean, PTSD was the beginning, just last year.
It's
year.
funny that you keep saying PTSD was where he started. He started with PTSD. Started with it. It didn't earn it. Had it.
And powered through it, bro.
Yeah.
Look, powered through it. Okay. 3 successful campaigns in 7 months.
Yeah. 7 months.
3 different titles. 3 successful campaigns in 7 months.
That's awesome.
Paul's working. Okay. Paul's like going to be the next Mike Barrett. He's going to have his hands in everything. People are going to be, will you write for me? Will you write for me?
I can only hope.
No, watch.
You're gonna have to start turning them down. You're like, look, guys.
Yeah.
I mean,
or they're gonna offer you the kind of money that your time is worth. Yeah, yeah.
Right. You're gonna be like, look, I already have the gold-studded swimming pool. I'm gonna have to pass on this one.
I enjoy it. I enjoy the, you know, the fan reaction, and you know, I've had so much reaction with PTSD. Just this past convention, about 2 weeks ago, I had a lady come up to me and tell me it was the greatest comic book ever, and that she got to the end of it and it made her cry like nothing else ever had. And I was, you know, just to hear somebody say that about a piece of work that you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
amazing. It invokes the emotional response that you were actually going for, bro.
And I'm my own biggest critic. I really am. And there's several times where I'm like, man, I should have reworked it this way and that way. But to hear somebody say something like that, and it's like, you know, I haven't had one negative review about this book since it came out, and it's just been, I mean, amazing. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And then for people to say after they read Bushibu and then PTSD, they're like, I can't believe this is from the same person.
Yeah, they're
These are
all
2
3
great
different
pieces of work, but they're so different. And I'm like, that's what I was going for, because I want to make a library of books to show my range of writing. And then, Cryptic Haze, even though people kind of relate it to PTSD, it's still a world apart.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah.
I think the reason that people relate it to is because the similarity of those two covers.
Yeah, and then the art.
A lot of people go right to, is that part 2 of that? Is this connected to that? Because those two covers, that art is like, identifiable.
Yeah.
Like, you talk about artists where you see their art and that's their art.
Yeah. And
Jeff
one of the things
like that.
Yeah, and one of the things I always said, especially starting out, that I'm going to promote everybody that I can. Jeff Mooers was a great friend of mine, and he's been on 2 of my covers. Beautiful cover, especially that A cover for Cryptic Haze. That's Jeff's. And then, there's San, who's my interior artist for both of those. And, his stuff, it's just so much different. So much different than...
Look, I liked Bushy Boo, okay?
Yeah.
When we met, it was like Bushy Boo. I'm freaking out on this. His son is cosplaying the Ringmaster. He's got a marketing idea that involves the family and everything, and the family's part of the writing. And
the Ringmaster.
There he is. See that outfit right there? That red outfit? His son actually wears that outfit when they do cons, and sometimes he comes out on the show.
I actually bought the outfit before the artist started, and I said, this is what I want that Ringmaster to look like, because I wanted my son to be basically my mascot.
Yep.
Whatever.
It was, just something that could go hand in hand. They helped me write it. They helped me come up with the story of Bushy Boo, and that was my first story that I started scripting, even though PTSD came out first, because, again, we had so many problems with Bushy Boo at first. It was like, that's not going to stop me, that I run into a problem. Instead, I switched courses and said, hey, let's start on the second book as well, even though it came out first.
Mm-hmm.
And like, man, there's been so many reviews about it that it's just been
yes, there it is.
Phenomenal.
Hold that back up. That's the book.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I have that book.
Do you?
You
I
do?
do have that book. Yes, I do. I was like,
Awesome.
Held it up like it's over my rack of indie comics over there.
Yes. See how that works? Which cover did you get though?
That cover. As soon as you held the cover up, I was like, okay, I do have that.
This is
I want to
DJ
say
Hall's
yes, I
cover.
didn't.
This is DJ Hall's cover. He's a great artist. He actually served in the service, and I tell this story every once in a while. Whenever I approached him, I gave him the script and said, hey, I really love your art, and I'd love for you to do my A cover. But I want you to read it first, because this story is a little bit harder than most stories. It's a very cautionary tale, I tell people. And after he read it, he was like, oh, I insist on doing it. I don't care how much you're going to pay me. I want to do that A cover. He said the story had to come out, and, just to hear, like I said, the reaction from fans and then artists as well, it just kind of blew my mind, especially me being brand new. Because in all honesty, whenever I first put the first one out, I was like, man, please just give me one person that likes it.
Yep, I know the feeling. Wasn't that long ago for me.
Right? I mean, everybody has to have that feeling at first. And then like, since I put 3 comics out, 3 different stories, I'm like, I hope none of them let them down, anyone down.
And you got to always have that fire. You always have to have that fear, like, because you have to push it. You have to do something new. You can't just
exactly.
do
You
the same
can't
thing
mundane.
over and over again.
Whenever it's mundane, why is it worth it?
Right.
And
right.
it's like,
so you always got to be like, is this going to fail? Is this going to fail?
Yeah.
In the worst case scenario, it fails, and you go, all right, at least I tried something new.
You got to redirect course. Again, whenever it comes to comics, it's always about problem solving. One of the things, like I say, is I try to promote all my artists, my cover artists, and I don't want to put a story out there that's going to have their cover on it and them not, my story not live up to their standard of their art.
They just took the paycheck and did the cover and walked away.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know about their aspect. I don't want to take
He's
the
worried
two
about
chapter
him being up to their standard.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
Because
saying?
I mean, all these people are established. Whenever you talk about Ken Salinas and his beautiful voodoo cover,
dude, I love that.
He's been in
That's
the
an
industry
awesome
for
cover.
years.
Yeah.
Show
And
me that.
Yeah,
I
hold that
mean,
up
it's
again.
just beautiful.
That is awesome.
And then, like you said, the art that's inside is nice, crisp, clean. I want to be able to.
That was what I liked. I liked that style, the Bushibu style, and when you said you wanted to do a CroM story, and I was like, man, I don't want to get somebody to do the art for that isn't like that can't do that same type of style. How'd I do for hooking you up with an artist for that?
Yeah, that was amazing. His stuff was beautiful.
Is Manny good or what?
Yeah, and the way it just came out, I loved it.
He fit that style perfectly. I was like, yeah, we get Manny to do the crossover between Bushi and CroM, and it won't hurt your look, your image of that comic at all, because Manny picked it right up. That style is like, yeah, I'll do something just like that. So love that. I got a page of it somewhere here, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I mean, it was beautiful work. And again, like I said, whenever it comes to writing the stories, I don't want to let anybody down. I know that Manny, his beautiful art was going to do my script more than justice. Again, I'm brand new, and he's been doing it for how long? So it's
he's
like
been drawing forever. I think
You're brand
comics
new.
has probably been involved in. I think Mojo might have been the first one. So 4 or 5 years.
And
Same
here I
as
am,
me. When I
6,
started
7
promoting.
months. Yeah.
Yeah.
But whether or not you have of stuff, like I'm an artist too, and if somebody gives me a script, I can tell pretty quick if it's something I like and it's gonna, I feel like it's gonna work versus something that isn't, regardless of whether or not the person who wrote a bunch of other things or not.
Right. Well, I was looking at the existing Bushibu Circus book, and I was like, I want to find somebody. I couldn't hire his artist.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying anybody. I couldn't hire Paul's artist to draw the Bushibu CroM, but I could go to Manny and say, "Hey, Manny, do you want to do this?" Because I knew Manny could do the style, and I wasn't going to go to somebody who couldn't do something very similar to what already existed in the Bushibu universe. Because I didn't want to damage that look.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was really easy for me to go, oh, man, he's my guy.
It was great. Really, really great. I saw his sketches at the beginning, and I was like, man, blown away.
Yeah, good dude. Manny Soto, that's who we're talking about if y'all don't know. Manny Soto, good friend of ours, did the art for Mojo, did, Greed, I think, Dustin's book, Greed, he was doing that. Manny's good, bro. Manny, good artist. Real good.
Since we're on the subject of Bushibu, I did want to make an announcement tonight.
Yes.
I have started the artists on Bushibu 2, and we're actually past the midway point. I've got all of my.
He's going to have 4 books out in 10 months, you slow ass fuckers.
I have got.
I'm a year and a half since my last issue of my comic, so there you go.
I've got the artist more than halfway on the pages already done. I've got my cover art coming in. I've actually seen 1 complete cover art and about 4 of the other covers, because I'm going to do 6 covers just like I did last time, in kind of dedication to my 6 kids, and that's the reason I'm doing 6 covers. And I have to say that I believe I'm gonna have it on Kickstarter August 1st.
There you go.
August 1st, Bushibu issue 2.
Now we'll be able to get Bushibu 1 and 2 as a bundle.
As a matter of fact,
everything he's got, I promise.
As a matter of fact, not only am I going to bundle
it, I need to catch up here a little bit,
but I'm looking into combining them and putting some kind of book covering on them for a volume, an issue 1 and 2.
Like a mini trade. Yeah.
Kickstarter exclusive, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be just on Kickstarter, because I don't want to do a trade paperback just yet. I want to do volume 1 and volume 2, or issue 1 and 2, because they are 2-parters. And I know a lot of
copies
people.
of number 1 do you got laying around?
Oh, I got a bit. I got about 700 or so.
You got to make sure them add-ons are there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And it's selling
Look,
pretty well, so I might have to.
One of those Bushibu covers is a Star Wars homage that's freaking beautiful.
Oh, and then Ariel Diaz's cover.
Yes.
You remember that one with the tiger?
Bushibu number 1 is a very beautiful book. Get you one just so in case that's the one that turns out to be the next Turtles. You got you one of them first. Yeah.
I had one of the Turtles because they were out of Boston, and I live in the Boston area. I had the Xerox copy before they were even published.
Wow.
I didn't keep it. I liked it at the time. Me and my friends read it. We were playing D&D, and we sat around. We read this thing. Oh, that's crazy. Turtles. And then eventually they get popular, and I was like,
yeah.
What happened to that thing we had? Because it was like the one they handed out at college,
Yeah,
and like
I said, I did make 6 copies or 6 covers. A Bushibu one, but I'm going to tell you, after a certain point, I'm going to stop printing all the covers because it's a little bit difficult to keep them all.
Yes.
This is my issue, cover A, and this one I'll definitely make more, other print runs of. That's William Russell's artwork right there. If you don't know who William Russell, he's the angry artist. Amazing artist right there.
He's angry too. He really is.
Yeah, he's great guy. I loved working with him. Ken, Ariel Diaz, DJ Hall, Matt Brown, and just everybody that I worked with. They were great. And one of the pieces of advice I was given whenever I first started, it was like, even though you're going to approach all these artists, expect some to kind of tell you no. Man, I haven't had that happen to me yet. And I'm shocked. I'm surprised. And I appreciate all their hard work because they've talked and made sure that I was getting what I wanted. And they just blew it out of the ballpark.
I can attest to the fact that okay, like you sent us the script for the crossover, right? Okay. You're writing. I'm the way if I was drawing it, the way your script lays out makes it really easy to
thank you
put what you're trying to to make us visualize. As an artist, I can see where it's very descriptive, it's very solid. You have a definite idea what Paul's trying to get across, and if you're a good artist, you're going to slam it.
Having said that, I did have a lot of help from my first editor, and he really didn't. He asked not to be named, but he was such an amazing editor. He didn't point out and tell me what to do. He more guided me to where the problems could be solved and how that I could learn it. So I took about 6-7 months before I really first started writing my script and learned the layout of a script, learned, the page turn, the action shots and establishing shot. I wanted to learn and make sure that my scripts were the best that I could do, because if somebody's going to buy my script, my cover, the art that I'm putting in there, I wanted to make sure that it was worth every penny. Not only because they're buying it, but because I'm also a comic book fan, and I didn't want to waste, a penny on a baseball Sunday comic that had nothing to do with the story. I wanted everything, every detail to be worth every penny. And
you guys are familiar with this logo right here, right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with this logo, this Critical Blast logo right here.
Yep.
What's up, RJ? What's happening, brother? We're gonna stick it right there. Look. I got you, bro.
Look at it.
Oh, mine fell off. Oh my God, what happened?
Mine's invisible.
I'm wearing it inside out.
Where's the hat, bro? Where's the hat? Come on.
Okay, I'll get the hat.
All right.
I'm gonna take this moment to slip out, guys. I gotta get heading out.
Jay,
talking to you.
I know if you're aware.
I want to reach out to you. I want to make sure I get some of these beautiful covers and books added to my collection.
And I don't know if you're aware of what that guy does, that guy right here does, but he does fulfillment, logistics, all this. Yeah, this guy right here.
I think I talked to RJ not the last time I was on your show, Pops, but the time before that he was there. All these familiar faces.
Right.
That's what we do.
It was the hat.
just looked
You
stamps.
had the hat last time too. And we were saying that you were the new Pops. And we couldn't tell who was who.
That beard is epic, RJ.
Oh,
beard is epic.
You know what? If I get the maximum stretch goal on this thing here, if I actually hit that $10,000, I'll shave the whole mess off on stream.
Whoa.
Oh.
All right, I got a pledge right now. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'll hire a guys for me.
You will like Jay. You will like what RJ's doing though. It's The Devil You Know Better, a bunch of short horror stories by people like Mike Barron and Hart Fisher. Check it out.
I will definitely check it out.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
Speaking of The Devil You Know Better.
The Devil You Know Better. Is this the guy you're talking about?
this is one of the many devils. Richard, how are you?
Hello, good evening.
How's it going?
How you doing? Paul, you're more
I felt like I needed horns is what I needed.
Yes. I wear my hat in honor of Pops, who hosts the CroM Con. We're coming into what, the third hour of this particular session?
No, this is we started at 6, so we just finished the third hour, and we go until you're done, and then I'm done till tomorrow.
How did it go? How was it?
I have a full slate tomorrow too for Monday Madness. We got 5 or 6 guests for tomorrow afternoon as well. That's where the overflow goes, Richard. People that don't get a spot in the actual show on the weekend. That's how Monday Madness kind of came to be, is like I needed an overflow for the guests that missed out on sign up.
Very cool.
So this is the 26th time we've done this.
26th month in a row.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Wow.
It's so much fun, man. It really is. Meeting all you guys. Richard, I am Pops. Troy, I am Pops. That's Paul way over there. He's the creator of Bushy Boo Circus, PTSD, and Cryptic Haze. You guys know RJ. I don't have to tell you about him. But
Richard and I have emailed.
Yeah, what I do is get eyes on what you guys do. That's what I do. I'm a promoter of everything indie. So, I'm looking forward to hearing all about this. I mean, I know what's going on because me and RJ are buds, but your individual stories and stuff in this, I want to hear about. There you go.
That's what we're here doing. We're still 3 minutes early from the time.
Oh, I know. We're gonna go back over to Paul and go Bushy Boo 2. You guys know what's up.
Yeah.
Bushy Boo 2. I wish I hadn't have set my sponsor thing up on top of this long box because all the books are in it. All the indie books that I've acquired in the last couple of years since I started doing this show are in this long box behind me. Okay. Paul's books. I wanted to pull out the Star Wars cover of the Bushy Boo. It's just amazing.
Thank you.
Pop, how am I sounding, by the way?
Sound great.
You're fine.
Okay. My microphone was having an issue where every time I touched it, it would like spike. So I knew that something was bad. So this is my first stream with my new Yeti Nano blue. I don't know what it
sounds good.
It's a blue.
Yeah, it sounds good on this end. I'm hearing you fine.
Fantastic. So hopefully this will last 6 months or more.
We are still having bad Comcast connectivity issues since the storm last week. The power came back on, RJ, but I'm getting kicked for like 5 seconds every 20 minutes. It's like the connection just goes dead. So I'll freeze about every 20 minutes. But I'll come right back. Okay. It's like, so don't freak out if I start spinning or whatever.
As long as everybody else can
that's
move
what
on,
I
we're
see.
here.
From this end, you guys all do the spin. I mean, you see the little loading circle. That's what I see.
Oh, yeah.
But everybody told me I'm just freezing.
Yeah, I call that the spinning wheel of perpetual disappointment.
Yes, yes. the buffer.
Please,
the buffer
I just
zone.
want something to happen. Just something to happen.
I worked for a place one time where they were developing software and they wanted to make sure they had the spinner to show when things were loading, and they on purpose called it a throbber.
Throbber.
I'm like,
No.
okay.
No. I don't even know if spinner's good, but what else are you going to call it?
It's that spin cycle of perpetual waiting.
Yes.
I know it's horrible for the video game aspect of it, because you fought all the way down into this dungeon. It took you about 18 minutes to get to the boss, and you're whooping the boss, and you're whooping him, and then the boss goes, and you're dead. You come back dead. It's like, come on.
You think that's an internet connection problem. That's a game set.
Your character
he's
just
getting
totally
too close.
freezes up.
It looks like he's actually going to win this thing. We can't have that happen.
Your character just totally freezes up. You're just standing there, right? You're not swinging anymore, even though you're pushing the heck out of the buttons. Nothing's happening, right?
You become
and then
the sitting
it comes
duck.
back,
You become
and
the
your guy's
sitting
laying on the ground. It's driving me crazy. But
so Pops.
Yes.
You know that I write books, not just edit them.
Yes, I do know that.
And I've done that Alice's Journey Beyond the Moon. I've done the Sideways Door. I've done the Destroyer books.
Yeah, I told somebody about that the other day, that they did not know that RJ had wrote some Destroyer books. So you might be hearing about that from somebody on the side.
I ran into the same thing issue. Well, that Sideways Door book that I wrote was a Doctor Who spinoff when Telos had the property. And this gentleman down here co-wrote that with me. Troy and I worked together years ago, and he was published before I was. He was the one who actually influenced me to try to get published instead of just writing for school papers. And
you say this guy
for
down
my
here,
hard
are you talking about Marmalade? Who are you talking about?
No, I'm trying to point to Troy. I'm getting this Hollywood Squares thing all mixed up.
Okay. Sure. All right. Usually when he points below down, it's like he's talking about his puppet, right? I mean.
Yeah, Marmalade's got a new song in the works too. I've got to getting going for that. You remember that song by Crosby and Nash, Immigration Man?
Oh yes. Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
Yeah. Sure. Well, he's got a song he's written called Imitation Fans. Don't let in the imitation fans.
That's wonderful. I'm going to have a copy of that. Can we get a little CroM animation to go in there too?
Hey, Glenn, good to see you out there, man.
If you guys don't know Glenn Fleming, he is the author of the Jack Kirby book and DVD that came out on Indiegogo last year. Good stuff. Interviewed Jack in his home. Very casual setting. Okay, not none of the corporate crap or marketing crap or none. Just talking about all kinds. Jack talking about Joe Sinat and different, fun stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. Fascinating story. Like it's almost like they just showed up and went in, and his wife said, "Hey, you want to stay for dinner?" And they did.
Yeah, and he got to go do it again. He got to go do it a second time. The first time, I think the camera messed up, or the battery didn't have batteries for the camera or something. And then when he went back, Glenn lives in England, first off. So he was coming to the States, going to LA, hanging out with friends, and then got to go hang out with Jack.
Yeah.
How long ago was this? When did this happen?
Oh, let me
late 70s.
Must have been, I was going to say it had to be back in the.
Yeah, late 70s. He didn't know he was going to see Jack when he came over, as far as I understand it. It's sort of like his friend surprised him and said, "Hey, I found where he lives."
Oh, man.
Jack Kirby, A Personal Journey, Words and Pictures by Glenn Fleming. So,
all right.
This book has all kinds of pictures of Jack, pictures of Glenn and Jack, the infamous shorts. I will show you the infamous shorts too, but hanging out by the pool with Jack. Come on, man.
Sweet.
Yeah, he did. He went there 88 and 91. It was something that he arranged to do. Hi, Rose. What's happening?
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Rose.
We're showing off some Glenn B. Fleming awesomeness right now, real quick.
Can I throw in a Jack Kirby story?
Sure, yes. You can.
Okay, I honestly was in the 80s. I was working as a waiter catering a event at whoever did the Masters in the Universe animation show.
Filmation.
Filmation? Yeah. So it was at their
Filmation, Lou
offices.
Scheimer.
So it was at their offices, and it was like a Christmas thing. It was a big thing. There's all these people there. There were all these illustrators. There's a lot of the guys were from Disney. There was a guy there with a scale model of the Nautilus, and so I'm walking around with my hors d'oeuvres, going, can I help? Can I help? And we've all read this a million times in books. A ripple went through the room, and it did. It was like, he's here. He's here. What? No. Oh my God, you're kidding me. He's here. The king is here. The king. In walks Jack Kirby, and all of these animators and illustrators. It was like the
them
Pope
legs,
showed up.
yo. Check them
Oh
legs
my
on.
God.
Check them legs on, Glenn. Check them
Oh my
shorts,
gosh.
baby.
But it was amazing. It was like people just lined up to just shake his hand and to say hello to him. And I immediately was no longer a waiter. I was a fan, and I got in line, and I got in big trouble because I was no longer doing my job. But it was like, when am I going to get a chance to see this again? Is this ever going to happen?
Well worth
Get
it.
another
I bet.
waiter job
Well
somewhere
worth it.
else.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you very much. And I
All
did,
of-
by the way.
A whole bunch of this stuff. Like I said, it's just amazing. He's talking about people he knew when he went and drew the astronauts at NASA, all kinds of stuff that he's just talking about with Glenn on this DVD.
That's fantastic.
It's
What a
not.
treat.
It's the most. It's not any interview you'll ever see about Jack or with Jack. It's personal hangout time with Jack. It's way different than anything you've ever seen or will see. So, Indiegogo, I think Amazon, you could probably get this. You can get it. It's one of the best. It's definitely the best thing you'll find on Jack Kirby post-Humus.
So I got a question for Richard.
Yes. How may I help you?
Well, this anthology.
Hold
The
up.
third one we've
Introduce the lady. Introduce the lady.
It's very unchivalrous of me, and I'm feeling like I don't have to introduce Rose. I saw Rose. I know Rose, but this is Rose. She's one of the contributors to our book, and are so glad we were able to make it, Rose.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. And see
Good.
you.
Somebody was breaking up. RJ, are you breaking
RJ
up?
froze up
Yeah,
on us.
RJ is breaking up.
Oh no.
He looks good though, don't
Adrian is frozen too.
It's I like the two hats on this on as bookends here.
It works. It works.
I knew RJ was doing the final panel today, so I put on the Critical Blast shirt. We represent. RJ is one of the first people that ever helped me keep this show going. Way back in the beginning, a couple years ago. Nothing but love for RJ forever.
You've got a Critical Blast shirt. I've got the updated Critical Blast logistics.
I know. I don't have the cool shirt. Well, I guess I do because this one says
It's a perfect stopping point for him too.
when pop culture gets blasted, right? I got the good shirt.
All right, guys, I got to get going. It was a pleasure meeting all y'all. Thanks.
Pleasure
again,
meeting
Pop.
you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Well,
Be well.
stay in touch. Let me know what's going on so we can
Always.
keep everything current.
We'll
what's
talk,
up.
Pops. Thank you.
All right, brother.
RJ, what led to this anthology?
Oh, a long and winding road that leads to your door, Richard. This is the third anthology you did. The first anthology I did was something called Gods and Services.
Wow, you are really breaking up.
Yeah,
Can't
yeah. You might want to go out and
Really?
come back in, RJ. You're really
do that.
starting to robot.
Bye.
All right, quick, everybody. So, what do you really think of RJ? I mean, come on.
I was going to say we all need to hide behind our avatars now.
or just hide. Just be have the blank screen there.
Like I'm serious though when I say he's one of the very first people that really supported, me doing what I do, which is promote what you guys do. I'm not a creator. I'm not one I'm not one of the club. I just love what you guys do, and I like to make sure that you get seen, that your projects get seen, that what you're doing gets eyes on it, so that maybe you sell a few more books.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, it started for me when Emerald City Comic Con went down. I saw the summer was done. I foresaw there was going to be no cons. Okay, the summer of 2020. I knew it. There was going to be nothing. And I started doing this and giving people a place to come out and talk about what they were doing, because they weren't setting up tables all over the country, So that was for me, it was like my grandson calls me a problem solver. He's like, oh, so you're a problem solver, Grandpa. I was like, well, I was just trying to help my friends, but yeah, I guess, RJ was one of the first people that understood. I mean, obviously he does this too. He understood what I was going through. He threw some money at me to keep the show going for a couple months, way back in the beginning, so that we could build a fan base. And we didn't have a YouTube channel. I think my Facebook group was about 400 people at the time. Now it's 2,500 people. I have a YouTube channel. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitch. And I'm promoting what you guys do.
Well, I'm personally, I'm glad you're doing that, because I am very, very, very terrible at promoting myself.
And this is
Amen. I hear you.
I'm horrible at promoting myself. I totally get it, but I'm really good at talking about everybody else's stuff.
Well, you know what I mean?
It's like I say, it was something that I felt needed to be done at that exact moment. Sorry, RJ. It's something I felt needed.
And I can't believe that he was saying that about. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, RJ, we were saying some pretty terrible things.
Here's the thing. I had y'all on this the whole time listening.
He's paying attention. He knows.
I watch. So,
but yeah, he was one of my biggest supporters in the beginning. I think RJ and Brian Polito and Mike Barron were my three biggest supporters in the beginning when I started doing this.
Wow. So out of Mo and Curly, I'm the Shemp in that trio.
But you were the only one doing what I was doing. You see what I'm saying? So the stuff I got from you was invaluable. Those guys were people I was talking about. You're one of the people I could learn from doing what we do. We just promote.
You just learned from my mistakes is all you did, man. Because I never prepare interview questions. I run a show Monday through Thursday every night at 8 p.m. with different authors and creators, and I never prepare interview questions. It's fly by the seat of my pants the whole time.
And that's part of the charm. Same with my show. I don't edit anything. It's always live. There's no let's do a recorded show and I'm going to go edit what you said. No. It's always going to be live. It's always going to be straight. Everybody's going to hear what you actually said, not out of context clips, or you know what I mean. It's like, this is supposed to be fun, right?
And it usually is fun. It usually is fun. So where was I? I was.
How'd you end up meeting? How did you guys all
end up doing these anthologies?
Okay, so wow. Wrote comic book reviews for a website that went under. Had some interviews in the can. Talked with somebody else who had a website just in a chat. Said, "Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Neil Gaiman told me on the phone this and that." And oh yeah, I was talking with Stan Lee, and he said this. I'm like, when did you talk? And I'm like, well, I did these interviews that never got run. Would you like to run them on our website? I'm like, I don't know. What do you pay? Nothing. Good. Those checks don't bounce. I can trust that. So I started working for another website, and I was there for like 15 years, just, doing what I'm doing now. The guy decided it was enough. He wanted to shut it down. Traffic wasn't what it used to be for entertainment websites, but he kept the name, so it didn't get passed on. So I started Critical Blast. It was the first name on the list of brainstormed ideas that was available across all the social media networks. So I locked them all down and then bought the domain. And along the way, I just started saying, what else could we do? Because I like to make money. And one of these days I will.
We live in hope, man. We live in hope.
Yeah.
RJ, we're look, one of my main goals is making sure RJ can quit his day job. I want RJ to be our Critical Blast Logistics full-time. Okay?
The logistics business is the only thing that's making money. And it's I'm happy with that. It's
Yeah,
doing a great
it's
business.
going to keep growing too, right? That's what I mean. I want RJ to have so much work he has to do for comic book people that he has to quit his regular job. That's what I want. Okay, for you, my friend.
I can see it. I know the numbers that have to be there, so I can see it coming. But one of the things I wanted to do was get into publishing and editing. And we did this first anthology called Gods and Services. The trope was being that, it's the old pop-up shop. It had a letterboard sign in the window that said goods and services, but one of the O's had fallen off and was laying in the bottom of the tray. And it turns out that's not false advertising. You would go into the shop and buy some knick-knack or gewgaw or whatever and walk out with it. And, oh, guess what? There was a god attached to that thing, something old and forgotten. And it's now, obligated to make your life better, whether you want it to or not, or in ways that you don't think are better or not. And when you go back, by the way, to return it, the shop's not there anymore. It disappeared. It was a fun thing that was inspired by Tony Randall and Burl Ives, the brass bottle story. And okay, so
Right.
Richard moved. I'm not frozen.
No.
I was like, did it go? And when I did that, it was like forever getting enough stories to go. We had 10 stories in that anthology, and it was a close call. I was like, I got 10 good stories, but it's right on the deadline. So I have a new Java update available. Great. So when I did The Devil You Know, the selfish purpose behind that was that I had a story started called The Devil You Know. I'm like, I'll get an impetus to finish this thing if I put myself in my own anthology. And I didn't. So apparently it wasn't enough of an impetus. But I knew that I was going to, we lost Rose. Her device is not connected. But I knew that I had taken so much time with Gods and Service. I'm like, I'm going to give myself 2 more months of a reading period, make sure I can get enough stories in to get a good quality 10 stories. And the weird thing, Richard, is that if you've actually published a book before and nobody is out there saying they never paid me for it, you assume they got paid, you'll get a lot more submissions. We had 175 submissions for The Devil You Know.
Holy
and ended up picking 20 stories because I just couldn't turn away some of these tales.
Right.
And after a year and a half, I'm like, okay, it's time. In fact, when I got the cover in from the folks who did the cover design, it was the
great
fist
cover,
holding
by
the
the way.
contract. Thank you. I didn't do anything with it, but I'll take the appreciation. But when I saw that fist holding the contract, I'm like, oh, I know what the next cover is going to look like. I said, hold that design, boys, because we're going to be back with that. And it was, it's what we did. I was like, it should be The Devil You Know 2. No, it should be The Devil You Know Better, and then The Devil You Know Best. Yes, I've tipped my hat that we will have a third one of these. And what I did with both of them, and this is all rambling, leading way to getting to my question to you. What I did with both of them is that through all the reviews I had done with the trades before having Critical Blast and with Critical Blast, connections with Scholastic, connections with Simon & Schuster, I knew authors who had name recognition out there. Ira Bloom for Hearts and Body Parts was in Gods and Services, as was David J. Peterson. I wanted to use that and sort of there's Rose. Rose is back.
Had to take a break.
Okay. I wanted to use that and say, hey, let's get some name artists, name authors in these things so that the new authors that, produce quality stuff will not just be able to say, I got published, but they'll be able to say, I got published with, to sort of give them that sort of a boost. And I've seen it work because I've seen some of these new authors who were new with me get published in several other places now. So it was a great stepping stone. So when I did The Devil You Know Better, I was like, well, I know Mike Barron. He's an author. He's writing a ton of stuff. Maybe he'll, throw me a bone for, the on the cheap, because y'all know what you got paid for stories. And I know Hart Fisher, he's a big horror guy. He's got to have something with the devil in it. And they both
Mike
did.
was here earlier, and we talked about it just a little bit while we bounced off to 80 other things he's working on. But,
yes. He's a busy guy.
Yes, very busy guy. But yeah, we touched on this a little bit in our little segment earlier with Mike. Good dude.
But So you've got the Amazon link up there. I got to get you the Indiegogo link. So
Uh-huh.
you look at that.
Mhm.
Yep.
All the links. I want them all.
I'll get it for you here. It
Well,
may
nice to
drain
see.
some bandwidth from me.
Nice to see Amazon only has 7 left in stock. Yeah.
Yes. I wish they would order more than 10 at a time, but
Nice.
but so those were my names. I'm like, yes, we'll have, I planned right then from the outset that we were going to do a hardcover and that they were going to have them signed and everything, because I'm like, and everybody else will be new authors, and for the most part they are. And then I get these stories and I start reading author bios, and it's like 7-part series, Disney Channel exclusive. I'm like, why are you sending a story to somebody so beneath your station? Because that's Richard Brewer, folks. He has a show on Disney Plus based off of his book series.
Based on an anthology that I put together.
What's the series?
It's called Culprits, and they just wrapped, actually. They just wrapped production, and it'll probably be out sometime either next fall or in the spring.
Well, keep me informed. I'll have to get back on Disney Plus and watch it.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Please do.
Finally a reason to, right?
Yeah. And that just came out of why? Because I love the idea. I love the devil as a character.
He's the great villain. He's the best.
I mean, let's face it. He gets all the best stuff. I mean, you don't want to be Faust. You want to be Mephistopheles, right? You don't want to, you don't want to be Joe in Damn Yankees. You want to be the devil in Damn Yankees. So
yes.
I have a story that I'm doing with Rich Perotta eventually called The Infinite Deaths of Big D Wild, and the devil has a lot to do with that story.
Yes, he does. As does the devil's daughter. But
yes,
we'll not spill anything.
Good stuff. Really good stuff.
Yeah, the devil always gets the best actors. Do you remember TV series called Reaper?
Yeah.
Ray Wise, of all people, playing the devil, and he did it to perfection.
Well, I've seen the trailers for the new Sandman show coming out on Netflix. Devil looks awesome.
Yeah,
it looks
Lucifer.
Great.
Oh,
yeah, Lucifer.
I did a story.
Very beautiful and very creepy and scary at the same time. Wonderful job.
I did a story called Jehovah's Witness, which was actually putting God on trial for the existence of injustice in the world, and justice was holding it. And the only one who could make the case for why it had to exist was Lucifer. And I had Lucifer, appear in a puff of brimstone in heaven and take the stand and, explain things out. And I gave it to a beta reader, and they're like, yeah, this is okay. Why is the devil British? I was like, why wouldn't he be? Of course he's British.
Well, you got to have an accent.
Yeah.
I mean, look, even Star Wars has Earth accents, right? They didn't try to make up different sounding ways to say words for aliens. Come on. They're British, damn it.
Luke Skywalker sounded perfectly American, and Ben Kenobi just lived next door and it was British as heck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
well, but we don't know where he was raised. Come on now,
This is true.
Yeah, we
just because he's
if you're gonna start
cartoony.
If you're gonna start picking holes apart in Star Wars, I've always found it very strange the way every planet they go to has exactly the right gravity and oxygen levels for human beings. So
that's because if they didn't have that, you wouldn't go there.
Oh,
well, exactly. Yeah. Who knows
how
that's
why the colonies were grown there. I'm only here to help. I'm
figuring that they only settled on planets for trade, wherein all people could, pretty much exist.
Right.
All people, all aliens, every single alien could breathe the same oxygen.
Yeah.
Now you're just really starting.
That's
now
not entirely true, because you saw some people like with masks exhaling gas, and you don't know what they're really breathing in that mask. You figure it's just because they can't breathe the air, right?
Yeah, well,
you see a little bit of that.
I've always felt, just let Star Wars be. It's a hero story. Just go with it. Yeah.
But interestingly, though, you know who took that to some extent was Babylon 5.
Oh yeah, Babylon
I
5.
love
They would
Babylon 5.
they would have aliens walking around with masks on.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
because
and they had them living in separate quarters when they couldn't
exactly.
breathe the same atmosphere. Yeah.
Even Star Trek, the original series, had an alien that was breathing through an apparatus. Even way back in the original series, one of the aliens needed some kind of breathing apparatus.
The original series always threw me because it was like space exploration, to go where no man had gone before. And every single episode, where did they go? To visit a colony that they had already.
It was always men. Yeah, I know.
It's true.
It's like,
but you know,
it's like, where's the new stuff?
Well, that's called a budget, my friend. That's called keeping to the budget. we don't have to do a big makeup job on this guy because we can just make him one of our things.
To bring it back to the topic, though, to the original topic, I would, when you talk about the romanticization of the devil, the big criticism, even in his own time, was Milton's grand devil. You know, an almost majestic, tragic figure, and he took heat for that in his own lifetime. And he also, if you read C.S. Lewis remarking on that, because they kept pestering C.S. Lewis for a sequel to Screwtape, the Screwtape letters, and Lewis desperately did not want to, because, and I encountered this the same way whenever I write about particularly despicable characters. I mean, it's just, you just feel it. It's like you want to take a shower afterwards because you have a certain projection into the mind of the character. And Lewis complained that he didn't want to be in Screwtape's head, and that after a day of work, it was almost more than he could stand because it was just so vile.
Well, it's interesting because I would also think, well, how would you follow up with that? It's such a beautifully complete work.
Well, he did. He did follow up with a short story.
Did he really?
Yeah. Screwtape delivers a toast, and it's
the graduation ceremony.
Yeah, for young demons.
But that's the copy I have.
Piece.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, after you.
I was just going to say the copy that I have has that at the end. I didn't know that was a separate thing. I thought it was just part of the whole.
He kept getting bombarded, and he did it to shut up his fans so that they wouldn't pester him anymore about doing Screwtape sequels. And so he did that, and it's a good piece of work with a really. It's just marvelous all the way around. And as an early Christian, I was an atheist for most of my adult life, and when I became a Christian, I didn't know what that meant exactly. And then I read Mere Christianity. And then I started reading virtually everything C.S. Lewis wrote, including his amazing science fiction trilogy, which I think is overlooked. And unfortunately, but the one thing so when I wrote the story that I wrote, the devil doesn't make a personal appearance in the story, but I wanted his presence to be felt.
Right.
And I know that for many people, the idea of the devil is an abstraction. That isn't true for me. I believe that it does exist, and that he is our adversary. So it had the furthest thing from my mind when writing about that character would be to romanticize him. And there's a movie, Constantine, with Keanu Reeves.
Yes, good movie. Love it.
Where the devil does make an appearance, and he's this skeevy, slimy, rotten, piece of work. Peter Strohmeyer plays him to perfection. Yeah. He's just the man emanates menace in the character, and I felt like that was very dead on. I mean, the movie had its faults. I don't think Keanu could make the sale as Constantine, but I felt like the casting, aside from that, the casting of Peter Strohmeyer and the way he played it was extraordinarily well done. And it's just like, I like, my personal idea is don't romanticize this thing, even as an abstraction, because and oftentimes people look, I know that a good villain eats the scenery and is fun to watch. You go back to Shakespeare. I mean, Iago at the end, his admission is that, why did you do it? And it essentially boiled down because it felt good.
Yeah.
That's a kind of villain that I think is worth exploring. And although I do admit that Lewis has a point, you don't want to stay in their heads for any length of time. And it's almost you feel sullied in a way, but love good villains.
Yeah.
welcome to the chat, by the way, Diana Olney, the author of Fire Escape, which is the story in The Devil You Know Better. Hi, Diana.
Yo, sorry, I'm so late to the party today.
Well, that's okay. You showed up fashionably late. Troy,
you're adding to the party. You're not showing up.
I might have to leave permanently soon, I'm afraid.
Oh no! Oh dear.
No.
Okay. Well, Diana, do you want to talk a little bit about your story, just in case that pops you out?
Yes.
Oh, sure. What should we say?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Which one of you said you had to leave quickly?
Me. That was me.
Okay. Okay.
In that case, sorry, Diana. Rose.
Rose. Yeah. Let's
I
cover
can't tell who's talking.
Yeah.
Here. Okay, I wrote a story called Justice, which I'm not sure if it romanticized the devil or not, going off what Troy said, but it, what I think is often, I personally don't believe in the devil at all, but I find him a very interesting concept. And one thing I found very interesting about him is the idea that maybe he's still working for God. Maybe he's punishing evildoers. And the idea that all evil comes from the devil is just really people trying not to take responsibility for their actions, really. Oh, the devil made me do it. But evil comes from humans, and it's the devil's job to punish these people. So, and I've always been kind of fascinated by justice and revenge in my stories. Not in real life, don't worry, not in real life. But I'm not that kind of person in real life. But in my stories, I like the idea of justice and revenge, by people who've been wronged and marginalized people. And, in the way, the devil is on these people's side. He is there to punish evil. To punish evil that's done voluntarily by human beings.
You see that a lot throughout the ages too, where it's when you see people in hell in like pictures, the devil standing there with a pitchfork laughing at them. It's like, I've got you down here with me. You're being punished, holding his pitchfork and stabbing him and stuff. And even the Lucifer television series, that was his job, was to punish people, and sometimes to the point where they were finally redeemed. And could move on. That was actually something I found when I was doing the research on the Alice book. Was Lewis Carroll, who was a reverend. He was a Don, and he sort of broke with tradition, where he didn't believe that hell was eternal. He had his own interpretation of the Greek that was used at the time, and it was, to him, he's like, eternal punishment for temporal sins would be a great injustice in his wording. He thought that you would go down there and be purified by fire, and when you were finally pure enough, then you would be able to move on and get past it. I was like, well, I'm surprised you didn't get excommunicated from the Church of England for that.
That's kind of what I was trying to show. That's kind of what I was trying to show at the end of it. That the devil says, you've earned the ultimate punishment. You will be burned to the fires of hell until your soul is cleansed, and that there's a possibility that this guy soul can be cleansed. It's just it might take a while, but time doesn't really exist in hell. So, but he's not going to be there for all eternity. He's going to be there until his soul is cleansed by the fires of hell.
RJ, did you tell all of your friends involved in this book about Ed Gein Demon Hunter?
I did not tell any of them about Ed Gein Demon Hunter.
Right. I put a link in the private chat for you guys to all go check out later at your convenience. It's a comic book that involves the devil.
And Ed Gein.
Why would you add that to this chat? I don't understand. Oh, wait.
I think it's something you guys would all enjoy, being that you like this genre, or that you're interested in this genre. I think you'd love that comic. It is a different take on a serial killer and how he might be used after death. It's great. Lucifer puts him to work. Let me put it that way. Okay. Yeah. Ed Gein Demon Hunter.
And who he sends Ed Gein after is so apropos. The soul that escaped that he sends Ed Gein after.
I think I might have read this one. Yeah.
It's the second issue still coming out.
Yeah. We just I bought the retail tier for the first book so I could have some extras, because I think this is going to be one of those where people are going to be wanting that first print of that first issue, and they missed out. You know, because the second book, oh my God, this is a really good story. But you guys check it out at your leisure. I think you'll like it. Now, let's go back to this now. But
I love
really
the idea that
is,
you're hearing these different viewpoints of what the devil is or why the devil is doing what he does. And one of the reasons I wanted to be a part of this anthology, and one of the reasons I really like the first anthology, is there's so many interpretations, and it all boils down to he's just a stinker.
Yeah, definitely.
So keep going, Rose. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to tell you about that book before you left, just in case you didn't know about it. But continue.
Well, Troy, you talked about C.S. Lewis not wanting to romanticize the devil, and I wonder, is it so much the authors that do this romanticizing of evil as much as the readers? Because I look at not just the devil, but look at how many people in like goth community and goth society romanticize the vampires, evil blood-sucking monsters that please take me. It's just you're muted, Troy.
Sexy death wish.
Haven't they been doing that with the female victims in the Dracula movies forever, though?
Forever.
Oh, the sexy vampire trope. Yeah. I like vampires as that gnarly Nosferatu blood sucking fiend from hell kind of thing. I think that the best part, John Carpenter commented on that in the script for Vampires, where the Jack character goes off on they're not romantic,
Yeah.
And I thought that was aces. I just loved it.
Yeah, if you read the Jack Rice the Night Stalker book, it's not a romanticized version of a vampire at all. There's horrible stink about him, the stink of death, of decay that permeates wherever he goes, and there's none of this, I love you, my darling, come to my house.
Well, I've actually thought about this, why vampires are often sexualized and romanticized. And I think one reason is like heterosexual women often have a very ambiguous attitude toward their sexuality, because heterosexual women are attracted to people who have the physical and sometimes social power to kill them. This is a fact.
So
I think
Yeah.
So I think it's one way of heterosexual women trying to deal with this ambiguity they often feel about their own sexuality and who they're attracted to.
Every day I'm left alive means you love me.
Yeah.
Harley Quinn. Harley
Quinn. Yes.
So I'm serious though. This is true. I mean, heterosexual women, they're attracted to men who often have the physical and social power to kill them or abuse them. And I think this comes out with the vampires.
The bad boy complex.
I was going to say, is that what we're kind of talking about, the bad boy complex?
I think
I'm going to go back to the caveman complex, because it's been around way longer than bad boys.
Yes.
But do you feel that the devil is that sort of there's that attraction, certainly as the authors of these short stories, and a lot of literature in general, there's that seduction of the ultimate bad that we want to touch through
he
the
is the embodiment
stories
of temptation.
Well, I read an interesting line in one of Jan Siegel's novels, where she says, the moment that Lucifer rebelled, we knew he was one of us. That there's something very human about the devil. There's something human about his rebellion against God, or that fact that he's embracing evil. There's something very human about that makes him different from other angels.
Because ideally, well, not ideally, but traditionally, the story of the creation of man was that God created something with free will. It's like, well, the angels don't have free will? No, they don't have free will, I'm told. Well, then why did Lucifer make a choice?
Yeah, Lucifer made a choice. He was human. He did something human. Yeah. So I think that's part of it. Yeah.
There's another book out called Daughters of Lord Satan, which kind of covers another aspect of, Satan and his actual relationship to God, and how he separated from God, and it may have been more of not a choice so much as the best option. like for him, like you've heard the saying, is better to rule in hell than serve in heaven or whatever, right? And that was supposedly what he said. But maybe it was the lesser of two evils for his particular life experience. There's so many different aspects of good and evil. And there's so much middle ground.
Yeah, Gaiman touched on that in his short story, Murder Mysteries. Where he had an angel that I can't recall whether he actually chose to fall or he just didn't take a side and sort of meandered aimlessly downward.
Yeah.
That's Good Omens. In Murder Mysteries,
that is Good Omens.
Yeah, in Murder Mysteries, pair of angels fall in love, but then one of the angels murders the other one when they abandon them.
Yes. And there's the angel that's still walking the earth and says, as far as I'm concerned, I'm still doing my job.
Yeah. But then
which was
Lucifer
to take God's revenge, God's
Yeah.
justice. Angels would be a fun topic. Maybe after The Devil You Know Best, we might do something with angels.
I
dude.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
It's all the same people, so that we get the other side of their own personal views of it.
I don't know. Every time an angel is mentioned in the Bible, it's the first thing they say is "Don't be afraid," which speaks to
how scary they are.
Yeah, these are not friendly cherubim. These are
dangerous.
formidable, dangerous, and not human. And I think that would be a great idea, RJ. I think that you should explore that.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll give it a shot. I've got one more book left to get that stupid devil story I've got started. Finished. So,
No, by all means, finish the trilogy, the anthology, and then but then I think that you could shift focus to an angel themed story, and I think people would groove on it.
I might just do that, but I've changed the title, by the way. It was The Devil You Know Better, and now it's I was going to call it The Devil's Algebra, and then somebody beat me to it with a title. So now I don't know. I think it's going to be called The Creation Equation. Basically, it was just this story of like the interview with the vampire was an interview with the devil.
How about The Devil Knows You?
That would be fun. That'd be good.
That, you know what? There's our fourth book.
So 20 years down the line, as we're doing the Devil, whatever, 25.
I like it. Yeah, thanks. Now I don't have to finish that story for a couple of more books.
The Devil Knows You, bro. I mean, come on. If we're to assume that God is all seeing and omnipotent, then you kind of got to figure the other guy who's been battling him toe to toe for a couple thousand years probably pretty omnipotent too.
Nope. Only God knows the hearts of men. So that's why you have to pray out loud, because the devil doesn't know what you're thinking.
No, I'm not going to go with the devil don't know what you're thinking, because too many people got voices in their heads, man.
Oh, he can put your voices in your head. He just can't
that's pretty omnipotent. I'm just saying.
That's powerful. Yeah, that's powers and principalities at work there, man.
Speaking of the voices in their heads, there was a comedian, I'm just killing me that I can't remember who it was, but he said, why can't those voices in people's heads say something nice?
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
give that lady some flowers, or surprise mom with some chocolate. But no, it's all kill. And you're like, no.
Well, see,
that's great. That's great. That's a great observation. I love that.
The voice in my head is usually telling me ways I can fix things. You know what I mean? It's like those are the kind of conversations.
That's just you.
Yeah, those are the kind of conversations I have with myself. It's like, look, I know there's got to be a way to make this better. How can we do it? And I'll throw ideas around inside my skull until I come up with one that I like.
Yeah,
but I'm talking to myself the whole time, and I don't delude myself that I'm not having a conversation with myself. You see what I'm saying? I hear voices.
Sometimes an argument with yourself.
You're not telling me to do bad things.
But yeah, why can't we have like a guy who, in his own consciousness, is ready to go out and murder somebody, and he's got the knife, and while he's sitting outside the house, the dog walks up to him and says, hey, lady next door is having a heart attack. Go call an ambulance.
Oh, dude, stuck with. Oh man, talk about being on the teeter-totter of which way do you go? Does he just go in and finish her off?
Well, no, because the voices are telling.
I think we've just seen an inside of Pop's heads here.
I'm just saying, it's like, yeah, the voice in his head, but he was already headed on a different mission.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
neat.
now somebody gave him an easy target.
And inverting it.
Now they gave him the
sort of what we
target.
that's
Does
sort
he
of what we
follow
see,
through?
I think there's a thing that we, if you want to go with the old cliche thing of the angel on the shoulder and the devil on the other shoulder, I think those are the voices in your head, and it just depends on which one you listen to.
Come back.
The one gives you a poke, and the other gives you a poke, and it just depends on your choice. Almost like in a noir mystery story, you make that decision, but it's your decision.
Those two
they can only make the offer.
Or the two little characters, the angel and devil you were just talking about, they make appearances in the book I was talking about that me and Rich are doing, the Infinite Deaths of Big D Wild. They actually do that. They influence him one way or the other, or you know what I mean? They're those two guys, little angel, little devil,
The scary thing is when they agree.
And they do. And at times in this book they do. It's hilarious. It's supposed to be dark humor. It's funny. It's going to be fun, but it's also, a little gruesome, a little blood and guts, a little, infinite deaths of kind of tells it, right? I mean, guy's obviously going to die a lot of times. Okay.
Well, it's funny. You guys, somebody brought up Good Omens, and there's that great moment where they're walking by somebody getting a parking ticket, the angel and the demon, and the angel looks over at the devil and goes, "That was a really good idea of yours. That was really good." And the demon looks back and goes, "Well, I thought that was you. I thought that was yours."
Well, speaking of the angel and demon on two shoulders, just reminds me of, this very silly comic series that I love called Giant Days. And one of the characters sometimes has conversations with the angel and demon on her shoulder, and they're hysterically funny every time. like the demon saying, Yes, this is your chance, Esther. The chance to get rid of this house of vagrant Esterly forever. Good. Kill it, love in the cradle. And then Esther says something like, or you could just, ask a way to talk with her about it without pointing the finger. And the devil says, oh, no, less of that.
It's always been very much id versus super ego with ego in the middle.
Yeah.
RJ, you have to tell your friend Diana to come back.
I hope she does. I don't know if she might have moved inside because she was outside, and last time when she was on, she was outside and moved inside. So it might have been that kind of thing. But about the book, folks watching the chat right now, there is a book on the screen, and there is a link in the chat I threw out there. And just
depending on how you feel about the devil, whichever way you go, you're going to see so many incarnations of this. That's what was great as I was reading it. I was just going, well, that's a new thought. Well, that's a different way of looking at it. I mean, it's a wonderful wide range of different ways of looking at deviltry. Everything from the first story with the which is basically the apocalypse, which is fantastic.
That would be the devil came. The first is the devil came home to roost, which is the poem.
The poem, not the poem. Yeah, the first story, which is I'll find it.
Ad majorem Satana gloriam.
Yes,
the greater glory of Satan by Damascus Mincemeyer. Damascus is a great writer. He was actually in the first anthology. He came in on the last day of the reading period when I was doing nothing, and I was like happy with a good 19 set of stories, and he sends me this thing in that's basically Grumpy Old Men meets From Dusk Till Dawn. And my email back to him in response, opening line, damn it, Damascus. I'm supposed to be doing nothing. I'm coasting. And you send me this. Great. Word count just increased. Costing me more money. Thank you. But it was a great book, and he's a great writer. Troy was also in the previous book as well. And in that one, you did more of a science fiction take on Lucifer, where, you tell.
Well, it's Love in the Forever Machine. And
yes.
the whole point of it is that I don't believe in the supernatural per se. I think that there is a universe with laws, and those laws are typically followed, albeit in the crux of the story is that there are, yes, other dimensions and planes, but this is explicable. This isn't hey poof or presto or anything like that. This is in so many supernatural stories, it's beyond our ken to understand, and I refuse to believe that there are phenomenon, for lack of a better word, that can't be explained, however outlandish they might be. I mean, the crux of my faith is the man returning from the dead, and I'm telling you, that's a hurdle.
I have stolen your line about that and used it on so many occasions, Troy. Where you talked about a ghost story once and said, what if people were proven that ghosts existed and how society would lose its mind? He says, we had a guy come back to life 2,000 years ago and people haven't stopped talking about it since.
Well,
Nice.
that's true.
Nice.
We watch movies where people seem to take this into account as a matter of course, where all these bizarro, a man turns into a werewolf. Well, actually, John Gardner, amazing writer who wrote Grendel and several other amazing novels. And he wrote a story called Julius Caesar and the Werewolf. And it takes place in Caesar's court, and a prisoner, is brought before him, and the man does, in fact, right in front of Caesar himself, turn into a werewolf. And Caesar kills him. And throughout the remainder of the short story, Caesar starts losing his sanity, because when the rational meets the completely irrational, and that's what the supernatural represents, something's got to give. That which is brittle will break. And my take on it, if suddenly in the real world that we exist in, suddenly there were all these, supernatural happenings in front of us on camera, people would freak the hell out, and it would be, I don't know, extraordinary. I always thought it was a good premise for a novel, but I never really got the right framing for it. It's something to wrestle with.
Yeah, it's the same thing. If aliens finally landed, we'd have the same kind of reaction, I think.
No, I think we'd break out shotguns, and I think we would be shooting freaking aliens. Is what I think we would be doing. Knowing people.
We're saving those for the zombies.
Look, you guys remember Independence Day? Do you remember Independence Day when some people were dancing on top of the buildings and they're, we're here, thank you, you come to save us, and other people were like trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Okay, and that's exactly what you're going to have. You're going to have some people that are, we've been waiting for you. You need to save our planet. And then there's going to be other people that they ain't here to save us. They got a cookbook.
No, I've got something to say about alien communications really quickly. I hear people make the argument that, they haven't communicated with us yet because for reasons. And I'm like, look, I have my lovely granddaughter is just a little over 2 and can form complete sentences. And so my take is that if they're not talking to us, there's I don't know, there's reason to be suspicious of that. You've just crossed an ocean of space and time, and you can't say hi. Okay.
Yeah.
We could have they could have a big sign up there that says "Leave this one alone, dude." I'm serious.
Under construction.
We probably haven't reached the intergalactic puberty yet. Okay,
there's a joke, and the punchline that I've heard is, they come by us and they lock their doors. And just keep going.
Well, I always look at it like this. I think we're like still in the daycare center. They're not even ready to talk to us yet.
If they can get here and we can't get there, go ahead, talk. I haven't heard from you yet.
Well, why are we assuming that every alien civilization is fantastically technologically advanced and is even able to communicate with us? I mean, come on.
We don't assume that. We assume that the ones that are that advanced could.
Yeah, well, I think the idea is that if they're advanced enough to get to us, they could probably communicate to us.
Exactly.
I look at it like this, though. There's the cosmos is huge. Okay, it's gargantuan. It's infinite. Okay, we'd be really arrogant to think we're the only ones out here that have sentient life. But at what level? There could be species out there that aren't as advanced as us. There could be species out there that are so advanced they want nothing to do with us. You see what I'm saying? But
I
we'd
look
be
at it
pretty
like this,
arrogant
Bob.
to think we're the only ones out there that have communication skills and whatnot.
Imagine how it is on Earth. Just right here. If we can get to one place and the people in that place can't get to us, why do we go there? So the scientists on another planet, if they're advanced enough to get here, and we can't get to them, we've got nothing to offer them. So who would be the people that would actually come here? The people who would land and say, "Hi,
resources.
We've come to give you the good word. We've come to give you the good gospel of the great Azul." They'd be missionaries. They would be the ones that would go into the backwater places with no sufficient technology and resources.
Or hunters.
That
too.
They might be wanting to throw nets around us.
Well, there's your next anthology, RJ.
Alien
Yeah.
idea. I think the angel idea is a good call because you'd have a really interesting dichotomy there.
Yes,
The
There's so many angels to pick from.
I would really like to hear everybody's other side of the fence, from the devil story to an angel story. I think all you guys involved in this should jump on board that and do that too.
Yeah, I'm kind of married to the concept already, so I'm really
Well, now it's a must do. I just have to
Thank
come
you.
up with a
Thank
decent
you.
title.
Thank you very much. That's why I'm here, to make shit happen. Well,
so many projects have been born on this show.
that's not a falsehood. We've had many things happen. Networks between people that didn't know each other, marriages between concepts and creators. I love doing this, man. RJ knows as I go through the day, I try to make sure that the guy who's just did his segment and he's leaving gets to meet the lady who's coming in to do the next segment, because I want everybody to meet each other and to be able to network and make these stories bigger and better and get more eyes on them. And that's a huge part of it. Is if Richard's fans find out about Diana, now she gains a few more fans. Okay. Yeah. And if RJ's fans find out about Rose, and it all grows. Okay, now all my fans have never met most of you before. Okay, I haven't met any of the four of you before. So we're exposing you to my audience now for the first time. And hopefully that will give all of you a little bit of a fan bump. You know what I mean? That's what this is all about.
Yep.
Can't hurt.
Yeah. So
I can see it sprawling out as like a giant Venn diagram in the cosmos now.
Yes.
Well, you have to join the group. If you're on Facebook, you have to join the group where it all began. Okay.
Join the madness.
The Comic Related Madness is a networking and promotion group on Facebook for people like you to tell everybody what you're doing. That's exactly what it's for. So if you're not a member of the Comic Related Madness on Facebook,
I will join that.
I'll have to look into that. Yeah.
Yes, I will put the link in the private chat. It's the best kept secret on Facebook. I'm not lying. RJ.
Scroll down a little bit on that.
It's so easy to get lost in the shuffle or not know where to go, or I have trouble keeping track of all the rules. Like I put out a book and I'm like, okay, I got to put my promotion face on, and I'll just hit a bunch of things that mutual fans or authors or my readers are already in, but then I'll always mess up somewhere and I'll put promotional material where I'm not supposed to, because then there's
like
the
Reddit.
there's the group. Oh no, not Reddit. I've only recently today learned really what Reddit is. I'm too old for half this stuff. I may not look it, but I am. I can't.
Who's the youngest person in the room telling us all she's too old?
Yeah, but I'm a very old soul, and I am always the last one on the newest technological bandwagon. I think I kept my flip phone longer than anybody else.
Oh yeah, I just went to a smartphone last year.
Oh wow, you know
that's impressive.
I only have a cell phone because I have StreamYard and all these things that I had to attach a phone to. That's RJ knows. When I started doing this, I didn't even own a cell phone.
Good for you, because
I hate them. It's like a leash.
Makes that next to impossible.
It's
we
like
all
a
have
leash.
to have our surveillance device.
Yeah, it's like having a full-time leash on you. You can't even leave the house now, right? Hey. Everybody can still bother you.
I think we're losing Rose, or she's.
Yeah, I think I gotta leave now.
Okay,
sorry.
see you, Rose. Thanks for coming.
Meeting you. Such a pleasure to meet you. Such a pleasure to hear you.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming down.
Yeah, thanks for hosting me. Have a good
Glad
chat.
to
Anytime.
Later, Rose.
Yeah, later.
So I think one of the things
everybody's a little bit bigger now. I can see you.
I think we sort of disappeared on this. Was Diana was going to tell how she came to be in the first book and what her story was about.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
we sort of slipped away from there.
We did one of these stream thingamajiggers recently, so I don't know how much of my babbling would be like beating a dead horse.
Diana, you wouldn't believe the people
time
who
in front of my
contact me
audience.
afterwards.
Yeah,
there we go.
This is
Yeah.
your first time in front of my audience, so you guys are all fresh faces to the people that watch my show.
You'll get new fans.
Okay.
I had so many people after the first stream saying, "Who was that?" and where can I find more of her work? You gained fans.
Yeah. I think I have emails I need to respond to. I need a secretary to help me organize all that shit. Especially when I'm in writing mode. I have too many messages. But
is this your usual genre, or do you do other genres? Like I'm mostly crime fiction, and so this was kind of a departure for me.
It's fun to branch out. Horror is definitely my forte. So and the serendipitous appearance of the submission call for this book couldn't have been more perfect, because I already had the story, the first draft of it done, and I had no idea where was it going to go. And then lo and behold, I saw on, I think it was Horror Tree or something, somebody's doing an entire book about the devil. What could be a better fit? So the timing of that was just marvelous. But I
The devil works in mysterious ways.
I'm definitely like a horror exclusive. I
there.
just don't know. I don't know if I could write something that doesn't have a dark angle. And a lot of my writing is actually humorous horror. Fire Escape, the story in our book here, is the most comical. It's definitely like the horror humor hybrid. My zombie drummer tells a lot of jokes. And then some of it is way more serious in tone. And I'm trying right now to write in a different genre, but I can't completely eliminate the creep factor. I just can't do it. I'm trying to write a fantasy story right now, but it's still spooky. I can't help myself. But then I thought about it, and I was like, well, a little known fact to a lot of the people who read or watch so many things in the fantasy world is that all of that folklore is the original folklore is more of a horror story than a happy Disney movie. Anyway, most of the fairies and the sprites of the times they were out to kill you. Yeah, the Grimm's fairy tales. There's some dark stuff in there.
There's some these are not nice fairy tales. There is some really mean stuff in here, man. But this is from the 40s or 50s, this book. So it hasn't been watered down. You know what I mean?
Oh, wow. I want that copy. I keep trying to get into copy of Grimm's fairy tales, and I keep seeing this is the abridged children's version, and I'm like, no, I need the real deal. But anyway, I think I'm kind of off topic. But yeah, I am a horror monster, and I think every idea I have just kind of feels like a new beast that I either have to tame or I'm not going to sleep. Right? It's like a demonic possession, and it's a blast. And sometimes it takes you and everything flows, and other times it's the uphill battle where you feel like you're being tortured in hell trying to rewrite the same sentence 25 times. That definitely happens too. Especially for me, because I'm a perfectionist and I self-edit to death, usually for the good of the work. But Fire Escape was so much fun. And it's probably the only thing of mine that I really like have taken the time to reread a couple times, because I mean it's on the shorter side, so I can do it when I'm not too busy. But I like to reread it just because I enjoy laughing at my own jokes. For those who don't know, Fire Escape is Fire Escape is a band, but they're a fictional band. A fictional band, of course. In the infamous 1990s grunge era in Seattle, which
we need to get your fictional band. We need to get your fictional band in this fictional band card game.
Ooh,
and we can because they're my sponsor. We're going to get your band in the next edition of this game. Your fictional band, I promise you.
I would like that.
Because that's what I do. I make things happen. Like stuff.
The connection has been made.
I hang out with a lot of real bands, but I love my fictional band just as much.
No, those are fiction. Those are like, okay, it's they're modeled after some real people, but the game is about, if you like, didn't you ever want to be in a rock band? Did you want to be in Ozzy's band? Did you want to jam with Slash? Well, it's not Slash, it's Slush.
Oh, cute.
You see what I'm saying? It's they made it fictional so that we can play all these characters and be all these characters or hang out with all these characters. But your fictional band needs to be in there. I'm just saying.
You're this far away from getting sued by Metallica, but who isn't? So.
Yeah, just like that. No, I'll have them make up some cards or a little card deck for your band too. You watch. I will.
Oh, I would love that. Please.
You know you've written something well, though, when you enjoy reading your own stuff over. So many things that I've written, I like go back to it and read. I'm like, oh, no, I can't read this right now. But,
when I go to have those, too. I have those. The first novel that I started needs a complete overhaul. I'm just looking at it like this is juvenile and grammatically a mess.
Yeah, I start editing again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's like I could do that so much better now. Troy, it was interesting. You brought up something. It's just want to, if I'm going to jump in here, if I may, about
it's a free throw.
If there's something supernatural that the normal person would encounter, and you say would drive them crazy.
I think for many people that would be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of one of the aspects. As I said, what I usually write is crime fiction. And my story is a mixture of, it's a detective who encounters something supernatural and how that would affect, encounters the devil. That's right. I can say that because that's what the book's about, right? And the trying so hard to make the unimaginable coherent.
That's horror at its essence. That is the whole to segue very quickly. I recently had a story accepted for Crossover magazine, another horror story, which always surprises me because I typically lean towards science fiction, but so I'm getting all the success with horror. It freaks me out a little bit. But
where the market is.
But I was going through. I draw. I do art, and I use masks. I buy masks to do faces. I need a visual reference. So I'm looking at masks, and I see those old Cooper masks when you were kids, those plastic masks that were hard to breathe in with the inflammable costume and everything. And I saw those masks, and these were not the original Cooper masks. These were like knockoffs, cheap knockoffs, and they were so unsettling to me. And I thought I need to put this in a story, and I did. And so I get to write these really cool lines where those aren't masks, these aren't children, and I thought but when you talk about writing horror, like Diana, there's always an element of darkness. I'm drawn to writing that, and you talk about saying I'm writing a short story now where these two social workers in Gary, Indiana, there's been a child crying from a home, and so they're drawn to that location, and the title of the story is Not a House. And so the whole idea is that I've got this this house that eats people, but why. Look, for the life of me, I don't know why my head goes in these directions, and I don't question it over much. I'd say to Diana, just go head that way, go that way.
If you're wired to be creepy, don't fight your creepy nature.
There you go. What she said. What she said.
The darkness is where the unknown is, and if you're writing what's known, there's no fun in it because everybody knows what's known. Go into the dark and illuminate what's there, and it's usually going to be something that was in the dark for a reason.
And we all want an explanation. We all want to know why. I think the darkness that you write about is us trying to understand that aspect of us. Whether we can or not, whether it just ends up being, an eternal question. I don't know. But I think that's what crime fiction is. Crime fiction is wanting to find an answer to something.
That's the belly of the beast. And in fact, the story that I wrote for this collection, the Kingman deal, I spent weeks reading Dashiell Hammett and Raymond Chandler and other hard-boiled writers so I could pick up the rhythms, because I wanted those rhythms reflected in what I was doing. But each of them, if you were asked each of them, why crime fiction, why detective stories, why this, the detective isn't so much trying to find out who the killer is he's trying to understand and come to grips with what, the heart of darkness, essentially. And I find that good for you, Richard. I think that's a great genre to work in. It's a gold mine. It's marvelous.
I was, geez, I don't want to say how old I was. Do you guys remember the book by Joseph Wambaugh, The Choir Boys?
Of course.
Sure.
Yes.
I mean, it's pretty old, right? It came out when we were all pretty young, right?
Yes. It's not that old.
I'm just saying. We were not old when that book came out. We were all young men when that book came out.
I know the point is going to arrive here real soon. Get to it, man.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember the part where where there's the car accident? And the person, the rubbernecker pulls up to the accident and asks the cop, "Hey, is everybody, everybody okay? Nobody got hurt?" And he goes, he says, "Well, this one got banged up pretty good." And he holds up the head that came through the windshield.
Oh, geez.
That's some dark shit, right? I was pretty, young and was not expecting this in a police novel. Okay, it totally threw me. And
that's a fully jaded cop right there
with cops and everything, and that didn't even enter into it. It was like that. To write something that dark, just this one got banged up pretty good and hold up somebody's head.
Wambaugh was basing that on he had been a cop. He was writing from his own experience.
Yeah. Especially the first three books was very much about stuff that he knew about.
Exactly. Yeah. And I've been a soldier and I've seen some dark shit, and I don't really think that it's anything I'd ever want to inject in fiction.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I do more fantasy.
I'd read a lot of crazy stuff, but this was something you could actually see happening on the road. It wasn't a werewolf. It wasn't a vampire. It wasn't some made up, this was one of the people we're supposed to,
nothing we can make up can match what reality has to offer.
Right.
Yeah, the scariest horrors I've ever seen have had no monsters in them other than people. In fact, I know we all love Macaulay Culkin for Home Alone and Home Alone 2.
No, we don't. But go ahead.
Okay, whatever.
I was being generous.
No, you said we all. We know you do now.
But when he did, in that same era, when he did The Good Son, that was a horror movie. Because who's the killer? A child. This child is just, like throwing bricks off of overpasses into oncoming cars to watch them.
That's probably his best movie in his life.
Yeah, it was very, very good. And of course, he's all blaming it on the foster kid too. So the foster kid knows what's really happening, but no one will believe him. That sense of evil in something that we recognize, and combined with that sense of frustration that no one will believe us that the evil is in something that we recognize.
Right. Well, The Bad Seed. If you go back even further, because I'm older than all of you, it's The Bad Seed. Which is a great movie about this sweet little girl who's a psychopath and a murderess.
Richie,
she's what? She's 12 years old.
Richard over here claiming age on us all. Like
even before that, Tom Tryon had a novel, The Other, I think.
Sure.
And that was about a boy with his brother who did some diabolical things. His supposed twin, I think.
Right, it's the brother, but the brother's dead, right? The brother's
yes, he is, but the other the
spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Still hearing the voices though.
We're back to the voices in the head. Yeah,
it was not a voice in the head; it was fully visualized and realized for him in front of him.
Yes.
And
the movie of that has one of the most horrific scenes in it, and I don't even think with the pitchfork. Where the kid falls and there's a pitchfork, and that's how it won't go any more than that. But as a kid, it freaked me out.
Yeah, it's a freaky movie, without a doubt.
On that note, I will probably have to drop off soon because I have a little devil of my own that I need to go. I need to go keep an eye on.
I gotta ask you then before you go, what is your favorite horror movie?
Oh my God, that's hard. My husband is all about those lists of the top 10, and this is in my top 5. I definitely cannot pick a number one favorite, but I have a cornucopia of close calls for favorite, I guess. Interview with the Vampire is definitely up there because I am a massive Anne Rice fan. May she rest in peace now. And that film is just the perfect embodiment of the book. Tom Cruise as Lestat and even little Kirsten Dunst as
she's
Clark.
Great in that. She's absolutely fantastic.
She was the horror in that too.
She really was. And talking about sinister children. I mean, I've seen interviews with her when she talks about that movie, and she was like, I was so little, I had no idea really what I was doing at the time, but she sold it so well, and in a way the whole film really hinged on her performance, because had she not been so on point, it would have taken it all apart. But that's definitely up there. I mean, and then I think my new favorite, I should probably new favorite as in a more recent film, I should probably spread the word on, because it's kind of indie, so not everybody knows about it. Have you guys heard of a movie called Daniel Isn't Real?
Daniel Isn't Real.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it. I don't know why.
Okay. It is so wild. I'm a big fan of like genre benders. That's what really hooks me. Seeing something new, something insightful, something truly creative. And this movie is so high on the creative spectrum. It really just blew my mind. The premise is a kid in college who has a dark family history of like bipolar, schizophrenic kind of mother, and he starts seeing a resurgence of his imaginary best friend from childhood. And this best friend is kind of playing devil on the shoulder, sometimes helping him out, getting him hookups with girls, but then there are darker things afoot, and that's Daniel, this best friend. And it's clear Daniel is up to no good. And you think that the movie is going to play one way, and then it goes in a fantastic, unforeseen direction that I wouldn't want to spoil.
Yeah, don't, because I'm going to have the horror.
Only to say that there are so many facets of that movie that are just fascinating to me. The effects are artistically just mind-blowing. The effects are very Beetlejuice-esque almost, like with the stop motion kind of things that they did. And there's, if you're an art fan at all, there's an angle in there. I'm a huge art history nerd. There is an element to that film that just blew my mind.
I'm in a horror.
It stars Patrick Schwarzenegger, young Schwarzenegger, Arnold's son, and he's the antagonist, and he is delightful. There's also a lot of parallels to Fight Club too.
Dude,
He's very
that's
much
perfect.
a Tyler Durden. He even wears similar
Interesting.
outfits.
I'm in a horror movie club, and we show a different horror movie every week, or we all watch a different horror movie every week, and then we gather on Tuesday night to BS about it live. You know,
Ooh, that's fun.
Yeah, I just suggested that we need to go check out that one, so that
yeah, get on it. Get on it.
I haven't seen it, right? I haven't seen it, so it'll give everybody something different to look at. I haven't seen heard anybody else mention it in the group, so thank you.
Yeah, it's really powerful. There's actually it's based on a book too. The book has a different title. It's called "In This Way I Was Saved." Not the best title. I can see why they changed it. And the book was interesting. It's one of those rare scenarios where the film is actually better than the book. Their director really took what was a great idea in sort of a messy book and
made it better.
And just ran with it. And the result is just delightful. I love it.
I wish everybody who took a book and went to make a movie of it would run with it like that and make it better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So do most of the authors.
Yes.
It's I don't know, that they make the movie better than the book.
Well, I think one of the interesting aspects.
I think that's because of personal interpretation. When we read a book, we're putting our own visual to it. Like,
exactly.
For instance, let's go to the very opening scene of Lord of the Rings. Okay, if you read that book and you read about Gandalf riding into town on the rickety two-wheel cart, and you see all the little hobbit mounds with the little round doors, and you picture that in your mind, Peter Jackson caught that.
Oh,
and
yes.
That's what you got when that movie started, right? Because the visual that's pretty much what we all saw when we read that book. Okay.
But if you
we
read a
create
book,
that visual ourselves first, and then the guy that makes the movie has to meet our expectation of our own imagination. But
if you read a story about a guy who decides to join a marathon race across the country to raise money for his wife's hospital bills, and then the movie comes out to be some guy who's arrested and put on a game show, you've got The Running Man, where the movie was absolutely nothing at all like the book. I like Alan Moore's approach. They asked him because he's had before Watchmen was done as a movie. They asked him, well, so what's your opinion on The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which was a fantastic book? And he says, well, what am I supposed to think about it? I mean, basically somebody came along and said, hey, we want to make a movie with the same name as your book, and here's a bucket of money for the privilege of doing so. He's like, I took the money. He didn't have his name attached to the film. He didn't want his name attached to the film or any of the films that he's been based off his work. So I'm looking forward to that day when I can do the same.
There you go. The bucket of money part.
The bucket of money part.
Guys, well, I'm going to have to bid you adieu and return
thank you, Diana.
the
Lovely
dark.
to meet you, Diana. Lovely to meet you.
Yes.
Likewise. Thank you so
hope
much.
to see you again literarily.
Join the madness and let people know who you are and what you do. It's a whole nother audience, and that's what the group is for.
Oh, I absolutely will. I'm overdue to catch up on my Facebook anyway.
Well, stay away from the rest of it, but join the madness.
Yeah, exactly. No, I when I go on Facebook, there's just too many notifications, so I'll pick and choose. I'm like, I know there's something I'm supposed to see over here. I'll go over there, and that's all I have time for today because I got to go back to work.
I just try to go into my group, and I stay away from the news feed, and I try to stay away from all the crap going on out there. I just go to my group. I go, oh, Richard shared his link. Okay, I'm going to share this out to all my other social media platform.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's what I do. I get up in the morning, I look at my group, I go, okay, there's 20 links I can share out. Cool.
And done.
And then I do
rapid fire. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I will be all over that. Looking forward to all the new editions of The Devil. So hail Satan and all that jazz.
And that's how we end every episode.
Yes, of course.
I can't say hail Satan, but I can say hail CroM. What's up?
There you go.
So the one thing we haven't told people about is that, hey, this book is available on Indiegogo as a special edition. Yes, you can get it on Amazon. It's been out there for about a month now in softcover form. This is the first time we've done a hardcover, and this hardcover is going to be signed. It's going to have signature plates input on the inside front cover by Mike Barron and Hart Fisher. And we have it's a very simple campaign. It has one tier because all we got's the book.
It's a book.
But we do
Look at
have
all them stretch goals.
Stretch goals galore because there's 20 stories for every $500 mark we hit. We will include an illustration for one of the stories by Stefano Cardacelli. He's already done 2 of them. And Pops, I sent you the video for this.
Yeah, you sent me the video and I loaded it into the which one is it? The show offs. Like, look, I can come over here and I have it, but I can't find it on my computer anywhere to load it into any of my other studios.
It's
so it's only in the show off studio. It needs to be in the CroM Con studio.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't help you with that part. That's on your end.
I got it.
You got it. We'll play it. Here it is.
The 2 illustrations, and it's pretty wonderful. They're pretty wonderful.
All right. So I'm going to play it right now from the other studio. Are you ready?
Ready.
We've crossed paths more than once. I've whispered in your ear, shown you harmless little temptations. I am unknowable, yet you know me intimately. But you can always know me better. Collected here are 20 twisted tales that will thrill, chill, incite, and delight you from some of the most imaginative minds your species has to offer. This exclusive Indiegogo printing of The Devil You Know Better will be limited and numbered, with signatures from Mike Barron and Hart D. Fisher. Stretch goals achieved for this campaign will add interior chapter illustrations by Stefano Cardacelli. The Devil You Know Better. Back it on Indiegogo today, while you still can.
While you still can.
Yeah, nice. That's my voiceover, by the way. You can't, I have a baritone I can employ. No, software did that with me, but those
it
2
would be
pictures.
fun. It would be fun to practice your sinister laugh, though. That would.
The first picture you saw, by the way, the one on the left with the floating house, that's the illustration that will go with the Kingman deal, which is what Troy wrote, and the other one goes with LD
Very nice,
which was what Mike Barron wrote. And of course, we hit 1,500. Then I send another story to Stefano and say, okay, we need another one. Would love to get all 20 of them, and that's what the path is. The graphic for our stretch goals was given to us by the Global Frequency Channel. They helped set up campaigns, and they said, well, let's do the 9 Circles of Hell. So that's Dante's 9 circles. Every circle has 2 stretch goals on the left and on the right. And then, of course, there's the final 2 stretch goals right there in the center of hell, which would give us a $10,000 goal if we got all the stretch goals met. And I'll tell everybody, if there's any incentive to buy the book to promote creators, it's this. It's that whatever this thing makes above production values is going to get split 21 ways. So don't make me get my tin snips out for a nickel. I'd much rather send out substantial checks to everybody.
I'm doing you a solid right now. I just dropped this link in Michaela's merch. I'm gonna drop it over there in a couple of the horror and dystopian art groups that I'm in, because that's why I join all these groups. So I have other places to drop these links, right?
Cool. Thank you.
I'm in a few different groups, buddy, that are all about this kind of stuff. So
I mean, I knew that 10,000 was a pipe dream, and you'll notice it's a flexible goal. The thing's getting printed regardless. So if it's only 10, well, it's going to be a limited edition of 1 of 10, 2 of 10, 3. They're all going to be hand numbered. I'm going to sign the editor's page on the front, and that's where the numbering is going to happen. And we're not going in demand. When this thing is extended for its second 30-day run on Indiegogo, that's it. There will be no in-demand period. It's going to be a hard cutoff. So,
yeah, well, I want you to get this thing up to funded. So I'm going to drop this link in the places where, like I said, places that horror groups, horror art communities, that kind of stuff. There's quite a few.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
we're going to run
very
a
much.
60-second commercial on AmericanHorrors.net, which is Hart's streaming service. Which, if you go to AmericanHorrors.net, it's basically old classic horror movies that a lot of them are public domain. And it's not like a streaming service where you can say, scroll through what's new, I'll pick that and watch that. No, it's whatever's on right now is what you're watching.
It's one channel, it's one network,
like
and it's like turning on TNT. You get what's on TNT.
What's going on? You get what's going. Yeah, gentlemen, I have to run. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for having me. This was great fun. Favorite horror film, The Legend of Hell House.
Dude, Hell House and Last House on the Left were the two that got me the worst.
There you go.
Dude, Hell House was rough. And Last House, the original Last House on the Left, not the Rob Zombie mess. When the parents electrocuted the bad guy and they ran the hot wires under the wet carpet. Oh, that was harsh, boy.
I thought that was Home Alone again.
Dude, that's good.
Yeah, there was a horror movie for you, folks.
It was really
absolutely a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me in the Anthology. It's
great to meet you, Richard.
Great to meet you, and buy the book, people.
There it is.
Book.
There it is.
Everybody, take care now.
Thank you, Richard. See you again soon.
You, my friend. Join the madness.
You got it.
All right.
Jane, how do you stop this crazy thing?
You hit that leave studio button.
There.
I'll help you.
You just kicked him to the bottom. There he goes. He's out now. And Pops froze. Pops left the studio, and
no, I'm still here. I just froze.
Your picture froze.
Yeah. Well, before I leave, I wanted to express my gratitude to RJ. I think that you've just been amazing, and I think you've done more to promote indie creators than virtually anyone I can mention or think of. I don't think you get nearly the credit that you deserve for it. And
we had the most talked about, least watched channel in all of promotions, and I'm reminded of that daily by the people who make fun of us. So
and mine is the best kept secret on Facebook. It's one of the few places where people are actually allowed to go promote, but only 2,500 people actually know about it.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, that's what the whole madness thing is a network. I'm trying to build a hub between all the podcasters, all the creators, artists, writers, editors, letterers. I don't care what you do in writing or, in comics, comic related, whatever. I don't care what it is you do. This is a place where you can promote it, where you can be seen. And, what you're doing can be seen. And there's so many groups that don't allow you to do that. And that's kind of why we do this. And that's how I met RJ, doing this,
I was looking for somebody to come on my show, and you came on and represented somebody else's book. I was like, hey, this guy's not even the creator, and he's here pushing this other guy's book. Okay, well, we'll roll with it.
And that's because that's what I do. But I do encourage people to come to the group, drop links to your pages so that people can find your stuff, because that's what I'm trying to build, a huge hub for all this kind of stuff.
I tell you what, early in Troy's and my forget the grammar, Troy's and my friendship, which spans back 30 years now.
Wow.
My children were babies. My adult children were babies. Yes.
Wow. That's cool. That's cool.
And you were doing you were working on a comic that you were doing in Scratchboard.
Yeah.
The Blackbird. And I thought that was such a great concept. And I wish we had something like crowdfunding and print on demand back then, so that could have come into fruition.
That's some painstaking work too, by the way. I don't know if that would be daunting to try that, but and I am older now, although I think I'd be up for it. But it would be.
We have the platform for it. We have the platform for it now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, the infrastructure's there to distribute it and everything.
Well, you're talking to a man who's right now. I'm working on 2 novels, 3 short stories, and a short animation film, and I'm like,
yeah, you definitely need to be dropping your links in the madness and let people do animation. Friday night we did an animation panel. That's how we started this con this weekend. Was an animation panel Friday night.
Pops, he's doing an animation horror, and he's got Nick Searcy doing voice acting.
Oh, come on, man. Yeah, you should have told him to come out Friday, RJ. Come on.
The one thing I'm discovering about animation in general, but filmmaking, is that you can't do it on zero budget. So I have discovered that very much the hard way, and so I'm remedying that. I am going to find a way, and I'm going to bankroll this thing.
There's Kickstarter, there's Indiegogo.
There are options, and I'm exploring all of them. But I've got a solid script. I've got good talent, and I'm gonna carry it forward. It'll just it'll be like anything. I'm using rotoscope as a technique, so it's time consuming as it is. But I can see the light at the end of that very long tunnel, and I'm gonna.
We know some really good animators, don't we, RJ?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Pedro Ang. And,
like really good and really. I sat here and watched Pedro do, just draw some crap on his computer and boom, brought it to life like in 30 seconds. It was crazy, and it was Friday night. He was just like, "Okay, guys, check this out," and it was like, and then the thing went boing, and we're like,
well, Don Hertzfeld, who's one of the greatest animators alive, does stick figures. I mean, it's. Of course, more than stick figures, but he's just the man's creativity is just boundless, and it just so happens that animation is where he finds his outlet for that beautifully gifted mind. And of course, I don't put myself in that category, but I think that persistence pays off. I think it'll work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Troy's also had a couple of stories. He mentioned one that's been accepted by Kursova magazine. I think they've taken 2, or is it 3 now?
They've taken another one. They took starring Hedy Lamarr. It's almost a novella length thing where I essentially Stanley Kubrick, Andy Warhol, and Hedy Lamarr saved the world from alien invader. I know how it sounds. It works.
No, I love it.
I made it work. I think Alex at Kursova was really pleased with it, and I think it'll get me some attention.
Yeah, Kursova is a great magazine.
Glenn's in my inbox again. It's like 5:30 in the morning over there, right?
Yes.
Or no, 3:30 in the morning over there, and Glenn's in my inbox. You can show this if you want, Pops. So I'm gonna show it if I can find it. Oh, where the heck is it? Let's see. God, this is.
You can't find it soon. You might have to start showing it without me. I might have to take off here in a little bit.
Glenn is killing me. Hold up, that's not it. Hold up. Gotta stop sharing this one and share a different one. Glenn's killing me because every day he's showing me something different that he's creating with his hatchimation. You know what I'm talking about, RJ?
Yes. I like the depth of the.
He's killing me with this stuff, man. Look, here's another one. Meow.
So who's the guy on the surfboard?
That's Hatch. That's Glenn Fleming, the guy who has the Jack Kirby book that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
He has a long, like decades running comic strip over in the UK called Hatch. And this is that's Hatch. He lives on an asteroid all by himself.
And visits worlds that are drawn like Moebius. But
I think this is the first time he checked out of his own. I think this is the first time he left the asteroid, actually. But yeah, there he goes, cruising by. I I think I might have the asteroid art somewhere. It's in one of these studios.
Yeah.
I don't even know where it is. I got so many studios, it's ridiculous. This is the Monday Madness studio, and no, it's not here.
I've only got one studio, man. I can't keep track of it as it is.
I have too many different shows to only have one studio. That's the problem. All of them have different graphics and different videos that we play. And I know I have one somewhere. Maybe it's the Tuesday morning brew.
Well,
yeah, there it is. This is Hatch's asteroid that he lives on. And if you zoom in real close, I don't know if I can I can't zoom in with this. But if you zoom in real close, he's like sitting right on the edge, just to the right of center. He's like sitting on the edge of the asteroid right there and contemplating leaving. But Hatch is, like I said, he's been around for a long time. And that right there is the first time the appearance of any other person or being showed up on his asteroid. And it's not really somebody else. It's him, but he's wearing a Pops costume, if you can see that.
I see that. I thought that was you showing up there. Now I see him taking it off.
Yeah, and then he unzips it and he climbs out of it. I wasn't really there. But that's the first time somebody else's face appeared in a Hatch story.
Very cool.
And now since then, Glenn drew a story for the CroMniverse, obviously a crossover with our CroM dude. And
the little green gremlin who's an internet troll who messes everything up.
CroM is CroM, man. He's he's a clown.
CroM too.
He's a clown. He's a troll. He's an internet troll, really. But he has very much personality. He was drawn as the Comic Related Madness mascot. That's how he came into being. He wasn't planned out as a comic book character or anything like that. He just one day became we had a contest for the logo for the Madness. And he was drawn into the logo. Edwin won the logo contest, and the little guy in the middle of the logo right there just happened to take on a life after that. Okay, we named him in the group. People started drawing all kinds of different renditions of him. There's Hatch Trolled. That's the Hatch and CroM crossover. We've seen him as Sailor Moon. We've seen him as Steranko's Hulk. Christy Shin drew him. He's been everywhere. Okay, and to the CroMniverse. So because somebody won a logo contest and that little green dude was in the middle of that logo, he became more than that.
Became something bigger.
It took on a life of its own. It's crazy. Yeah. But it's been fun. It's been so much fun.
People know him everywhere.
You're gonna have to forgive me, but
we're good. It's almost 11, and I've been sitting here for almost 12 hours. I did this all day yesterday for 12 hours. Troy, you could leave. I'm ready to go, bro.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this forum, and I'm really appreciative. And to you, RJ.
Anytime. RJ and our studios are back to back. We help each other out. Anytime you want to come out during one of my shows, let RJ know or let me know. We got you, man. Anytime you got something new to talk about, that's what we're for.
Really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming, Troy. Appreciate seeing you.
Great meeting you, sir.
Meeting you as well.
Pops, thank you so much for giving us this forum tonight to show people, show more people the book we've got.
And y'all need to go check that out. I'm serious. I need to change that studio back to what it should be, though. There we go. Yeah, man. You know what's up, RJ. I've told a lot of people this weekend, you were one of the first people that threw money at me to help me keep this show going way, way back when. So, I'm probably way late in adding your graphic to the.
Oh, I didn't.
But I always do handle good product placement. You got to admit that.
Yes, you do.
You're on the hat.
You always had the product placed.
We got you on the coffee cup. We always handle the product placement. So
absolutely. Now you need to, get this product placement more often. That was yours, man. You should be.
Yeah, well, it's on the side. It's one side. I think it's over there with the cat with Cat Stevens. Pops is hanging out with Cat Stevens on the side.
Did I get a Cat Stevens? I don't think I got I got a Cat Stevens sticker. That's what
I got the first Cat Stevens pin, bro.
Oh.
First one.
Me
and Don, we like this, bro.
Oh, I got hat hair for the rest of the night.
Did you see my Heroinberg books that I won on Don's show?
I did not.
Oh, are they ready?
Show me your Heroinberg books. Because I've seen issue 1.
Well,
I know
I'll
he does
show
a
you
good
this other one, and then I'll go grab this. But I also won this dude.
Oh, Reaper Destroyer.
Oh, the ash can, the foil ash can signed by my man Joe, dude. I get really lucky winning stuff. Everybody knows it. If you believe in Santa Claus, Santa brings stuff to your house, yo. I'm just saying, it's common sense. I tell the kids all the time. I believe in Santa Claus. Don't you always see all the gifts he brings me all the time?
I'd put a crikey badge on my hat.
You got a what?
I said I was telling Glenn that I would put a crikey badge.
Oh yes,
crikey badge on my hat. What did I get here recently? I'm trying to see.
What do you got there? What do you got there?
This is my jacket.
He's got a living. He's got a Let's Go, Brandon. I love it.
Got the DC heroes running across the top because I still remember how they used to be. Got Alterna.
Oh, I have the perfect shirt for that too. I got the perfect shirt that expresses DC right now. I think you might have seen this shirt before. Why do you think they're all hiding in the shadows?
Oh boy. Yeah, they're oh man.
Was this shirt a little bit prophetic or what?
Yeah, they all dead now. Well, they're not
they
dead.
all want to hide in the shadows now for sure, right? It's like they don't want to be associated with this.
They're like, call us back when DC's a comic book company again, right?
Oh yes, we do need crikey badges, Glenn. We do.
Well, I've got I just put in an order through Kickstarter for Miskatonic High number 15. Those guys are up to number 15 of their book, and they had Miskatonic High patches. I'm like, oh yeah, patch, yeah, bring me the patch. I've turned into Shay. Shay's big on her patches, and so obviously we sent her Critical Blast patches when we got them, even that great big one.
Right.
So I'm at some point I will run out of denim, but I've got a long way to go, a lot to fill, and I know I've got the DC stuff on there because I'm a Silver Age DC guy, but I would love to fill in the rest of it with independent stuff like Miskatonic High and Silverline books and Alterna.
You gotta have some Sworn, some Lady Death on there. You got There's lots of patches, man.
Get those patches to me,
I have a huge stack of patches with my denim, but I don't sew. I don't iron.
Oh, I don't either. There's a motorcycle patch shop just down the road from me here. I go in there and sit and talk with those guys while they sew more patches on my jacket.
You know what's down the road from me, RJ?
More road?
A lake that way and a lake that way.
Yeah, I've got the same. I'm on Table Rock Lake. My lake starts here and goes all the way up into Missouri and all the way further down that way. So
ours is weird because if you go out the front door, you're looking at Mud Lake. If you go out the back on the back deck, you're looking at Corey Lake. And if you walk 2 blocks down the road, approximately distance-wise, 2 city blocks, you're looking at Clear Lake. And
you get that rain, you're on an island.
Yeah, we're like in a like I don't want to call it a peninsula because it goes all the way through, but it's like a migration run between lakes. And we got deer running through every day, back and forth. And, I mean, all the wildlife you can imagine. Yeah, it's crazy. I love it out
2 young buck 4-pointers. They were very, very velvety on their antlers because they were like, and they're used to people. They don't run from me. I just like driving by slowly. And he's just like looking at me. He almost came up to the car.
And see, that's the whole thing. They know they're safe going through here because it's, nobody's going to shoot them right here in this little residential 2-block little horseshoe area, right?
It's illegal.
Well, I mean, nobody's going to shoot anything right here anyway. But man, you can catch them 2 miles away.
Oh, well.
Ain't nobody around. But, then we wouldn't have them walking through the yard every day. You miss out on that. So
I've got a squirrel feeder out here, Pops, and they knock the grain off there all the time. I got 7 squirrels because I've seen them all there at one time, and they're fighting each other. I've got 7 squirrels. I've got 2 raccoons. I've got 2 chipmunks. I've got 2 deer, and now I've got the bird feeder here. I thought it'd be a cool idea to put the bird feeder right there on the glass because that's what it's made for. And I can open the window. I can pour feed into it. Like, that'll be nice. I get Carolina chickadees and tufted titmice. Yeah, I said titmice. You're going to get kicked off now. And I thought, that's so cool. They'll just come. They'll take some seed. I can look at pretty birds while I'm working here because it's literally right. I'm touching the window. I'm touching the window right here. Here's what I found out about this. Carolina chickadees love the sunflower seeds. They'll pick them up in both little claws, and they'll sit on the perch of that thing, and then they will beat it like a woodpecker at 5:30 in the morning. So they're knocking on my window at 5:30. My head is right here. Look, see the screen here? This is the screen of my computer. This is my pillow. My head's right here. My window's right here. They're
All right, I'm gonna give you the same thing. I sleep back here, right behind the little display here. Okay, that I sleep back there. The window right here, right, is a ground level. The bottom of the window is ground level. So
okay, gotcha.
Okay, so dogs running by the bushes, whatever, kids on the porch, which is right here, whatever it is outside this window, it's like they're in the room with me. So chipmunks, birds, whatever, it's right here, ground level. There's no escaping it. So.
Yeah, I love watching it all, though. I just wish the birds didn't get up so damn early.
See, now upstairs on the second level, we have bird nests on windowsills.
Yeah.
Okay, like the birds, made little nests right there outside the window, outside the kitchen, right on the other side of the sink. So every time you go to the sink to rinse something off, if you bang something, bird takes off. Ah! Yeah. So we put like some opaque film over it so they don't really see us. They just see a shadow. They don't freak out quite as much. But I'd love to put a camera there to watch there's 2 little robin eggs in there. And I'd love to put a camera there and just watch them hatching and
like to solidly stream.
Yeah, like live stream it and monetize them fucking birds.
Absolutely. Put that on YouTube. Just run that thing as a 12-hour stream followed by a 12-hour stream. Yeah, people would watch it.
I was thinking it was like because I've seen people that have the chicken coop cam.
Yeah.
Right? That guy makes money. People give him money for
to sit there and watch the chickens.
Yeah. I mean, at least this way you might be lucky and catch the birds hatch. That'd be cool.
That would be great. And it's recording. If you delete your old recordings and keep space available. So once they did hatch, you'd have that particular video to put back up for rewatch, and people would, Well,
I was thinking we could do like one of those somebody gets a prize. The people that are actually watching at the time that the birds hatch get a prize or something to get more people to watch more.
Nothing's on. Let's go watch the bird eggs. We're 5 minutes too late.
But if you were watching when they hatch and you say something in the chat, hey, they hatched it, this time, whatever, and then we verify that you were watching. Yeah,
you get the timestamp from the chat and the timestamp of the hatch. It's easy to confirm.
And we'll send you and we'll have Glenn send you a piece of hatch art.
Oh, there's your tie-in. You put that video in a hatch frame. In a hat, just your background is a frame around the window. Yeah, Yeah, that's it. That's it.
God, I wish I had somebody that was good with all this shit.
Oh no! Here's what you do, Pops. You know how these overlays work here. If you got a PNG with transparent backgrounds, you still see the video through it. You just have Hatch drawn on a full-size PowerPoint slide. Just Hatch looking over like this, just and then you just overlay it on the video, and it'll look like he's resting on the nest looking in.
Now,
if you've got it in the right position.
Problem is getting up on the second story and installing a camera.
Well,
because if I try to open the window from the inside, it's going to knock the nest off the fucking ledge. It's attached to the window.
You put the camera on the inside of the window and just angle it down.
We have that like frost film over it. Like I said, so it doesn't startle the birds every time somebody walks by. You don't have a clear view from the inside. Not only that, we got 4 kids here, man. They'd be up in that fucking window every 5 minutes if we didn't have that covered up. You know what I mean?
Have they hatched yet? Hatched yet? No, the mother's never coming back. You freaked her out.
I told the kids, I was like, if the mama's not there, you can get up and look at the eggs, but don't mess with it when she's there. But then Nicole was like, no, screw that. We're just covering up the window. Not letting these kids mess with it. I'm like, okay, but yeah, I mean, I'd have to figure out a way to get a GoPro up there or something. I mean, might be able to reach it from the deck with one of them long
ladder
that he used to like pull golf balls out of the water with, an extender pole. If I got something like that, I could probably get a GoPro over there, but it'd be a little bit hard.
And get somebody younger to do it too. We're not made to be climbing up any ladders in our.
Oh no, I'd just be standing on the back deck trying to get the GoPro placed on the windowsill.
Oh, well, if you can do that, then yeah.
Yeah, as I wouldn't be trying to climb up. No, fuck all that.
Yeah. Oh, all right, Pops. Well, it's time for this one to get ready to rest up for work tomorrow. It's Monday again.
Oh yeah, you guys got to go back to work. I have a full slate tomorrow, though. We got like 5 guests tomorrow too, so
I've got a show tomorrow, and I'm bringing these guys back because last time they were on, they brought a whole bunch of viewerships. And if you haven't had them on, you need to reach out to Jack and Pha, also known as the Philosopher. And they've got a book called The Voluntarist.
I saw the book like the day you had them on. I saw the book earlier. I can't remember where I saw it. I saw the ad for it. And then you had them on. I was like, damn. Yeah. Put me in touch with them if you would, my friend.
All right. We'll do, man. All right. Thank you again for having us on to promote the book.
And for you people watching that don't know, you go check out that. And if you see this thing pop up in some other groups, I'm putting it there because you guys like that kind of stuff. Show me that I'm doing the right thing. Back this book. There you go.
Play us out.
All right, we got.
Thank you, everybody.
I missed a couple commercials on the way in. I have more commercials than I have time for now. So check it out. You know what's up.
Get Some.
Comic Books for Kids provides comic books to kids in hospitals and cancer centers across the U.S. It's a place where we can all work together to make sure every child has a comic book. 100% of all proceeds go towards the kids. It's about making a difference, and while they're in the hospital, allowing them to fly like a superhero, battle dragons, or rescue teddy bears. We are in every state in the country and now support over 160 hospitals. Every month, we add more.
Visit